It all starts in Seoul, on a day when absolutely nothing foreshadows trouble. However, after some time, a powerful nuclear explosion occurs, which puts an end to the old world. On day X, a nuclear bomb launched by another country hits the heart of Korea. But first the action is transported back in time. This story can go on, but the main character, named Park Young, has been preparing for this day for 3 years. Even then, from every source it sounds that humanity in the usual sense is already on the verge of collapse. However, at that time only 2 groups were preparing for the end of the world, one of which was the rich, who were distinguished by their ingenuity. The second group includes people who truly believe that the end of the world is approaching and are willing to risk everything to escape. Park Young is the second type of person, so he sacrifices all his assets to prepare. He greedily absorbs information in order to at least hypothetically survive in the coming cruel world. The first thing he cares about is finding a place suitable for building a shelter and located in a favorable position. In preparation for choosing a location, he decides to impose 3 key requirements on it that must be met. Firstly, it should be a sparsely populated area, where residents are unlikely to come, but which should be located near the city. Secondly, the terrain must give him an advantage during an attack in order to confidently defend himself. Thirdly, all this must fit within the framework of his budget, which is by no means unlimited. Eventually, he finds a worthy place in the form of a deserted forest belt near an Air Force base on the outskirts of the capital area. After some time of fieldwork, his grandfather comes up to him and remarks that they are neighbors, so it would be better for them to become friends. Park Young no longer remembers the old man's name, but he definitely remembers that his last name sounds like Kim. After some time, he finally finds a place, and it is time to begin the big construction work. Park Young finds the construction workers and tells them that they have everything they need, adding that he will also work with them. At first, the builders don't want him to take part in the construction, because they don't know his skill level. However, he quickly finds an approach to them with just a couple of bottles of alcohol. Looking back on that time, Park Young admits that the price of the issue turns out to be quite small and almost insignificant. However, the idyll does not last long, as his neighbor suddenly begins to behave very strangely. Throwing a shovel of sand at the workers, he expresses outrage at what right they have to make noise and drink every day without permission. Park Young wonders why this old man suddenly decides to act as if he is going through senile dementia. After a while, he realizes that the real problem is that no one pays attention to him. The old man starts to play pranks and deliberately lies down under the excavator in order to stop it, declaring that he does not want to see them. One of the workers is already ready to take up an axe in order to explain to this old man what is what. Park Young stops him and notes that he will handle it himself, feeling that his nerves are on edge. The next evening he strolls around his property, inspecting the results of the construction crew's work. Suddenly he discovers that there is a parked car next to Old Man Kim's house, and someone is talking loudly. The old man's son claims that he should transfer the land to him in exchange for guaranteed care in his old age. The old man replies that he cannot do this, and losing patience, asks why his son sold this land. Grabbing him by the collar, the son begins to scold his father, reproaching him for the fact that his sister got the best land, while he got only miserable ruins. Pushing him forward and causing him to fall, he orders that he be given at least something valuable as an inheritance. Then the old man comes closer and declares that he has been putting up with his son's hot temper for years, and asks him to stay with him at least for the last years of his life. The son, waving his hand at him, demands to know why he is silent and again insists that the land be given away right now. Park Young coughs loudly, showing that he sees everything and will not allow physical violence against a defenseless person. The angry son waves his hand at his father, declaring that he is tired of messing around with him for so long. Finally, he warns him in an angry tone to transfer the land to him, otherwise he will burn everything here to the ground and make him regret it. Park Young watches as Old Man Kim's son drives away, then asks his neighbor if he wants to smoke. Kim asks him if he has parents, but Park Young quickly replies that they both died in an accident, and he is an orphan. Park Young also notes that he does not understand why the old man does not want to sell the land and move, since it is difficult to manage such an area on his own. Old Man Kim doesn't answer for a long time, as if he's collecting his thoughts and deciding what exactly is worth telling and what isn't. After a short pause, he states that initially, even the part of the land that he gave to his daughter was a useless wasteland. After this, he remembers his late wife, who brought him joy for a long time during his life. Thinking back to his best years, he says that he cannot sell this land no matter what. Not wanting to stir up the past, which would only hurt his old heart, he says they need to move on. Park Young recalls that it was after that conversation that the old man's heart, which had been swollen to a point, truly opened. After this, he stops interfering with the construction, and they even become friends for a while, working together on this land. The very day arrives when a huge nuclear bomb is dropped on the capital of South Korea. A deafening roar shakes the earth, and after it, a belated siren announces that the end of the world as everyone knew it has arrived. Park Young is about to head to his bunker, but suddenly the old man stops him and asks for help. Coming closer, he says that his son lives in Seoul, and asks if there is a chance that he is still alive. Park Young looks at his interlocutor with a cold gaze and says that his son has died. After this, he adds that there will soon be a second wave of bombings, so the old man had better join him in the bunker. However, the old man refuses, claiming that he cannot leave his home no matter what. Turning towards his home, he says that he is grateful for the offer that Park Young made. This is how the nuclear apocalypse begins, for which the hero, fortunately, turns out to be almost completely prepared. He heads to his bunker when suddenly his phone starts ringing frantically, and Park Young decides to find out who is calling. He also looks at the camera and realizes that he is receiving a call from the head of the construction crew, who is heading here with an axe in his hand. Park Young realizes that he must now act according to different laws, since the world that everyone knew will never return. Now you need to think like a real wolf, and remember that there are only enemies around, waiting for the moment to attack. However, the narrative moves back several years before the apocalypse, where the dull sound of a gunshot is heard. Park Young trains his firearm skills and kills a wild boar without any problems. Old man Kim is surprised that his friend can bring down a large boar without even using a firearm. He also says that he has a hunting license, and even the state has praised his marksmanship skills. Park Young gets some information and realizes that the old man was a soldier, but his weapon will not save him from the coming horror. Looking around, he realizes that he needs to acquire the skills to monitor his surroundings. This is a particularly important task because there is a military base nearby that is of interest to many people. Both Korean and American troops are stationed at this base to maintain order. There is also a squad of hunters located here, which are fighters who specialize in fighting monsters. At the moment, his plan is extremely simple and consists of surrounding the base as soon as the war starts. After the explosion, the base will be in total disarray, so he puts on a CBRN suit and calmly takes out everything he needs from there. However, while he is pondering the details, an unexpected opportunity finds him, as the foreman turns out to be a very influential bandit. This man's name is Kim Won. He is a Chinese living in Korea and also a member of a criminal gang. Kim Won claims that the Western news is silent about this, but all of Inner Mongolia is suffering from monsters. Quite a few people die, and Kim Won understands perfectly well that the main character does not want to be among them, so he builds a bunker. Kim Won suggests that if Park Young built himself an entire bunker, he has enough money to afford more. Kim Won states that a strong bunker is certainly good, but a weapon wouldn't hurt, while Park Young carefully analyzes it. After thinking for a moment, he shakes his hand and offers to consider his proposal, but only after the construction is completed. At that moment, Park Young sees no reason to refuse such a tempting offer, but decides to prepare. He hires people to find out about Kim Won and find out that he is connected to another criminal gang. Park Young realizes that the goods they are going to sell him were taken from China and illegally shipped here. However, in this context, it is absolutely unimportant where the weapon was brought from, as long as it is of high quality. Kim Won meets with his partner and tells him that the guys will soon deliver the goods and there is not much time left to wait. Park Young reflects on how he needs as many weapons as possible to prepare for the problems to come. He also notices his business partner talking to someone on the phone and quickly figures out that it is his daughter. Park Young asks him how his daughter is feeling, to which he replies that she recently turned 7 years old. Kim Won speaks highly of his daughter and says that his comrades have finally arrived. Park Young moves closer to inspect the weapons, boxes, and goods contained within. He is delivered a small batch of AK rifles with a caliber of 7mm, 300 rounds of ammunition, and 3 magazines for them. Park Young begins to inspect the weapon, switching the fire selector and also checking how clean and lubricated it is. After some time, he realizes that the weapon is in good condition, which means the game is definitely worth the candle. After this, he places the machine on the box and pays the merchants to seal the deal. He looks closely at Kim Won, who is talking about something with his comrades who have already sat down in the truck. The man smiles and says that everything is fine in Korea, and they will be able to set up their business quite quickly. Park Young keeps a close eye on him, because in situations like this, you can't relax and take people at their word. Kim Won immediately justifies his suspicions and quickly approaches him, carefully placing his hand on the lying machine gun. He says he recently remembered that Pa Jung is going to live alone in the bunker, adding that it will not be an easy task. Park Young understands what his interlocutor is getting at, noting that problems do indeed arise when a person lives alone. Carefully grabbing the knife hidden in a special pocket, he asks if he really wants to help him. Kim Won, realizing that he won't be able to intimidate the main character, says that the owner here is Park Young, and he didn't mean to suggest anything like that at all. He grins and adds that he thought the shelter was so big in case someone decided to visit him, but he was wrong. Finally, he notes that if Park Young gets bored, he can contact them, because now he knows where they work. Kim Won tries to smooth things over by claiming it was just a bad joke, and adds that he is going to take his daughter there. In conclusion, he says that they will return to business and send the cartridges and clips a little later. Park Young watches him go, knowing that this man will come back to do what he couldn't do today. Park Young understands perfectly well that Kim Won will not be able to immediately go back to his homeland, which means he will need temporary shelter. For some time, he will have to live somewhere and defend himself somehow, and he simply has no more suitable candidate than Park Young's bunker. Moreover, this person knows perfectly well where the bunker is located, as well as its layout, which means he can get inside. Of course, in such situations the moral dilemma is resolved very quickly, because survival and one's own egoism are at stake. Park Young picks up the phone and asks Kim Won what he wants as he quickly approaches the bunker. The scoundrel grabs an axe and declares that he has decided to personally deliver the package, specifying where to leave it. Park Young continues to watch his opponent closely on the cameras, realizing that there is a bright side to the current situation. The bright side in this case is that Kim Won comes alone because he hoped to take everything on his own. Park Young decides to deal with this man as quickly as possible before other marauders come here. Without saying a word, a fierce fight breaks out between the two, with Kim Won rushing forward first. Park Young shows off his outstanding close combat skills as he easily dodges the bandit's swift strike. Immediately after this, he delivers a quick attack that instantly ends the battle, hitting Kim Won in the throat. Park Young immediately swings his arm to finish him off and not let him say a word or call for help. Kim Won asks in his native language who Park Young is and where he got his skills from. Park Young decides not to strike, realizing that his opponent is already defeated and crawling towards him on his knees. Kim Won grabs his legs and states that he will do anything if he can save him and help him recover from his injury. Park Young coldly replies that he can hardly do anything for him in such a situation. He also states that if he doesn't finish him off, he will still die from blood loss, and Kim Won asks to do everything quickly in that case. Park Young fulfills the last wish of the man who was ready to kill him, and delivers a swift, precise blow. While examining the bandit's body, he suddenly hears the phone in his pocket start to jingle loudly. Park Young understands that apparently the enemy did not come alone, so he urgently needs to find out who is calling. Picking up the phone, he sees that it is his little daughter calling, who is waiting for her father at home as soon as possible. After reading the message, he understands that this man acted not out of personal motives, but to save his daughter. But now, it is too late. After a month, the radiation level drops significantly, so it becomes possible to go to the base. Park Young carefully enters, and begins to search the hangars in search of anything useful and important. Quite quickly, he stumbles upon a real El Dorado in the form of a pile of weapons, which is enough for an entire group. In the end, his original plan works, and he obtains the most important thing to ensure a stable existence. Leaving the hangar, he discovers unpleasant evidence that not all residents were able to escape. Park Young still can't get Kim Won out of his head and wonders how things would have ended if he had survived. He tries to understand whether this man would have survived if he had not contacted him at all and lived an ordinary life. However, he decides not to dwell on the question for too long and turns around to head elsewhere. He still understands that this person's chances of surviving the apocalypse are extremely low. After a while, Park Young turns on a video where another man who built his bunker teaches everyone how to make felt dolls. The video that Park Young is now watching was recorded after the war began, and the fact that he is able to download it is a real miracle. The source of this video is a community of people who believe in the end of the world. Several years before the apocalypse, a very large entrepreneur launches the Galaxy Link satellite into orbit. That is why even after a nuclear war, people still have the internet, which everyone can get for free. Thanks to these technological advances, survivors can still keep in touch with each other and share experiences. The author of the video on making dolls gives detailed instructions on how to process protruding parts. After this, he shows the result to the public and claims that it is not so difficult if you develop perseverance and patience. Park Young repeats everything exactly as the teacher says in the video, but his performance is somewhere between mediocrity and horror. Park Young recalls seeing something similar in a village of cultists who worship obscene symbols. Exactly 1 year has passed since the start of the war, and the city streets continue to remain incredibly desolate for one reason. The bombing certainly ends, but more terrible enemies take over the entire region and bring it under their control. The government is losing control of the situation, and lately there has been more and more talk about refugees. There is also a steadily growing number of people who have not appeared online for a long time, which only means that they are meeting their sad end. After some time, these suspicions turn into fear and hatred, and Park Young decides to take them seriously. Park Young is well aware that there is ground for these suspicions, recalling a creepy user named Defender. This is a man nicknamed the Manhunter by forum users, and he has been posting about his exploits since the very beginning. The creepy killer constantly posts photos of himself killing tied-up people. This man does not kill for fun. The reason he does it is much more prosaic. All this is just a warning. Defender himself constantly writes that he will kill everyone whose territory intersects with his. Park Young decides to monitor the user's activity and realizes that he is becoming addicted to killing other people. Anyone who follows the actions of such a person on a regular basis will eventually become aggressive and suspicious. However, after some time, Park Young receives a creepy notification that makes him tense. The forum's notification system informs him that user number 337, who made the toys, has not been online for a long time. After some time, winter sets in, which is especially harsh in the conditions of a nuclear apocalypse. Meanwhile, users continue to desperately talk to each other, calculating who is still alive today and who is not. Over the past year, the number of inactive users has exceeded the number of active ones, and this is a bad sign. People are already getting used to the fact that others disappear, and no one knows when their turn will come. Park Young does not let his guard down for a second, and quickly detects people approaching his bunker. Taking a closer look at them, he realizes that they are the director and workers who participated in the construction of the bunker. Park Young is well aware that they have become marauders, and are now visiting all their old clients to rob them. Park Young muses that this is a kind of endorsement for his own product, and then heads to the armory. He understands that if they decide to visit him, he will greet them with the hospitality that is unique to him. Taking the weapon and ammunition, he also does not forget about his axe, which has served him faithfully for a long time. The criminal construction workers approach the bunker, discussing how long it will take them to get there. As they get closer, they find the door to the bunker open, and the leader says it could be a trap. Turning to his two subordinates, he orders them to go on reconnaissance. Covering themselves with a makeshift shield, they move further into the bunker, hoping for easy prey. After a while, they stumble upon a whole box of cigarettes and realize that they have found a real jackpot. One of the marauders says he doesn't like it and it all looks like bait. He is asked if there is a smell of a corpse in this bunker, and he decides to take a good sniff. Turning around, he tells his comrades that they don't have to worry. It smells absolutely normal here. The team captain tells them that they should look around, because there must be someone inside. Meanwhile, Park Young makes a quick dash forward to attack the unsuspecting opponents. He kicks one of their shields, causing it to crash into his comrade, forcing him to open fire. Park Young throws an axe at his opponent, realizing that it is impossible to dodge. Having quickly eliminated one of the opponents, he immediately rushes on, so as not to give the bandits time to come to their senses. With a powerful kick to the metal shield, he knocks it into the face of the protected fighter. Feeling death approaching, the criminal tries to beg for mercy, but Park Young quickly kills him. Park Young turns around and hears the bandit leader asking his comrades why they have gone silent. After this, he rushes into the depths of the bunker, realizing that there are still 3 opponents left to deal with. Meanwhile, a skirmish begins between the bandits, as a result of which they decide to change tactics. The leader suggests throwing some tear gas into the bunker to smoke out the person inside. Park Young realizes that their leader is indeed smart, but not everything in life goes according to plan. Without thinking twice, he hits the button to make the doors close as quickly as possible, and the tear gas plan fails. Meanwhile, the leader does not lose hope, declaring that they will find the ventilation shaft and smoke him out of there at any cost. He adds that he built this bunker himself, and there is only one exit, so the enemy will have no choice but to go outside. Park Young understands that the stake in the game they are all playing is their own lives, so there is no room for concessions. He also admits to himself that he didn't expect the fight against ordinary marauders to turn into such problems. However, his enemies still don't understand what kind of mess they've gotten themselves into. Thinking they know everything about the bunker, Park Young expands the bunker after the builders have finished their work in order to be ready for anything. The bandits have no idea what kind of unpleasant surprise awaits them in the near future. Park Young carefully opens the secret hatch and cautiously sticks his head out, preparing to set up an ambush. He manages to sneak up on his opponents and reach a prepared position. Meanwhile, the villains are preparing to throw a tear gas grenade straight into the ventilation. But their plan is not destined to come true. Park Young takes aim and immediately opens fire, trying to destroy all the enemies in one burst. The villains don't even have time to understand what's happening to them, while Park Young kills one after another with well-aimed shots. The leader is left alone, raises his hands and says that he surrenders, begging not to shoot. Park Young looks sternly at his opponent and asks him how many more people came with them. He also pokes the barrel right into the face of his interlocutor in order to make him talk more, and he declares that there is no one else. Park Young orders his captive to take all the bodies to the truck and carefully dump them into the back. However, after some time he discovers a creepy detail that makes him immediately rush to the body. A few moments later, he takes out a small felt doll that belonged to that same anonymous. Feeling rage quickly take control of his body, he hits his opponent in the face with the butt of his gun. After this, he takes a few steps towards him, demanding a slow explanation about what happened. He shows him the doll and asks if they really killed everyone who was in this shelter. The bandit claims that they didn't kill anyone there, because there was only one old man, and when they got there, he was already dead. Park Young is suspicious of this story and orders the criminal to take him there. It turns out that the road to this bunker is quite short and takes no more than 30 minutes by truck. Once inside, he immediately recognizes that this is exactly the bunker, since he had already managed to look at it on video. As he moves further, he mentally visualizes a scene in which someone shot this old man. Park Young has a gut feeling that it was some young man who, for some reason, killed the harmless old man. The pattern of this murder clearly points to only one user, which is Defender. Park Young approaches the dead man and discovers the same black garbage bag on his head. A recent post by Defender pops into his head, in which he shared a photo report after killing 2 people. Park Young realizes that a corpse can tell a lot more than people think, and he learns this during his past. Only after delving into his memories does he realize that a corpse can tell not only the cause of death, but also the circumstances. It is also possible to determine the murder weapon and how the fatal wound was inflicted. Especially gifted detectives can even discover patterns of criminal behavior just by examining the murdered person. Park Young has a military background, and during one of his sorties he goes to clear the area. He sums up his thoughts, realizing that Defender is the most obvious candidate for the role of the killer. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits asks the protagonist if he can let him go after he fulfilled his request. Park Young silently raises his machine gun, and Tot asks him why he is so heartless. He also states that he had reasons for doing this, because he is doing all this for the sake of the children, which he definitely has. Park Young ignores all these tearful pleas about how his children will die without him. He never spares a marauder who knows where he lives, as it is too dangerous for him. He also states that he has heard the excuse about children countless times, and is tired of it. After a while, Park Young emerges into the fresh air and realizes that he has been in the bunker long enough to appreciate the fresh air. He enjoys a short respite from the cold and worries, spending time in blissful peace and quiet in the sun. Enjoying the good weather, Park Young admits to himself that this is truly heaven on earth. However, everything comes at a price, and he quickly discovers that someone is watching him. He recalls a user named Dongton Mom, who wrote that he had recently seen a drone, and now someone was breaking into the shelter. In a series of posts, he said goodbye to everyone, declaring that if they broke in to see him, they would receive a gift from him. This post contained information about the methods and all the survivors who were on this site, which revealed the brutal truth. This truth was that the looters were becoming more and more inventive and cunning, and were also sitting on this site. On this day, everyone who was on this site understands that they will have to fight for their lives. As time goes by, group associations become more popular, but Park Young believes that the only way to survive is to go it alone. From his point of view, armed conflict is a last resort, and secrecy is the best way to survive. In this regard, you simply won't find a better territory than his, because there's nothing here, and absolutely nothing to profit from. To his incredible luck, a pack of mutated wild animals had recently settled here, which was very dangerous. After some time, news reaches him that crowds of radioactive zombies have begun to appear in the nearby area. However, a simple crowd of zombies does not become a sensation, since quite a few of them have already appeared in the infected world. What's most interesting is the fact that some survivor is shooting these crowds with a sniper rifle. Park Young reflects on the importance of always remembering that there is a bigger prize out there, so don't get cocky. Meanwhile, the marauders who decide to use drones to search for survivors are starting to get upset. They look at the main character and wonder where they can even hide in these wastelands. One of them asks his team if they searched well, suggesting that they simply got the wrong place. He is told that there is only one Air Force base here, so he must have misidentified the man's location. The operator is sternly advised to work harder, and he declares that he will definitely find his target. After that, he switches back to other drones to scan the area and stumbles upon something interesting. Looking closer, he discovers that there is a woman in military uniform on one of the buildings. After a detailed analysis of this military uniform, the looters realize that it is an American soldier. After this, one of them happily turns to his team, saying that he has found a better victim. The villain's surprise is enormous when he sees that his team has already been attacked by mutated dogs. In a few moments, all that remains of his partners is torn flesh and huge pools of blood. The few survivors in the car try to drive away, pressing the gas pedal as hard as possible. The driver wonders what to do with those who didn't have time to get into the car, but someone dissuades him. He is advised to keep his eyes on the road and continue to leave here before it is too late. However, the frightened driver cannot cope with the stress, which causes the car to immediately crash into the nearest pole. The drone operator is killed instantly, while the driver suffers a much less enviable fate. A giant mutated beast crawls into a car to bite off the head of a still living man. A week later, news that a group of marauders in a nearby area have been killed spreads throughout the site. Park Young realizes that the crash site and the death of the group is very close to his home. He also discovers that Dongtanmom has become active on the forum again, threatening to blow himself up. This time, this user writes about suicide again, asking for help from other people. However, this time the effect of the boy who cried out for wolves too many times comes into play. Nobody believes this user, despite the fact that this time everything turns out to be serious, and bandits really break into his house. However, this man has no choice, and actually blows himself up using a detonator. Park Young reads the comments and realizes that the defender appears to be near the area. Right now, he has much more important problems that he needs to deal with as quickly as possible. Having mastered the technology of quadcopters, he decides to go on reconnaissance and also stumbles upon a female sniper. After making sure that she shoots down absolutely all aircraft, he decides to get to know his neighbors. Park Young chooses the nighttime in order to get closer and not be noticed from afar. A girl armed with a sniper rifle suddenly opens fire, confident that her bullet will hit the target. Park Young sees radioactive zombies a few meters away from him getting shot in the head. He realizes that he has entered his neighbor's territory and decides to remain in the shadows. After analyzing the bullet holes, he realizes that the warning shots are too close to the intended targets. After thinking for a while, he comes to the conclusion that this girl has been through a lot, and therefore does not stand on ceremony. In some ways, it's even more dangerous than the defender, so you have to be even more careful. In fact, he comes here to find out more about his neighbor, whom he finds with the help of a drone. Judging by her hair, equipment, and weapons, she is a member of the US military, which was based here. At the start of the war, the US intercepts most of the nuclear missiles and defends the main territory. However, the problems start later, as they withdraw all their external combat assets, including from here. The thing is that they urgently need protection from the monsters that are starting to emerge from the oceans. Park Young realizes that as long as this girl is here, he will not be able to have complete control over the Air Force base. He also realizes that he would like to avoid clashes with armed soldiers, but now it becomes a matter of territory. While he has nothing against the US military, he does not want to live with a threat at his side. After some time, he finishes studying the behavior patterns of his neighbor. Park Young learns that the shooting stops every day at about the same time, without exception. Most likely this means that the girl is just going to bed, which means that this is the only time he can approach the building. The direct entrance is blocked by barricades, so the best option to get inside quietly is to use parkour skills. Park Young climbs onto the roof of another building and lunges forward to jump onto the ledge. He also does not make any unnecessary sounds, so the success rate of his operation is quite high. However, if he fails, he has literally nothing to rely on, so Park Young quickly climbs to the top. Having taken out his weapon, he immediately begins to inspect the building, checking every corner for a possible enemy. Looking around, he finds no one, realizing that he nevertheless needs to be on guard all this time. After that, he carefully climbs the stairs, feeling that he will soon reach the sniper's position. On the way to her shelter, he meets no one, however. As soon as he gets to the top, he sees a sleeping bag. Park Young hopes to avoid a collision when suddenly an order is heard from behind him to lower his weapon. He raises his hands, assuming that he has been spotted and an ambush has been set. The girl looks at him carefully and states that she will repeat it only once, ordering him to let go of the weapon. Park Young continues to act very slowly, analyzing the situation and planning his next steps. At a certain moment, he turns sharply, grabs the barrel of the gun and moves it to the side. The girl loses her guard and he closes the distance until he completely disarms her. Park Young relies on his close combat skills and knocks the weapon out of her hands. He also delivers a powerful knee strike directly to her thigh, aiming for the pain point. This is enough to knock the girl to the floor and disarm her for a while. Park Young finds that she still hasn't given up and is crawling towards some kind of weapon and decides to stop her attempt. Without thinking twice, he steps right on her back with his foot, hinting that he will not let her move any further. He aims straight at her head and says that he doesn't want things to come to a fight. He also adds that he initially comes here only to find out how many people are here. However, as he explores the building, he comes across an arsenal that could be seized by local looters. Park Young looks closely at his victim and says that she should have kept quiet and kept her head down. As he prepares to finish her off, he declares that the blame for her carelessness lies solely with her. Suddenly, the girl loudly addresses another person, ordering him not to look at what is happening. Park Young quickly takes out his gun and finds a child approaching him. The girl looks at the main character and her mother in fear, trying to understand what is happening. Pak Yung, who clearly didn't expect to see a child here, tries to understand how a seasoned soldier brought a girl here. Meanwhile, the female sniper takes advantage of her opponent's loss of vigilance and decides to counterattack. She manages to throw the protagonist aside and surprise him with the fact that she can still resist. Pak Yung realizes that he must finish her off, but the girl suddenly runs past him towards her daughter. Park Yung turns around in surprise and realizes that the mother is simply protecting her child, trying to cover him with her body. Park Yung initially assumes that the girl will rush for the rifle, since this is a more rational decision. Exhaling tensely, he realizes that this woman is not crazy at all, but simply found herself in an unfavorable jungle. Looking at her, he wonders how she was able to protect her daughter, finding herself in a foreign and destroyed territory. Pak Yung understands that there can be no conflict between them, but to be on the safe side, he kicks the gun away. After this, he points to his territory, declaring that this land belongs to him. He makes it clear with gestures that she can't go there, otherwise she will be shot in the head, and asks if she understands this. Looking at the child, he recommends that she stay here and keep an eye on her daughter so that she doesn't get into trouble. Park Yung mentally expresses the hope that the girl will understand his primitive language. The female sniper looks at him and asks if he has any medicine that can help her. Pak Yung asked her in surprise what exactly she meant, after which the girl decided to show him the wound. He understands that this injury is very serious, and that is why she was moving so slowly. After searching through his pockets, he throws her several packs of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. He tells her that this should help, and asks her to accept it as an apology for invading her space. After a short pause, the girl states that this is not what she meant and asks if he has drugs. Pak Yung thinks that such behavior is understandable, because in such a situation one wants to find any comfort. However, he says that drugs are not a cure-all and have never helped anyone. After this, he turns to the girl and asks how well she knows Korean. From that day on, he began to support them and regularly gave them painkillers and skim milk. After some time, he notes that there are noticeably more shots. Pak Yung analyzes the nature of these shots and realizes that it does not look like a shootout. Remembering the girl's face, he understands that even then she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Now it becomes clear that the girl is shooting not only at the enemies in her sights, but also at the demons in her head. After a while, the main character's face is illuminated by a sunbeam, forcing him to close one eye. This turns out to be a special maneuver to communicate with him from a tall building using Morse code. Pak Yung studies the signals for a while, and comes to the conclusion that he is being called to a familiar meeting place. Having run to the meeting, the little girl immediately calls the main character. She fearfully reports that her mother is ill, and it is clear from her eyes that she is not lying. Pak Yung moves on, admitting to himself that he would never have guessed what awaits him inside. The entire shelter turns out to be littered with American symbols, because that's the only thing she could come up with to replace the drugs. When it's time to bandage, the sniper girl says that the marauders have RPGs, and they operate both day and night. Pak Yung realizes that the looters are coming here because of the sound of gunshots, and the girl's leg condition is getting worse. The blame for everything lies with delayed treatment and the lack of quality medications during a national apocalypse. The girl hugs her daughter and says that she misses her home, family, friends, and her native language. However, her home is overseas, and she is unlikely to be able to return there anytime soon. After some time, she again asks the protagonist if he has drugs to dull the pain. Park Yung is momentarily transported into a memory where she sees a woman protecting her daughter from zombies. Returning to reality, he says that even if he had something, he would not give anything, because you can't escape from reality. After this, he states that he can only help a little by dealing with the marauders who are bothering her. However, he immediately sets a condition, saying that he will need a weapon to deal with them. After some time, the action moves to the camp of marauders, who decide to spend the night not far from her shelter. Pak Yung is waiting for the rain, as there is no better moment to leave his territory. The rain seriously limits visibility, and the cold forces people to huddle in groups around the fire. Pak Yung looks around and discovers a crate of missiles that could be useful for clearing out buildings. He also steals a grenade launcher and prepares to fire at a group of enemies. The marauders still don't suspect anything, although there are only a few minutes left before their actions are completed. As soon as one of them hears a suspicious sound, it is already too late, as an anti-personnel missile has caught up with them. Park Yung tries to thin out his opponents with his first attack so he doesn't have to fight for long. A string of explosions moves his case in the right direction, but more opponents survive than he expected. The marauders gradually begin to run for cover, but Pak Yung successfully shoots them down with accurate shots. Luckily, the assault rifle he borrowed from his partner is still in good condition. Pak Yung quickly moves forward, taking advantage of the commotion that has not yet died down. Each of his shots reaches its target thanks to his coolness and precise movements. However, Any surprise sooner or later comes to an end, depriving one of any advantage. The same thing happens to the hero, as the enemies come to their senses and start firing randomly in his direction. Pak Young, having a lot of experience living in such conditions, quickly hides behind cover to disappear from sight. The marauders begin to talk to each other and wonder who attacked them. Several of them decide to flank the enemy, but are quickly shot down. Pak Young leaves only one enemy alive, saying that he understands why they are drawn to the light, but that is what destroyed them. Taking the axe, he states that he got very cold while waiting in the rain, so it's better to sort it out quickly. Coming closer, he says that, like the man who asked him to deal with them, he misses home very much. After some time, the action moves to the cozy bunker of the main character, which has become even better during all this time. When it's all over, Pak Jung returns to his comrades and calls them both to the bunker to get some treatment. A little girl asks him why there is a toilet in the very center, and Park Young tells her not to ask questions. Meanwhile, he continues to bandage his ally, hoping that her leg will now be completely healed. He also notices a girl who is carefully examining the shelter and says that he did everything he could. He tries to reassure her by claiming that he did everything just as it was in the video, so everything should be fine. The sniper girl only nods briefly, not even looking up at her savior. Pak Young understands that such a bandage is unlikely to immediately put her back on her feet, because he can only treat external wounds. However, issues of healing emotional wounds are clearly not his strong point, but he does have a couple of aces up his sleeve. Looking back at his laptop, he realizes that he has finally found a miracle cure for the desperate sniper. He immediately draws her attention to the forum where he sits and suggests that she just take a look. Park Young understands that the American domain of this site is the main one. It has many more users, which means she will be able to find friends. The girl is surprised, asking what it is, and expresses hope that it is related to her home country. Park Young replies that he is not lying to her and suggests that they write something to start a conversation. The girl carefully leaves a couple of messages on behalf of Park Young, and other users immediately begin to respond. Time is running out, and another Christmas is coming. The free decorating game is gaining popularity on the internet. The main character's tree remains almost empty, since he has no popularity, which cannot be said about other users. Park Young studies the Defender user's tree with interest, admitting to himself that he expected nothing less. After some time, the sniper's daughter, Sue, contacts him by radio to check the connection. He asks her how her mother is feeling, to which the girl replies that she dozed off and wanted to ask for the laptop. Park Young can't help but think back to the moment when the sniper girl finally decides to trust him. She says her name is Rebecca, then introduces her little daughter and asks his name. Park Young gives his name, but it turns out to be similar to an American curse word, so he introduces himself as Skeleton. He promises Sue that he will bring her the laptop, and she thanks him, saying that it is very important to them. Before hanging up, she loudly wishes him a Merry Christmas. Park Young doesn't expect such sincerity from a child, which is why he initially just freezes. However, after some time, a smile appears on his face, and he wishes the same, expressing hope that everything will be fine with them. After some time, he receives a notification that someone has decorated his tree, and Park Young decides to find out who did it. This user turns out to be a well-known person who goes by the pseudonym John Nennan. Park Young stares at the monitor screen for a long time, not believing that he saw this man again. After some time, he wonders who and why decided to draw parallels between the two of them. Park Young knows very well who this ghost is. Moreover, he knows him very well. The server of the site where Park Jung is located on a separate satellite, and there is a lot of illegal information there. It is the largest anonymous information resource dedicated to the apocalypse, used by people from all over the world. At least that's how it's promoted, but in reality it's only accessible by subscription. Park Young wonders if there is any point in spending money to read the empty speeches of some rich people. Initially, he starts using this forum to get information, but he never finds anything useful. He even gets the sensible idea to invest all his funds in bunkers, but he stumbles upon important information. That same user writes an entire article about how important it is to use fake bunkers. When it comes to long-term survival, the benefits of fake bunkers cannot be overstated. These structures can be used for reconnaissance and surveillance purposes, or simply to mislead attackers. Park Young continues reading the article, which talks about how to plant explosives in a fake bunker. This way you can get rid of all attackers with the press of a single button in case of emergency. Park Young reflects that there are many very well thought out ideas in this man's article. After this, he decides to find out what this person does, and whether it is possible to somehow talk to him. Thus, a new star quickly gains popularity in the community. Naturally, people become curious about who he is and what he does, and they try to find out. After some time, he decides to respond to the forum users by posting a piece of his photo, which shows that he is a hunter. About 10 years ago, strange phenomena called rifts began to appear all over the world. Soon, Terrible creatures, which are simply called monsters, begin to emerge from the cracks. Each country is engaged in creating units to fight them, and thus, hunter units are born. As soon as another large monster is spotted, a signal is received about the beginning of the invasion, and a rapid response team moves there. Hunters are armed to the teeth to deal with such serious threats. These soldiers fight in the most difficult conditions, and of course, suffer heavy losses. But such is the price. The world is on the brink of destruction, so everything must be done to survive. Park Young is also a hunter and is briefly drawn into memories of his service. He had a squad that also consisted of the most elite and well-trained fighters with incredible skills. The identities of top-class hunters are kept as a state secret, because each of them is a valuable employee. Park Young is well aware that judging by his license, he is not one of the top hunters. However, his certification enhances his credibility, as he has extensive knowledge in many areas. Very quickly, he becomes the most popular and influential person in the entire community. But popularity does not come alone. Of course, if everyone is watching and admiring, a huge number of other people begin to envy. Many people are trying their best to pick on his every word in order to expose and insult him. All the attacks of these losers in any case turn out to be so unfounded that they are not capable of tarnishing his reputation. Park Young is then confident that John Nennen is not a fool and will not respond to his pathetic, envious people. However, after some time, he does answer, and it's completely different from what Park Young expected. The entire community reacts extremely coolly to this prank, considering that revealing one's identity over such nonsense is nonsense. It also comes up that he has the lowest rank a hunter can have. Park Young thinks that John Nennen ruined everything with this prank, and would have been better off continuing to write informational posts. However, John Nennen does not stop there and continues to act, which surprises everyone. Park Young is surprised to find that the man is announcing a fan meeting and decides to face his problems head-on. The first meeting takes place exactly 600 days before the so-called Day X. John Nennen says his real name is Kyle and says he's thrilled to see everyone. The first meeting with fans turns out to be small, as only 9 people show up. John Nennen approaches the waitress and says he wants to order as much pork belly as his friends can eat. The woman replies that there are only 10 of them, so she will cook 10 portions of pork. John Nennen claims to be on a diet, but as soon as food appears on the table, he immediately pounces on meat and beer as if he hadn't eaten for a long time. After this, 2 middle-aged men, who apparently are not poor, talk and decide to go home. Park Young realizes that he came there expecting something much more impressive, and now he is a little disappointed. John Nennen says that there will be a war soon, and it will most likely be started by China, because they have serious problems with faults. Park Young realizes that he is hearing things that would be known to anyone interested in the matter. John Nennen suddenly turns his attention to the protagonist and asks who he is and what his name is on the forum. Park Young states that he is a user named Skelton, and John Nennen asks him about the progress of the bunker's construction. Park Young replies that he has new problems every day, and he can't find a company to make fuel tanks. John Nennen said he had heard of the problem, and hadn't come up with a good solution yet. However, he also asked Park Young if he wanted John Nennen to try to resolve his issue. Park Young can't believe his ears, but John Nennen explains that he will ask in different places, and maybe something will come up. He smiled and said that there is a 6-degree relationship rule that he firmly believes in. Taking the phone, he immediately dialed a familiar number and said that he needed a company that deals with fuel tanks. After some time, the main character already receives 2 huge fuel tanks, into which gasoline can be loaded. Park Young assesses their condition as satisfactory, realizing that he was still able to bring the bunker to its proper state. Despite the bad first impression, this man turns out to be a useful ally who can easily bring people together. He continues to organize meetings, and the latest ones attract about 80 people. Park Young understands that more and more people gather here each time, but it doesn't do much good. Suddenly, John Nennen approaches him again and asks if he can spare a minute of his time. They go outside and Park Young sincerely doesn't understand what this strange man wants. John Nennen speaks rather slowly, as he is slightly drunk and is having trouble containing his embarrassment. He suddenly asks if Park Young is a hunter, as he looks very much like one. Park Young is taken aback by this question, and doesn't even know what to answer about his past activities. John Nennen admits that he is constantly haunted by the feeling that he has seen Park Young before. Park Young remains silent, trying to avoid answering, while John Nennen claims that he is almost certain of it. For a second, Park Young even doubts and tries to think of something to make up to avoid the truth. By the time he turns around to honestly admit that he used to work as a hunter, John Nennen has already disappeared. A group of television people surround him, informing him that a reporter is already waiting for him to give important comments. John Nennen tries to slow down a bit and says that he was talking about something important with the boy. They add that unless it's urgent, you need to go inside because the TV won't wait. Someone shouts at him who this skeleton is, and adds that he has more important things to do now. John Nennan notices the beautiful reporter and smiles, saying that he seems to be beginning to understand the situation. This is how John Nenan's popularity begins to emerge, falling on him like an avalanche. Park Young just gives him a stern and cold look, not daring to say another word. This turns out to be their last live meeting, after which John Nennan becomes a real star and performs on many broadcasts. He also doesn't stop there and begins giving lectures all over the world, monetizing his fame. He even provides special consultations to the rich, working hard. Thanks to his fame, he achieves visible success, despite the fact that his real deeds were not so great. The main springboard for its success turns out to be the site's users, who were initially considered just a gathering of people. The forum users worship him as a god, and he watches their reactions, believing that they will follow him no matter what. It is this thought that ultimately becomes the cause of John Nenan's downfall, who becomes a victim of his own popularity. An entire army of detectives takes up the investigation and obtains a huge amount of evidence that he is stealing information. John Nennan is riding his popularity wave fast, but he's falling even faster, and people who love to bully him are only making it worse. John Nennan was a simple and naive man, and made no attempt to defend himself against criticism of unfounded suspicions. The last significant merit of his life will forever remain in the history of the forum, since he wished health to someone else's mother. Thus, the star of the Apocalypse website becomes an outcast and fades away rather quickly. In the end, the lawsuit filed against him was pointless, because the bomb went off before the hearing began. Now Park Young wonders who drew a parallel between them and hung a balloon with such a name. At first, one might think that this was just a coincidence, but there is a possibility that the user John Nennan himself reminded us of himself. It's not easy to find an answer to this question, so Park Young decides to turn to an old friend. He writes to the user Fox Games, who is the creator of this game, and therefore has the source code. In addition to the source code, this person can track down who left the message on Park Young's tree. The developer promised to tell him who left the ball on his tree if Park Young explained why he needed it. Park Young has no idea how all this will turn out in the end, and calmly awaits an answer from his comrade. He also admits to his interlocutor that he is driven by simple curiosity, after which he receives the contacts of user 180 centimeters. The radio broadcasts a message that the world as we know it has been destroyed, but they are still alive. The receiver reported that the state had opened a disaster response headquarters and was distributing supplies. Park Young realizes that he only has 3 days of food and water left, but he has no choice but to trust these supplies. Looking at his supplies, he realizes that he has no hope for the state, because it will fall anyway. However, as long as this concept still lives in people's minds, he can take advantage of it, which is why he builds a bunker closer to the city. For clothing, he decides to choose the most ordinary items so as not to attract unnecessary attention. After making sure that there is no one around the bunker, he prepares to set off. Walking forward on the concrete floor of the bunker, he realizes that it is time to see what the city looks like. A year and a half later, he goes for the first time to the city that he once considered his home. But now there is little left of it. However, the journey is extremely boring. He has almost nothing to remember. But the sight of the city evokes conflicting emotions in him. The landscape that opens up in these ruins surprises Park Young, and it is difficult for him to comprehend everything that has happened. As he reaches the official entrance to the city, he feels a strong sadness wash over him. However, this sadness is quickly replaced by joy associated with the understanding that in the new world he remains himself. Looking around, he notices several soldiers in khaki uniforms piling up corpses. After dousing the bodies of the destroyed infected with gasoline, they decide to burn them to prevent the spread of the infection. Park Young watches the flames for a long time, realizing that if he had not been careful, he would have ended up in the place of these infected. The building that houses the National Committee is a huge, dilapidated, multi-story building. The girl approaches the main character and informs him that complaints and reports of crimes are submitted to another window. Park Young calmly replies that he came to meet Director Sung Hoon. He also hands the girl his hunting ID, which he had kept all this time just in case. Park Young adds that the director must deal with the aftermath of the disaster. He asks the girl to say that Park Young is looking for him, and notes that they were in military school together, and the director will remember him. The National Committee is the institution responsible for the governance and reconstruction of the country. Currently, this institution serves as both the administrative and military center of South Korea. Of course, the highest leadership positions in the organization are occupied by hunters due to their training. Park Young reflects on the fact that he is unlikely to be wanted, and the feeling is mutual, as the relationship between them has been strained. However, all this is done so that the duty personnel understand that he is familiar with the manager. One of the employees approaches the main character and asks if he can exchange a few words with him. He tries to find out about the situation at the front, but Pak Jung replies that he has long been suspended from service. Pak Jung only has a rough idea of what the situation is like at the front, given the nature of the war they are fighting. Now the quality of the soldiers is much more important than their quantity, but Pak Jung understands that he will not return to this unit. The employee reports that he heard that Pak Jung was once a hunter. Park Jung realizes that the man didn't just come up to him and asks who sent him. At first he assumes that the manager himself decided to send a scout to him to find out the details. A little later, the young man states that Kim Daran sent him, causing Park Jung to widen his eyes in surprise. He immediately dives into memories of how he raised his ally, explaining that she shouldn't care about other people's opinions. He taught her an important lesson that the ends justify the means, and that was all she needed to know. He also adds that in today's world everything comes down to simple rules that must be followed. Kim Daran is waiting for the main character, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. She adds that she knows him too well, so she will get straight to the point. Looking at him with a calm and expressive gaze, she explains that they are desperate for hunters. Park Jung says that he could ask why he was chosen, but from his point of view, it doesn't make sense. He reminds her of his promise to no longer work for the government, but she states that in today's world, promises mean nothing. Park Jung is aware of the unbridgeable gap between what is desired and what is real, which is demonstrated by the difference between them. The protagonist explains that this is why he left, to never do this again. Kim Daran reports that manager Lee Han also made such a request. The girl adds that she is definitely not offended by him, emphasizing that at least they are in a safe position. Biting her lip in irritation, she notes that the world has changed since Lee Han took the higher seat. She assumes that Park Jung is well aware of the current situation and what is happening around him. There is a long and forced pause between the two old comrades. Park Jung is well aware of what is really going on because he closely follows all the events on the internet. However, this is the problem, because he does not want to throw himself back into the meat grinder from which he barely escaped. Kim Daran apologizes to him and asks if he knows about the Papung group, which is currently going on a monster hunt. The girl asks him for a favor, to put on a show there, adding that this will not send him to the front lines. After thinking for a moment, he agrees, and adds that everything in this world has changed except for himself. Every Korean is interested in the question of what will happen to the Chaebol if the end of the world comes. One day, internet users found the bunker of one of these magnates. Park Jung understands that a man with trillions in his account can afford a lot to protect himself and his loved ones. Since the world is destroyed, this was the rational choice of the majority, and it is difficult to blame the rich for such behavior. However, as we know, there are always deviations from the norm, and Papung Group makes an appointment with him a month after talking with Kim Daran. The company's new headquarters, designed by a British architect, was famous throughout the globe. However, it was not completed due to the outbreak of war, and Pak Jung was forced to freeze all the way to the 55th floor. After some time, he finally reaches the meeting room, where previously only the best of the best could enter. Basically, nothing has changed since then, since the rich tend to group together. Park Jung realizes that he is only here as an observer, since they do not even turn around when they notice his presence. He also finds a man with a workman's ID, trying to figure out what the point of their activities is without electricity. One of the rich men approaches the main character, saying that he heard that he used to be a hunter. Park Jung extends his hand, but the rich man immediately takes the tablet and doesn't even bother to greet him. Park Jung is surprised by such treatment, and, in response to the rich man's questions, names his merits with obvious understatement. He answers the first thing that comes to mind, so as not to end up somewhere at the front. The man with gold jewelry continues to tensely write something down on his tablet. Park Jung muses that if bureaucracy were a person, it would look exactly like this man. This is not surprising, because most likely, all the people working for corporations do not change even after the end of the world. Suddenly a very beautiful girl approaches him and says that she thought he was a hunter. After a short pause, she reports that a horde of zombies has appeared in the Papung Group industrial complex. She adds that they tried to gather people, but were not professionals, so they turned to the National Committee for help. The girl is seriously surprised that even now, when literally everything is collapsing, people sacrifice themselves for the sake of the company. A sad smile appears on her face, and she states that in today's world, nothing can be achieved through loyalty to a company. From her point of view, all these people are crazy, and sacrificing oneself is absolutely pointless. After this, she looks at the protagonist with excitement, and says that her father is still there, like many others. Handing him her business card, she explains that he is a hunter, so only he can help her. She clarifies that her father's name is Hank Song, and he is the company representative to whom the team will be sent. With an objective look, she states that she will try to repay him in full if he can save her father. It becomes obvious that the fate of her relative is very important to this girl, so Pa Jung finds herself in an awkward position. A few moments later, the man who interviewed him speaks loudly to him, telling him it is time to move on. Park Young asks where they are going and is told that he will find out everything on the spot. He turns to the girl and says that he will warn her in advance, since he cannot promise anything. As he leaves, he states that hunters are not gods, and common people still do not understand this. Park Young speculates that the Korean economy is designed in such a way that waterless roads and trade routes will lead to its collapse. Some companies are still holding on, but the outcome is already decided, and Papung is no exception. The weapons located at their plant are mind-boggling, as there is a whole fleet of equipment there. Park Young looks at the third-generation tanks that have undergone modernization and understands that these people are not to be trifled with. One of the military officials appears before him, informing him that they have arrived here just in time. He introduces himself as San Ming and adds that he will be a consultant on the upcoming mission. He also reveals that he is a former hunter, and Park Young understands that such people will be treated specially. After a while, when the planning phase comes, he says that they must use all available resources at once. Others have expressed doubts, saying that there are 1,000 zombies on the premises, and the operation has been delayed. Sun Ming states that he did this on purpose, as zombies have a severely limited lifespan if they do not feed. Smiling, he clarifies that the lifespan of a zombie is about a month, so most of them are already dead or on the verge of dying. From his point of view, it is simply necessary to destroy the remains of the armored personnel carriers, and some officials are beginning to think that he knows what he is talking about. Park Young, however, decides to remain silent for a while to wait for the outcome of the situation. After some time, the matter reached the chairman of Papung, named Heng Hol, who had been closely following the discussion. After thinking for a while, he says that if the issue can be resolved quickly, then he agrees with the proposed plan. Meanwhile, Park Young is thinking that Sang Ming has a handsome face and a confident voice, and even he almost believed him. San Ming turns to the protagonist and asks what he thinks about the proposed plan. Park Young decides not to pretend and says that this all seems like a big mistake to him. He explains that he believes zombies do not die, but rather go into suspended animation. This suspended animation allows them to almost completely restore their metabolism, which significantly increases their lifespan. He also points out that fresh human flesh is supplied to the complex on a continuous basis. Looking at the map, he concludes that a different strategy needs to be developed. Park Young doesn't care that many people will die if the strategy is wrong, but he doesn't want to take responsibility. Park Young adds that he doesn't like the idea of using armored vehicles, as zombies have excellent hearing and smell. He notes that if the technique is used, a huge number of zombies from all over the area will immediately come running to them, which is an obvious fact. Park Young also expressed doubts about deploying all combat resources at once. He continues to outline a detailed plan, but San Ming abruptly interrupts him with an irritated tone. Sun Ming claims that Park Young probably read the beginner's booklet for a reason, but Park Young claims that planning ensures success. In his opinion, if the plan is initially bad, there is no point in talking about success. Sang Ming finally loses her patience and tries to yell at Park Young, but he only turns away. Park Young has long since lost the need for approval from people like this, because he focuses on completely different people. Among those present was the father of the girl they were asking to save, and now it was time to act. Coming closer, he explains that when he gives the signal, you will need to run immediately. In the end, San Ming convinces his superiors of the correctness of his controversial plan, which, of course, fails. There were too many enemies and they were not weakened, so they were able to break through the machine guns. San Ming stubbornly continues to command, but all his decisions turn out to be completely useless. The soldiers suffered huge losses due to poor planning, as many monsters came running at the sound of gunfire. Moreover, the enemies that come from the rifts turn out to be even more dangerous. San Ming claimed that the necromancers were no threat without their subordinates, but in reality, things turned out differently. These monsters, the enemies of humanity, unleash all their might on the advancing soldiers. Park Young warns the woman's father, who is nearby, in time to escape immediately. Humanity is unable to defeat these monsters because they possess excessive strength and powerful abilities. Kim Daran thanks Park Young for his help and notes that after such a failure, the chairman will calm down. She also calmly adds that the chairman wanted to meet with him and discuss everything. Park Young has no idea what this man wants, but decides not to refuse anyway. As he climbs up, he asks himself why he agreed after all. From his point of view, even a fool could understand that they were looking for a replacement for Sang Ming since he had failed the mission. However, looking back at himself in the past, he suggests that he was simply overcome by curiosity. Few would refuse the pleasure of watching entire conglomerates fall apart. Even now, the chairman does not refuse expensive food that only a few can afford. The man looks into Park Young's past and is impressed, but Park Young reminds him that the past is in the past. The chairman states that according to rumors, even Lee Han cannot compare to Park Yung, despite the latter's legendary status. He reminds Park Yung that they were on the same team with other rescuers who became legends. Afterwards, he asks what Park Yung thinks about returning both rescuers to the firmament in exchange for resources. Park Yung says he can only wish him luck and leave, while the chairman plans to run the complex again. He tells the story of how he was an illegitimate child and had virtually no chance, but then he defied the odds and achieved a lot, and now he is going to do the same. He no longer expects Park Yung to join him, but at least wants to get advice on how to defeat the monsters. Park Yung understands that sometimes the people at the helm are incredible fools, like this entrepreneur to the core. His immeasurable stupidity completely trampled the main character's phlegmatic nature, and he decided to give him a hint. That is why he decides to share valuable knowledge on how to fight the necromancers who have entered the complex. However, it is always impossible to win, and after some time a list of victims who died during the operation is published on the radio. Park Yung listens carefully to the broadcast and realizes that Hank Song, whom he tried to save, fortunately was not among the dead. After some time, he receives a notification on the forum about the fall of another chaebol. Park Yung looks at the photographs and realizes that the story of the leader of this group is not yet complete. He finds it strange that in an era when conglomerate bosses are abandoning their workers, some are still hiding behind walls. However, one entrepreneur continues to work and be faithful to his business, even after death. He also leads the workers who also died and takes on the new role of their dead subordinates. The main character travels through the ruins of the city and comes across a grandmother who feeds cats. He greets her politely and recommends that she stop feeding stray cats. Looking at his grandmother, he explains that this could be dangerous as it could attract predators. The grandmother looks him straight in the eyes for a long time, and then, without saying a word, turns around and leaves. After some time, these mutated cats grow to enormous sizes, but still come to Grandma. It's hard to believe now, but when the Chinese government was still in power, South Korea sent a team of hunters to help. Monsters emerge from the rifts, and the first countries they reach die out pretty quickly. The dispatch of the detachment is not so much an expression of goodwill as a pragmatic solution to the situation, given that Korea could be next. During one of the missions in China, Park Jung manages to catch a huge rat, which is delivered for research. Scientists are discovering strange mutations in animals near faults and calling it a phenomenon. Park Jung understands that this will not lead to anything good, and sooner or later, these animals will simply be eaten. Grandma says she doesn't care about it and adds that Park Jung shouldn't worry about her. Every time he meets her while searching for resources, they have the same conversation, but the grandmother refuses to listen to him. Over time, Park Jung gives up trying to reason with her, realizing that she is an adult and should have her own head on her shoulders. He continues his training in creating felt dolls, but still cannot create anything even close to the average. After a while, the doll begins to hiss desperately, and he tries to understand who is contacting him. Hearing the familiar voice of Kim Duran, he winces, realizing that she will have to entrust him with another task. He asks her the reason, and the girl apologizes, explaining that she wanted to ask him for something. Park Jung reminds him that they agreed that she would not bother him anymore, but the girl claims that the matter is urgent. She clarifies that this applies to him too, since he lives next to an Air Force base and an apartment complex. Park Jung explains that he no longer hunts because he has neither the skills, equipment, nor the desire. Kim Duran states that he is not asking him to go there alone and will send experts to help him. Park Jung asks who they are talking about, and the girl replies that a freelance hunter will be sent to help. The man greets the protagonist and asks if he is the person the committee contacted. The young man extends his hand in greeting and introduces himself as Sam Khan. Park Jung reveals that he is a former hunter and will help him in the battle against dangerous mutants. Sam Han recognizes Park Jung and clarifies that he belongs to the legendary 13th class of hunters. He clarifies that they studied at the same school, but he himself was in the 12th grade. He grins and says that he didn't expect to meet Park Jung here, expecting to meet a mediocre guy looking for a side job. He showers him with compliments, noting that Park Jung himself from the legendary 13th grade was standing next to him. Park Jung looks at him sternly, making it clear that she doesn't want to discuss this topic any further. After a short pause and in a stern voice, he says that he would prefer to avoid this topic as much as possible in the future. Sam Khan claims that this will not be a problem and apologizes for the inconvenience caused. After some time, they reach an area where a large amount of blood is visible everywhere. Park Jung wonders what happened here, and Sam Han confirms that it happened exactly as he assumes. He notes that along the way he still observed the surroundings, and the mutants were heading towards them, since they already know the taste of humans. Smiling, he notes that cats are cats after all, so after a couple of shots they run away. Park Jung understands that if a person hunts mutants alone, It means that he has a high rank and is quite brave. Sam Khan says he's basically managing on his own, as the hunt is going quite well. He corners the mutants and plans to finish them off with explosives to give them no chance to escape. After this, with annoyance in his voice, he explains that someone intervened and did not allow him to finish what he started. Now, due to the intervention of an annoying civilian, we will have to find the hideout of these scoundrels and finish them off. Park Young understands what kind of civilian he is talking about, and looks at his colleague with understanding. It's already getting dark, but the grandmother who feeds the cats is still walking the streets, calling them by name. Park Young and his friend lie in wait to use the grandmother as bait. Park Young realizes that she is the one feeding the local cats, and they will soon come out of their hiding place. His guess turns out to be 100% correct, as they soon hear sounds coming from the mutants' location. The cats look around in fear and come out into the light in front of their grandmother, who finally finds them. Park Young and Sam Han exchange glances, and then one of them gives the signal to act. Park Young nods and they both run out of cover, aiming their guns at the angry cats. Almost immediately, they open fire to give the cats no chance to escape or attack. Ignoring the screams of the terrified grandmother, they continue to shoot to eliminate the threat. Park Young dodges the sharp claws that could leave bloody slashes on him. Sam Khan quickly comes to the aid of the protagonist and throws forward a small charge of plastic explosive, which has sufficient power. Despite the danger, the grandmother rushes forward to protect the cats from the flying explosives. At the last moment, she remembers that her own family abandoned her and did not let her go home. At a critical moment, the cats come to the rescue, and the grandmother directs them to a safe place. The woman, having no hope, decides to follow the cats and ends up in a safe area. Park Young watches the aftermath of the explosion and asks Sam Han if he really doesn't shy away from anything. Sam Khan smiles and explains that in today's world it is necessary to clearly distinguish between desires and reality. The fall of large companies is like a major plane crash. Park Young speculates that even without a driving force, the object flies by inertia before colliding with the ground. However, at a certain point it begins to fall sharply and crashes onto the ground with a roar. As he watches a US plane fly overhead, he realizes that this is not the first time he has seen this. While preparing his dinner, he again thinks about how people cannot do without entertainment, and that is how they are made. There is nothing wrong with this, since entertainment serves as a cure for fatigue and creates the illusion of meaning. The main character also has a source of illusory meaning, to which he devotes a lot of time. We are talking about the very forum where he is already a regular. Now the forum has lost its original meaning, since preparation for the coming end of the world is too late. The most terrible event, which consisted of the apocalypse, is long gone. In a world where people live alone, the forum has become a community where they simply talk about their lives. In essence, it is an ordinary online community that existed until the end of the world. Here you can publish posts, comments, messages, and also get into a separate section of the best forum participants. Park Young is proud to have recently made it into this section, thanks to a very interesting post. The whole point is that he decided to talk about the meeting with the chairman using a witty but restrained style. Perhaps he had a talent for writing such things. Or people were interested in the details of the lives of oligarchs, but he collected a lot of likes. However, at the same time, someone publishes news that collects a storm of attention throughout the community. The news concerns a lottery organized by the National Committee for Combating the Consequences of the Crisis. Tickets were handed out to anyone who wanted them, like rations, so anyone could get them if they wanted. Participants receive tickets every 3 days in a separate designated place. The lottery brightens up the gray everyday life, bringing something into it other than hard work, and is gaining incredible popularity. Some people are given extra rations or essential items, but the main prize is a voucher for accommodation. We are talking about a residential complex that is capable of independently providing itself with food, electricity, and also being well protected. There are separate discussions on the forum about whether all this is fake or something real. Over time, people's opinions gradually shift to the positive side, when suddenly one of them wins the lottery. This person's nickname is M9, and Park Young once met him at an event organized by John Neenan. The community reacts strongly to his post, with a huge number of comments appearing under it. Perhaps after this, luck blinds the user and he begins to behave incredibly strangely. Being a simple person, he gives in to arrogance and starts writing to everyone about how great he is. He also tells them that they are absolute worms trying to escape from reality. He accuses them of having no dreams or hope, and claims that they will sooner or later be killed by marauders. M9 gloats at the reaction he gets, but Park Young isn't too sold on the idea. Even basic services rely entirely on brute labor, and the National Committee does not have such resources. Park Young does not believe that South Korea can afford this, and considers it more like propaganda for the people. Without thinking twice, he contacts Kim Daran and asks her if there is a chance that the complex will actually be built. Kim Daran decides that she won't beat around the bush in front of her old friend and will tell everything as it really is. Lighting a cigarette, she explains that hope is just a mirage that doesn't really mean anything. Looking up at the sky, she reports that they are moving to another city and will most likely be done by next spring. Looking at the large plain, she declares that Seoul has no chance of remaining an inhabitable city. She asks Park Jung not to tell anyone about this, since the information is classified. Park Jung understands that the government is deciding to abandon the capital, thinking about the fact that he does not live there. But the feeling is still strange. The thing is that life in a bunker has its own nuances, because it does not distinguish between day and night, and the food remains monotonous. However, the knowledge that the capital is nearby helps him cope with hardships and adversity. Kim Daran asks him not to spread the word, but the temptation to do so is, of course, great. Park Jung watches as users heatedly discuss the topic of moving into a mansion. Of course, all these dreams were destined to remain in oblivion, and if he wrote about it, he would become famous. Luckily for everyone else, Park Jung has the patience of a saint, so he didn't say a word. Some more time passes, and another transport plane flies over the destroyed city. Park Jung arranges a meeting with the supplier, receiving seeds for cultivation as a commodity. He says that this suits him, after which he hands over a package, which his friend immediately snatches from his hands. Park Jung recommends checking everything first, knowing that seeds are more valuable than gold. His interlocutor carefully rereads the contents and confirms that everything is in order. Park Jung looks back at the line and hears the voices of other people mocking them. One of them wonders, since when people have been lining up to win the jackpot. The workers in line advise not to pay attention to this idiot. Park Jung asks who they are, and is told that they are lottery winners who could potentially move into the mansion. Park Jung looks at the arrogant people who think they have won everything in this life, and realizes that they are in for a cruel disappointment. After some time, the military reports that the distribution of supplies is finished for today, since the committee has reduced the quota for each region. People begin to rebel, realizing that something is wrong, and rumors spread among them that the government is abandoning them. In such desperate times, people are willing to do anything to feed themselves and their families, so chaos may soon begin. The truck tries to move, but people see it off with loud shouts and try to get inside. The warehouse workers are extremely unhappy, realizing that at this rate people will soon die of hunger before the mansion is built. They also understand that if traces become smaller, prices for food and apartments will rise. Park Jung watches them closely and watches as they come to more rational conclusions. He begins to be tormented by a dilemma. Is it better to live without hope, or to live where there is only hope and nothing else? After thinking for a bit, he still decides to send a message to M9, reporting that according to rumors, the mansion will hardly be completed. Park Jung himself doesn't know which of the two options is better, and doesn't even want to think about it. He realizes that selfishness and nihilism perfectly capture the essence of survivalists, and recalls the day he resigned. They ask him if he understands the situation people are in, and sympathize with what he has gone through. He is also asked whether he thought that trust would be betrayed by simply leaving, without explanation. They offer him to take a break and then return, because with his track record they will certainly accommodate him. Park Jung turns to his comrade and asks if he himself believes in such a thing. Park Jung points out that the situation is even worse, and it's only because he's still here that his subordinates can't escape from this hell. Park Jung understands that any soldier who has been on the battlefield knows very well how it will all end. Turning around, he again addresses his comrade, declaring that he will not tolerate interference in his attempt to escape. The soldier takes this calmly, explaining that it is pouring rain outside, so he takes an umbrella with him to avoid getting wet. Park Jung thanks him for taking care of himself and wishes to try not to die in this hell. Park Jung leaves his comrades and has lived like this ever since, building a bunker and remaining among the survivors. His opinion has not changed. He still believes that people will die out, and this simply cannot be avoided. He is still haunted by a feeling of disarming despair, because everything that surrounds him seems like primordial chaos. He still feels that there is no hope anymore and never will be. This is why he considers all his efforts to survive to be just selfless attempts to live another day. After some time, he receives a notification that an earthquake has occurred near the fault that first opened in Korea. This means that a large specimen has appeared, so Park Jung decides to take a short walk. He understands perfectly well that there is real chaos in the National Committee right now. The destructive power of large individuals is comparable to a natural disaster, and it is useless to fight them. The only weakness these creatures have is the ground, as they begin to genetically decay as soon as they leave the rift. Looking at the bright sun, he realizes that the best option would be to continue to hide from these creatures, as if from fire. He also decides to go outside to find out about the approaching weather in advance. The committee is truly in chaos, as no one expected the appearance of such a mutant. Pak Young walks inside, not at all surprised by the commotion that followed the giant's appearance. One of the employees accidentally bumps into him, and his papers fall to the floor, showing the hero the possible options of the enemy. Pak Young calmly helps him up and quickly looks at the images of the creatures, analyzing them. The employee thanks him and, suspecting nothing, leaves, and Pak Young stops. The fact is that the committee has already established that this individual is a giant kraken. Pak Young has encountered such creatures before, and understands that they are extremely dangerous and unpleasant. Krakens are large octopus-like creatures that can change shape when they sense a threat. The main danger of these creatures lies in the so-called death rays that they release when in combat mode. These beams pierce everything in their path, and it is impossible to hide from them if the enemy has already noticed you. Recently, the Kraken appeared in the Tokyo area and killed 50,000 people before dying. After checking the creature's supposed route, Pak Jung discovers that the monster should pass by his bunker. He looks around and suddenly notices an old acquaintance who is talking to the top brass. Kim Darin glances back at him quickly, not showing that she noticed. Park Young realizes that he was supposed to go to another area, but now his plans have changed significantly. Kim Darin informs him that it would be best to evacuate as a giant kraken has appeared. As she leaves, she clarifies that the monster will pass by his bunker, so he should not hesitate. Park Young watches her go without saying a word, knowing that she still cares about him. He returns to the bunker to quickly gather essential supplies for his absence. After this, he pauses briefly in front of the laptop, realizing that the rest of the residents know nothing about this. After thinking for a moment, he wonders whether he should warn them of the impending danger. Kim Darin appears in front of him, having decided to report the need for evacuation. Sharing such important information is easy, so he quickly writes a post warning everyone of the threat. Park Young finds that no one is paying attention to the post and wonders why it is being ignored. He concludes that there is nothing to worry about because his conscience is clear. After some time, Rebecca and Sue contact him to find out what he is doing. Park Young reports that they haven't seen each other for a long time and recommends an urgent evacuation. Sue explains that their car has broken down and won't start. Rebecca adds that the engine is completely broken and cannot be repaired. Sue asks him what happened, suggesting that they simply hide in the building in case of danger. Park Young understands that the Kraken is heading specifically to their area, but there is no time to save them, since the matter is much more serious. He understands that his own head is, of course, the most important thing, so he decides to recommend that they go as far south as possible. Sue thanks him for the warning and says that she misses him very much. Looking up at the darkening sky, she adds that there will be a heavy downpour tomorrow, so he should remember to take an umbrella. These words make the protagonist freeze in place, like a stone statue. He tries to talk himself out of rash actions, realizing that the world has come to an end and emotions here are a luxury item. However, memory treacherously reminds him of the one who last advised him to take care of himself. Quickly placing his things on the table, he radios Sue again to get her attention. He says that he will be with them in half an hour, and they should have time to get ready during this time. Wild mutated dogs have recently appeared in the area between Pak Jung and the American family. Pak Jung has some transportation, but getting to them will not be easy. It is also worth noting that there is little time for preparation, so he has to force his way through. After some time, he drives through the streets of a residential complex, trying to escape from the pursuing dogs. Pak Young arms himself with a powerful pistol that is ideal for both hunting and self-defense against such creatures. For normal humans, the caliber would be excessive, but giant creatures require a lot of firepower. Pak Young is a skilled driver, as avoiding the creature's attacks is not easy, even in a maneuverable vehicle. With well-aimed shots, he takes down several mutants in his path. He carefully calculates each shot, aware that the vehicle is shaking and aiming is difficult. In any hunting party, soldiers are usually divided into 3 categories so as not to interfere with each other. The first category is support, working hard from the rear, and the second is riflemen, performing important combat missions. There are also signalers who do not fall into any of the 3 categories, but are an important link. Thanks to the signalman, it is possible to carefully coordinate actions between shooters, support, and other hunters. This type of hunters are the vanguard fighters, whose work is the most dangerous and brutal. The successful functioning of this type of hunter is only possible with the support of the other 2 classes. Without them, all the efforts of other categories would be in vain. Pak Young belongs to the avant-garde class and throws himself into the thick of things, putting himself at great risk. However, there is no hope of getting any help now, and at such moments you need to think quickly and shoot even faster. Pak Young tries to maintain speed while shooting back at the mutants that try to jump on him. Successfully destroying one mutant after another, he finally reaches the building where his comrades live. After some time, he notices a giant wolf who has been watching him all this time. The wolf turns out to be the leader of the pack, representing a truly dangerous opponent. The leader lets out a threatening roar, after which a small pack of wild dogs attacks the main character. Park Young successfully fights them off, hitting each enemy in the head with large caliber bullets. Park Young wonders irritably where these creatures came from, constantly looking around. He understands perfectly well that the leader is up to something, but he cannot yet figure out how to deal with these creatures. The leader keeps his distance, making it impossible to hit him with a pistol at such a distance. Coming from an unexpected direction, the giant deals a powerful blow to Pa Jung's transport. It's becoming increasingly difficult to control the car, and he knows the odds are against him, but it's too early to give up. Park Young suddenly wonders about the possibility that he is being hunted down as a common victim. Meanwhile, the leader continues to observe what is happening and does not interfere with the chase. After some time, it begins to send out distinct sound signals. Park Young realizes that this is how the creature gives orders to the rest of the pack to attack. He begins to understand something, noticing a few extra holes in yet another impudent dog. However, he understands that the leader is trying to control which way he turns at each fork in the road. The number of dogs does not decrease, and the further he advances, the more difficult it is to shoot back. Park Young guesses that they are trying to drive him into a dead end, so that he becomes prey for giant predators. Park Young is forced to disappoint his opponents, as he refuses to give up and manages to break away from them. However, the body of his car was seriously damaged, and the amount of remaining ammunition, of course, leaves much to be desired. However, he has no time to delay, as there is very little time left before the dogs attack again. Just when he thinks he needs to put as much distance between himself and the car as possible, another dog pounces on the car. Park Young focuses his attention on this giant monster for a second, and as soon as he aims for the head, a large caliber bullet flies in. One hit immediately put the dog down and sent the giant creature to the next world. Rebecca and Sue contact him on the radio, informing him that they have spotted him and will now be sure to cover him. Park Young smiles as he realizes that he is finally in the range of a skilled sniper. However, the dogs are not finished yet, and he understands that even with their support, he will have to get his hands dirty. Getting out of the car and grabbing an axe, he contacts Rebecca and tells her that he needs her help. After this, he rushes into the attack, explaining that all these opponents must be dealt with in 3 minutes. Rebecca nods silently and continues shooting at the enemies to make things easier for the protagonist. The leader of the feral dogs watches in horror as his subordinates die one after another, without a single chance. Very soon, the arena where the main character fights turns into a real place of carnage, covered in blood and bodies. Park Young turns around and gives the pack leader a stern look before he runs away, and Rebecca and Sue go downstairs. Little Sue immediately rushes to Park Young to hug him, worried about what happened to him. Park Young puts them in the car and tells them that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible, since danger is already close. Sue wakes up and tells the protagonist that she hasn't seen such beautiful blossoms for a long time. Park Young stops the car, and they all step out onto the asphalt, looking at the Karakan as it disintegrates in the sun. Park Young suddenly tells them to take their time, explaining that he would like to take a photo as a memento. However, as soon as he takes out his phone, he unknowingly ends up on another person's camera. The woman asks the man what he is photographing, assuming he is still admiring himself. The young man tells her that it will not be him in the photograph, but something much more interesting than he could have imagined. After some time, Park Young posts this photo on the forum and receives a large number of positive comments. Thanks to this, he gets a fair amount of views and even a few comments, which is rare. However, he quickly finds himself overshadowed by another post from Defender, in which he posted confirmation of 36 kills. When Park Young opens the post, he sees that the photo was taken in an unusual place, and even features a woman's hand. Park Young realizes that the angle and time at which the photograph was taken seem eerily familiar to him. After doing some quick mental investigation, he realizes that they have been in the same place all this time. After some time, he receives a private message from a Defender user, who sends him his own photo. Park Young freezes in place, realizing that the situation has escalated to a whole new level of danger. In his posts, this person had previously hinted that he lived not far from the main character, but he never thought that things would come to this. Park Young assumes that it must be a coincidence, and their paths cross during the evacuation. At first, he decides to deny everything, but the person on the other side only smirks at this. After this, Defender thanks him for telling him about the extremely dangerous situation, because it is only thanks to this that he is still alive. Park Young realizes that by his actions he has inadvertently saved a cruel maniac who enjoys killing. His thoughts are interrupted by a signal on the radio, and Rebecca reports that she has important news. Looking at the group of people, she reports that there are unwanted guests in their area, and quite a lot of them. She advises caution, as the group's intentions, as well as their weapons, still pose a threat. Park Young is not very surprised that there are too many uninvited guests, because it is quite predictable. The leader of a pack of wild dogs named Gold lost a considerable number of his comrades and stopped appearing here. Park Young destroys a considerable number of vicious dogs, so now they need to restore their strength and numbers. However, because of this, they can no longer prevent people from moving, and the number of refugees is growing. The real problem is not the things themselves, but where they are. Fate has a very nasty sense of humor, as the refugees decided to set up camp in the very place where the bunker is located. Park Young knows that if they stand here for another day, they will definitely find the generator exhaust vent. The generator is the heart that makes his bunker run, and it is far from silent. It takes up an entire floor, produces a huge amount of energy, and emits a lot of exhaust gases. As soon as smoke starts coming out of the chimney, everyone will automatically understand that either someone is cooking something inside, or something even worse is happening. At this rate, if the generator starts working and starts emitting gases, everyone will know that he is in the bunker. However, if he simply turns off this generator, the heart of the bunker will stop, and it will be impossible to live here. In the hot weather preceding the beginning of summer, food in the refrigerator simply melts and spoils irrevocably. Park Young realizes that if he does nothing, his well-thought-out plans for the future will likely be ruined. Park Young watches this group closely and realizes that, judging by their level of weapons, they are not raiders yet. That is why he decides to get to know them and resolve everything in a relatively peaceful way. Appearing behind the group and armed with a machine gun, he announces that they are on private property. Looking at them with a stern and extremely unfriendly gaze, he recommends that they leave this place as quickly as possible. The leader of the refugee group immediately notices his interlocutor's firearm and understands that this is no joke. Someone tries to argue with him, but he orders everyone to shut up. He addresses the protagonist, explaining that they are part of the pioneer team, so there is nothing to worry about. As proof of his intentions, he shows a pioneer license that allows him to explore the lands. Park Young recalls that the forum claimed that these pioneer squads were superfluous people who had been given occupations. The whole point is that the ability to accommodate people in cities has disappeared, and those who do not fit are left without housing. Park Young realizes that these are still not raiders, so they are given 3 days to pack their things and leave here. The leader of the pioneers loses patience and announces that they are people authorized by the state. Park Young intercepts the rifle, stating that they came here because the state no longer exists. Despite this stern talk, 3 days later these residents show no sign of leaving. Park Young talks to the leader again and learns that they cannot leave without orders from headquarters. The leader states that if they leave the designated area, their families will no longer receive aid. An elderly woman begs the protagonist to show them compassion and mercy, as they find themselves in a difficult situation. She also claims that all the people who ended up here are unfortunate souls, abandoned by their families due to age. By giving him a small gift, she tells him that they have no bad intentions and will never do him any harm. Park Young understands that his conscience, which still remains inside him, simply will not allow him to refuse in such a situation. He thinks about how to return to his shelter, which right now is not at all suitable for a comfortable life. It's dark, hot, and damp there, which makes him wonder if he should kill all these helpless inhabitants. However, he realizes that this is too much, because they are not raiders, and begins to desperately look for other options. He went to the forum and wrote about his situation, hoping that it would give him some advice. The comments he receives as advice are hardly worth voicing separately. Even Defender decides to write to him, advising him to kill them first, and Park Young notes that he didn't expect anything else. However, he agrees with some of the arguments, since as soon as the supplies run out, they will attack him. However, he decides not to resort to violence and after some time talks to one of the survivors. Park Young is surprised to find that his acquaintance is a member of the community, and surprisingly behaves normally. The man reports that he found something interesting on a nearby mountain, so they decide to look at it together. A strange device appears in front of them, and the young man standing nearby does not understand what it is. Park Young looks closely at the device and explains that it is what is called a capsule. After this, he adds that it is better not to approach her, since she is the egg of a monster. The user who went on patrol with him posted a photo to find out what it was, and users mistook it for a marshmallow. Park Young looks at this post carefully, and after a while he has a crazy idea. If the pioneers cannot be left without orders from the leadership, a reason must be found to force them, and the reason was found by itself. He immediately types out a message, saying that this thing is very dangerous, and it is better not to go near it. Immediately after this, he writes to the others that he can easily get rid of this thing for a certain fee. Fortunately, his partner does not doubt his honesty, and they agree to meet in the evening. Park Young gets into the car and drives into the city, as if he had contacted the National Committee headquarters by radio. Thanks to his connections, he doesn't have any particular problems crossing border points. On the way, He realizes that his visit to the National Committee was worth it, because it gave him access to a guarded highway. The place that his old friend assigned to him turns out to be the one where the first monster rifts appeared. The capsule originally appeared on a remote mountain outside the city, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. Now the area near the rift is guarded by elite hunters and military units. Park Young greets his new comrade and asks him where they are going next. Park Young realizes that the appearance of the capsule means that the destruction of the surrounding area has already begun. Soon this territory becomes completely uninhabitable due to the events that take place. His comrade asks him if the monster's egg is incredibly dangerous, realizing that things are getting serious. Park Young quickly takes out his weapon, saying that this is exactly what he warned him about, and recommends to be on guard. Coming closer to the capsule, he says that if he dies here, his comrade must take the car and leave here. He pays attention to his comrade's excited words and notices that he hopes that it won't come to this. Park Young states that there is nothing reliable in this world, so you have to rely only on yourself. At first, everything goes as usual, and Park Young hopes that he has enough strength to cut through the shell with one blow. However, just before his axe touches the surface, he uses all his strength to force it to stop, saving his life. His comrade wonders what that just was, and Park Young explains that it's the reflective barrier in action. The shell distorts dimensions, reflecting and redirecting any attack back at the attacker, which is one of the reasons why humans can't win. Park Young notes that as long as the egg does not feel threatened, there is nothing to worry about. But he is asked about what will hatch from there. He explains that this already suggests that the egg could be dangerous, since an uncontrollable creature could be born from it. Park Young calmly says that in that case he will simply die, and his comrade understands that he is not one to be timid. After some time, they decide to load the capsule into a car to transport it to a safe place. Meanwhile, the protagonist's friend notes that he looks completely different from what he imagined. He adds that at first he thought there was some old man behind it, and Park Young says it's time for him to go. As soon as he gets into the car, the man nevertheless thanks him for coming. Park Young sarcastically says that if he wants to express gratitude, he should like his posts on the forum. Smiling, the young man agrees with this, although he does not believe him, after which he successfully leaves. This was his first time meeting someone online in real life since the apocalypse began. It all feels like meeting an old friend or cousin he was close to as a child. Park Young begins to feel rather strange, realizing that he usually doesn't experience such emotions. Perhaps this is due to the apocalypse and the long isolation he experienced. On the way back, he leaves the capsule on the nearest highway a little further from the shelter to scare the pathfinders. After some time, a group of scouts discovers the capsule, directing the light of their flashlights at it. Some particularly clever members of the expedition assume that this is a strange thing and draw pictures of it. The pioneer group contacts headquarters, reporting that they have found an unknown object near the zone. They are immediately told to leave there immediately. Officials monitoring the situation confirm from drone footage that it is a monster egg. The egg is also in an active state, so you can't hesitate and you need to leave this place as quickly as possible. The officer, angry at the disobedience, points out that this is an order, and questions can be asked later. Meanwhile, Park Young continues to remain in the room with the generator, waiting for the annoying guests to leave. As soon as he has the opportunity to turn on the lamp, he reports that he has given a flawless performance. Thanks to this, the area around the egg was finally restored, and he was left alone again. A month later, he completely restores the bunker system, which had become worn out. Park Young is enjoying his solitude once again, making coffee and watching the events at the forum. It is worth noting that from that day onwards, the pioneers never showed up again, as they had other things to do. Kim Duran periodically makes annoying requests of him, signaling that he is preparing for action. Meanwhile, Defender leaves another comment on the forum, causing Park Young to be surprised. He also assesses the situation in Seoul and notes that people have taken to the streets to protest against the authorities. The crowd loudly demands that all citizens be kept safe and that the government's relocation be explained. Kim Duran calls out to director Lee Han, telling him to move away from the window, or else a rock might fly at him. Lee Han suddenly asks her if the man they were worried about all this time is still alive. Kim Duran looks at him in surprise, and Lee Han clarifies that he is, of course, talking about Park Young. After this, he gives the order to contact him and find out how long he intends to hide somewhere in his shelter. Many years ago, when the first rift appeared, countries around the world expressed concern about the phenomenon. At the same time, everyone without exception showed their hypocrisy, trying to use the anomaly to their advantage. Soon, large expeditions are sent to study this phenomenon, unaware of how dangerous it is. Despite the fact that the anomaly initially did not foreshadow danger, monsters began to appear from there quite quickly. Humanity, taken by surprise, suffered enormous losses, and only then did everyone understand the seriousness of the situation. Pak Young was part of the 13th class of the Hunter Training Institute Guard. For the third year in a row, he has ranked first in the midterm exams by studying tirelessly. His colleagues knew that he did nothing that could harm his training, and that was all he thought about. Over time, they began to see it as an obsession, dangerous because it could one day kill him. Even then, Pak Young reacts to everything quite indifferently, not paying attention to what they say about him behind his back. Returning to the present, he hears his radio begin to rustle and assumes it is Kim Daran. Grabbing the walkie-talkie, he asks her what else she wants, assuming she wants him to suppress the protests in Seoul. However, instead of Kim Daran, Lee Han contacts him, informing him that the capsule is on the 13th road. After this, he also asks if she really left it there, assuming that there could be no other candidate for it. Park Young tensely puts his hand to his head and asks him how he knew about all this. Lee Han states that if a capsule suddenly appears in an undamaged place, it means someone left it there. Park Young recalls the days when they were still classmates, realizing that Lee Han's harsh tone has not changed at all. Park Young wonders if the capsule is hatching monsters, but Lee Han explains that the capsule is a portal. Park Young realizes that he has been retired for too long and does not realize how far behind he is on current information. Lee Han continues to talk to his old friend, saying that he will get straight to the point. Park Young is well aware that he will be offered something, and waits for Lee Han to ask him to move with them. He asks what will happen if he refuses, and Lee Han states that there are good prospects available to him on the island. Park Young says that he doesn't want to leave this place because he feels good even here. Lee Han asks the protagonist carefully and seriously if he really thinks there is a future in this place. He also suggests that Park Young still has an inferiority complex after what happened. Rising up to the canopy, he tells that they could do nothing that day, and they did not have the talent to cope. He also calmly admits his mistakes, saying that he too did not have the talent to pull the situation out. Park Young states that he does not wish to continue this conversation any further, since he is not going anywhere anyway. Lee Han says with a hint of sadness in his voice that Park Young is still stubborn and doesn't want to listen to anything. Realizing that he won't be able to convince his friend, he reports that the entire city will soon be in danger. Finally, he asks him to just try and not die before the time that fate has allotted him. The war has already been going on for 1 year and 11 months, so it's time to reap the harvest. Park Young planted seeds in an abandoned field, and now there is enough rice growing there to provide food for himself. Remembering the words of Old Man Kim, he understands that with just rice and a hoe, one can survive even in the hardest times. That is why it is worth appreciating every grain that can decide his fate in such a difficult world. Thanks to the advice of the wise old man, he will be able to eat fresh rice and enjoy life for some time. Meanwhile, in the community he is in, there have been quite a few rumors about the identity of the defender. From the photo, some people determine that defender may be a girl because of the specific shape of her waist. Park Young carefully examines the arguments of these people, and comes to the conclusion that there is some sense in this reasoning after all. However, it is still unclear how this girl manages to move bodies, and it is possible that she does not work alone. Over time, he decides that this is all nonsense, and that the photo just turned out badly, which is why it happened like that. He also recalls the words of a friend who recently advised him to try not to die. Park Young realizes that this is unnecessary worry since he is in the safest place in the area. For a moment, he is immersed in memories of how they were still studying at a special university for hunters. Even then, Lee Han was already skilled at asking clear, direct questions in order to gain as much advantage as possible. Park Young understands that this young man has always been competitive and wanted to be first. The main character was his role model, and also the most important obstacle to overcome. His thoughts are interrupted by the loud sound of a radio, signaling that someone is trying to contact him. Park Young picks up the phone, saying that if they want to send him to the island again, he refuses, and closes the topic forever. Kim Daran calmly explains that the director died, and Park Young asks why it happened so suddenly. Kim Daran states that he made this decision himself, which makes Park Young even more surprised. Kim Daran continues to tell in a surprisingly calm voice that the director left a will. She adds that someone had to take responsibility for what was happening, and that is why the director decided to do just that. Finally, she asks him if he will come to the funeral, and Park Young realizes that honest people do not live long here. Kim Daran reports that they installed it in the altar of the military hospital, where her husband is currently lying. She also adds that in this situation they organized everything themselves, and it would be great if he came anyway. Afterwards, she asks him if he knows that in order to get to Seoul, he will have to travel along the road with the capsule. Park Young asks what the difference is, and Kim Daran explains that they sent security there yesterday. She emphasizes that among these fighters there are also awakened hunters. She adds that she warns him not to let it come as a surprise when he meets them. Park Young is surprised, trying to understand why, of all places, they sent the awakened ones here. He turns to the image of Lee Han, and asks if he will proudly fight for honor until the very end. However, the image of Lee Han in his imagination does not respond with a word and remains silent. Park Young goes to the armory and takes 2 axes, which are among the few things he took with him after retiring. Of course, the fact that he took them means nothing, since it was just a precautionary measure, just in case. Perhaps he just wanted to visit his old comrade and salute him before leaving. For the last time as a true soldier, he collects his weapons and sets off on his journey. To avoid the road where the troops are stationed, he takes a detour along a nearby trail by bicycle. After some time, he encounters a motorcycle patrol, which informs him that he cannot go any further. Looking closer, Park Young realizes that the patrol is led by Sam Han, who did not expect to see him. Sam Han asks where he is going, and Park Young explains that he is going to Seoul. Sam Han informs Park Young that he must follow him, despite his desire to let him pass. After this, he turns back, indicating that there are other hunters nearby. Sam Han explains that, unfortunately, he is not the boss here, but a group of blue-eyed people are in charge. Park Young looks closely at his potential interlocutors and notices a roaring tiger symbol on them. These people belong to a new breed of hunters that appeared about 6 years ago. The phenomenon became noticeable after about 3 million people were killed due to the appearance of monsters, and such people were called awakened. They have abilities similar to monsters' powers that can be used for good. After careful research, scientists have found a way to artificially induce the appearance of these forces. Such people are actively used as hunters, and old-school hunters gradually leave the battlefield. One of the awakened ones asks the elder who this man is. Sam Han explains with a smile that he is a former hunter with whom he once served together. The arrogant awakened asks if this means he is not real either, and Sam Han just laughs it off. Awakened hunters wonder why an old-school hunter would want to travel such a dangerous road. Park Young realizes where this is going, and asks them what class they are from, causing Sam Han to become scared. This also surprises the awakened hunters, who did not expect to not be idolized at every turn. The leader of the awakened group comes down and declares that this guy is simply hopeless. He approaches and asks what class Park Young is from, if you ask others. Park Young states that he belongs to the 13th class, thinking that it will make an impression. However, his friend says that they do not consider grades up to 18th grade as senior, with some exceptions. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he explains that if Park Young trained as a hunter, then he knows how dangerous the capsules are. After a pause, he suggests that they go home on good terms, and Park Young realizes that conflicts must be avoided. At first he thinks to turn around, but the imaginary Lee Han asks why he's hesitating. After a short silence, he suddenly points to the capsule standing on the road, surprising the other hunters. He asks if he can pass if he deals with the capsule and destroys the monster inside. The awakened hunters only scoff, claiming that if he succeeds, they will take him where he needs to go. Some of them even try to film it on their phones, realizing that it is unlikely to cope with the monster that will crawl out from there. However, they mockingly encourage the protagonist, hoping that he will try his best. Park Young recalls the rules of an old military brawl, where there are only so many ways to defeat monsters on your own. Right now he's only going to use one, which is close-range combat. Rushing forward, a moment later, Park Young finds himself next to the capsule swinging in the air and swings his axe. Gathering as much strength as possible, he delivers a quick and precise blow to the capsule, causing sparks upon contact. With one blow he limits himself and quickly destroys the creature's protective shell. The awakened hunters only watch their colleagues' actions with horror, realizing that they themselves are incapable of such a thing. They look at each other and wonder if he's really going to awaken this monster. After some time, the capsule disappears, and a small portal appears for the main character. The awakened hunters are horrified to realize that this madman actually did what he wanted. They decide not to wait for the monster to appear and run away to the side so as not to get hurt. Park Young continues to stand at the portal, carefully watching what will come out from there. The head of the emerging monster resembles an ancient statue in all its grotesque horror. Park Young initially assumes that a monster named Dancer is appearing before him, and considers this the worst option. However, fortunately, he discovers that a necromancer has emerged from the portal, who is no ordinary enemy either. Park Young rushes forward straight towards the monster, as they cannot defend themselves at such a distance. In just a few moments, he delivers rapid axe strikes to sever the limbs of his opponent. Before the monster fully recovers, he is so crippled that he can no longer fight. However, thorns emerge from the damaged parts of the body and try to attack Park Young. Park Young ignores these desperate attempts, and the monster rushes forward, cutting off its own head. The awakened hunters nearby watch in horror as a mere man deals with such a dangerous enemy. Park Young looks at them tiredly, wondering why they stood up, ordering the removal of the barricades that were hindering him. The hunters freeze in surprise for a moment, not believing their eyes. They ask each other if this is possible, since he alone dealt with the monster, and even without a weapon. After this, They try to persuade one of their allies to take him to his destination, as they had agreed. Sam Han shows sympathy for the arrogant newcomers, telling them to stay put while he takes Park Young there. He grins and states that he himself was also a former hunter, and that Park Young is lower in rank, so he can take the car. Finally, he says that they should study the monster's corpse while it is gone, after which they head to the city. Park Young states that there is no need to take him personally, but Sam Han says that he decided so himself. He also thanks him for shutting those guys up, as the three anged hunters with no combat experience kept causing problems. The abilities of awakened ones are assessed by ranks, and the difference between ranks is simply staggering. Hunters ranked 1st through 4th have abilities such as perception and foresight. Hunters of ranks 5 through 9 have telekinesis, and the rarest awakened ones, those of rank 10 and above, are like gods. Sam Han admits he felt incredibly relieved when Park Young put these guys in their place. Park Young asks him if he could have done it himself, since he is not a weak hunter either. Sam Khan says the odds would be about 65% in his favor, and he might actually take the risk. He sighs and explains that he didn't do it anyway, because if he got hurt, he would have gotten into big trouble. After that, he remembers his family, whom he must take care of, and be sure that he will return to them tonight. He says that when he was alone, such things did not bother him, because there was only him, so he lived in carelessness. However, now if something happens to him, his family will be in great trouble, so he must endure at any cost. After this, he says that he is still grateful to Park Young, because now he feels much better. After some time, after a relaxed ride, they finally reach the necessary building. Sam Han says that after the director's death, the old hunter's positions have deteriorated greatly, but Park Young says that it has nothing to do with him. Sam Khan reminds him that he does have friends on the National Committee who are also former hunters. He reminds us that when people start shifting responsibility onto others in order to save themselves, you never know what to expect. Finally, he adds that this is especially logical in a world where gratitude is not particularly valued. Park Young decides to ponder these thoughts as he walks through the endless corridors of the hospital. After some time, he finally reaches a small altar where a photograph of Lee Han is located. Park Young says that he came here and asks why the funeral is being held in such a strange place. Kim Darin comes closer and explains that management even named the relocation plan after the former director. Afterwards, she asks him if he knows why this plan is so important. The whole point is that the intensity of faults in terms of the personal population on the island is much less, and they are easier to protect. Park Young suggests that they plan to concentrate all resources there to ensure the future of the nation. He talks about how Lee Han couldn't have done it alone, and wonders why the responsibility fell on him. Kim Darin explains that from the very beginning, there was a plan to abandon millions of people in Seoul alone, and someone had to be the scapegoat. With sadness in her voice, she adds that this role went to the youngest of those involved in the clan. She remembers her boss and says that he was very stubborn until the last moment. She also tells the story of how Lee Han came to her wedding and only gave her 30,000 won, which was below the minimum. Park Young chuckles and notes that this is very much his style, and his friend confirms that this is typical of him. She also states that shortly before the director's death, someone came to him on the day the plan was completed. She says that it happened right before their conversation, and she had the good fortune to overhear it. Kim Daran says someone had to do it, and that someone was clearly not from the top and certainly not from the bottom. This man weighed the lives of millions of people and the future of all mankind, and decided to choose balance. The mysterious man told Lee Han that day that this was exactly what he needed to do. He also added that Lee Han is doing what even professors could not achieve in their best times. Lee Han looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked if they really believed that there was a future on the island. An awakened hunter named Hank said that no one knows for sure yet, but they will soon understand. Park Jung asks how Hank got involved in Lee Han's plan. Kim Daran explains that apparently Hank said something about the old hunters no longer being needed on the island. After this, she suddenly asks him if he has a spare room in the bunker he lives in. Park Jung looks at her in surprise, realizing that the world is about to collapse again without having time to recover. They find themselves in the past when Park Jung decides to visit his comrades in arms who have been seriously injured. They quickly rise from their beds and perform a military salute in order to act according to the regulations. However, unexpectedly for them, he says that all the wounded must immediately leave his team. He explains that an incompetent ally on the battlefield is more dangerous than a serious enemy, and many people have died because of them. He also adds that the weak, those who are unable to fight, are to blame for everything, and he does not want to see this anymore. He says that it is better for them to decide for themselves and leave voluntarily, otherwise it will be worse later. One of the hunters begins to cry sincerely, saying that after such words he can no longer hold on. Turning to Kim Daran, he suggests that they leave together, since if they continue to be under his command, they will go crazy. Kim Daran replies that she is staying because she is indeed falling behind due to her injuries. She declares that she will clench her fists, endure this, and after that she will do everything to say these words to his face. Kim Daran has the same willpower as the main character, but now a lot has changed a long time ago. She asks her old friend for help, saying that her son needs a lot of space and she cannot turn to anyone else. Park Young finds himself at his lowest point of thought after some time, thinking over the difficult conversation he had. He recalls Kim Daran asking him to accept her son, promising to send some money along with him. She also said that the city would soon be taken over by raiders, and she could not leave her own child in such a place. She assures him that if something happens to her son, she will not be able to survive it. Park Young thinks that he should give up on this idea anyway. The problem is that in such a situation the ordinary world will not end with raiders, and if the military intervenes, the process will drag on for a long time. He understands that his bunker is not a kindergarten, and besides, he is not the best person who can take care of others. Meanwhile, previously unknown young men pass by him, heading towards the hospital reception desk. He explains that he is Director Lee Han's subordinate and graduated from the 18th Hunter class. He also identifies himself as Harry and asks if they have any extra medication. He justifies his request by saying that his sister is very ill, but he is told that at such a time there cannot be any extra medication. Park Young approaches the girl and explains that he is a classmate of Lee Han and Kim Daran, after which he asks her to give the medicine to this man. Harry looks at him with a face of genuine surprise, not expecting such generosity in this situation. After the young man receives the medicine, he bows before his savior and says that he is very grateful to him. Park Young notes that if he is in the 18th grade, he is probably not that close to the senior leaders. Harry admits that he lied because the man's name was the easiest to remember, and he was just hoping for a miracle. Park Young recalls that the 18th class was the last of the hunters who were not yet awakened, and they were only assigned to do dirty work. Over time, they were even completely abandoned and were never considered important combat units. That is why they were called the Cursed Stream. But those times are long gone. Harry says that there are no normal drugs available now, so he had no choice but to come to the hospital. He also adds that any option is too dangerous now, as his sister is seriously ill and cannot walk on her own. After some time, he says goodbye to Park Young, thanking him for his help and wishing him a safe journey home. After this, he turns around and starts walking towards his car, whistling a rather suspicious tune. He turns to the girl, saying that it didn't work, but he got the medicine instead of information about the committee members. He also states that he was unable to attend the director's funeral, but that is not so important. From his point of view, he encountered the person he least expected to meet in this place. A delighted Harry reports that he has met Skelton, when suddenly a gun clicks behind him. Park Young states that he already knows a lot, so the conversation will be fairly quick. Keeping his opponent at gunpoint, he orders him to raise his hands and calls him by the name Defender. Harry quickly turns around and knocks the gun out of Park Young's hands, demonstrating an impressive display of physical strength. Immediately after this, he points a gun at him, explaining that if a person wants to talk, he needs to behave normally. Park Young immediately lunges forward, making another wild lunge and knocking the gun out of Harry's hand. Before the gun even hits the ground, he immediately lunges forward to grab the trump card. Harry responds with a powerful kick, knocking the gun out of the protagonist's hand again and preventing him from firing. Park Young realizes that he will have to resolve the issue the old-fashioned way and prepares to have a powerful fistfight. A brutal duel ensues between the two hunters, during which they inflict considerable damage on each other. However, Park Young still emerges victorious from this fight, as his skills are much more honed. Harry loses his balance and falls down, showing that Skelton initially appeared weak, but actually turned out to be dangerous. Meanwhile, Park Young quickly picks up a gun to have an advantage in case of danger. Harry rises to his feet and carefully reaches for his knife, explaining that if they can duel, they will. However, after some time he realizes that his sister is in the crosshairs and could get hurt if something happens. He understands that if he accidentally shoots her, she could die, and decides to raise his hands, explaining that he was just joking. Park Young realizes that this is a predictable pattern of behavior, because Harry needs to protect himself. Harry asks him when he began to suspect that something was wrong. Park Young calmly states that he began to suspect this from the very beginning, as soon as he saw him. He adds that when you reach the level of team captain, you start to notice a lot more things. Harry belonged to the 18th squad, and Park Young knows very well what kind of work they did overseas. The Awakened treated them like trash, and asked why they were taking so long since they weren't fighting monsters. The task of this detachment was to eliminate ordinary people who were undesirable or had seen too much. Harry was one of those people who did his job surprisingly calmly, without unnecessary words. After that, he asked his comrades why they had not finished yet. He believed that everyone had their own merits, so you can carve your call signs on the heads of killed people. At the time, Harry's call sign was Raptor, which was somewhat of a joke considering who he was killing. Park Young states that the Awakened were always on the front lines in the battles against monsters, while the 18th Squad cleaned up the mess. He adds that this is why they were nicknamed the Kill Squad, and Harry smiles and notes that the rumors must have spread. He also states that he still finds it hard to believe that he figured it out so easily. Park Young claims that this is not the only trick by which he realized that the man in front of him was his enemy. He reminds him that he visited one of the places where Harry had been before and got a chance to study the body he had dealt with. Park Young claims that Harry has revealed his physique, gait, dominant hand, and even traits and habits that he himself does not notice. Harry listens to the methods by which he was identified with undisguised interest, patiently waiting for the end of the story. However, immediately after this he begins to laugh sincerely, as if he had heard the funniest joke he had ever heard. Park Young asks him, surprised, "What's so funny?" And Harry explains that he thought only his class was weird. Smiling, he says that apparently all hunters have some oddities that unite them. He also notes that his deduction failed him a little, and that in some things he was fundamentally wrong. Park Young asks him in surprise what he means, and Harry states that he leaves traces and makes his presence known. Immediately after this, Harry explains that he is not a full representative of the Defender user. Looking at the calm and charming girl, he says that this is his dear sister. Putting his arm around her shoulders, he explains that the Defender user is actually a duo working together. Park Young speculates that those users who assumed that there was a girl hiding behind the Defender's guise were partially right. Harry continues the story, noting that he does the hard work while she writes posts or deals with everyone from a distance. Park Young interrupts his story and asks why he tells him such things. Harry adds that the fact that there are two of them is a very strategically important secret that is best not thrown around. Harry's sister whispers something in his ear for a long time to hide her embarrassment and shyness in front of the main character. After this, they start laughing and Harry asks if it makes any difference what he answers. After waiting a bit, he explains that they did it for fun, and the real reason is completely unimportant. Hank looks at them in surprise, after which Harry notes that they are not bad people, even if they are not the most serious. Park Young gradually lowers his weapon, realizing that these people say what they want, think about the consequences, but they are not villains. Harry looks at the protagonist with growing interest and asks if he would like a second round of the duel. Park Young leaves, explaining that there is no point in this and it is a waste of time. Harry finally makes fun of Park Young again, saying that he is very grateful to him for the medicine and promises to see him again. Park Young looks at them with some bewilderment and asks why they even thought they would see each other again. Unfortunately, or fortunately, this moment came much earlier than our brave recluse had expected. After some time, he receives an important message from Defender, offering to exchange ammunition for supplies. Park Young sits down at the computer and asks the user if he is currently talking to Harry's sister. Park Young states that he has no bullets, and she rather cheekily asks if he really wants to die. Park Young continues to refuse, but suddenly Harry's sister suggests that he become more active in all of his posts. Park Young agrees without thinking twice, and then asks where he needs to meet. The meeting place turns out to be an abandoned mansion near a theme park in his area. Park Young realizes that this is an easy place to defend, but the terrain is too open, so they decide to eliminate any threats. Walking through a seemingly uninhabited courtyard, he suddenly hears a strange rustling sound and immediately turns around. Before his eyes appears a corpse swaying in a loop of pipes, which, judging by its appearance, has been hanging there for quite some time. Harry comes out of the mansion and greets him, noting that it wasn't that easy to find this place. Park Young notices the swaying corpse and asks who it belongs to, but Harry says it's not a good story. Park Young analyzed the appearance of Harry and the corpse, noting that they were suspiciously similar to each other. Park Young decides not to press the issue further, and, while mentioning that he brought bullets, wonders why there are so many of them. He reminds that Harry usually uses knives, so this is probably for his sister. Harry hesitates to answer and puts his finger to his lips, recommending that the protagonist keep quiet. After this, he explains that in order to answer this question, he just has to listen. The protagonist's ears quickly begin to pick up strange sounds, which turn out to be a child's crying. Listening even more closely, he realizes that someone is desperately calling for help in a child's voice. Park Young asks if it is a child, and Harry replies that his deduction skills have not failed him again this time. After this, he tells that there is a huge pile of garbage in the amusement park that needs to be cleared away. Park Young wonders if these people took the child hostage, and Harry confirms that he understood correctly. He explains that these people deliberately lure other people with the help of a child's cry, since usually people come to help. Harry explains that these people kill immediately because they have no need for extra workers. A woman faces a much darker fate, since such people do not have any high moral ideals. Park Young understands that such garbage really needs to be cleaned up so that it doesn't become a threat. Harry watches the bandits' camp and asks if they agree on this at least. Smiling, he declares that he is going to kill every single one of them to cleanse the area. Park Young decides to follow Harry, thinking that he is talking too happily about the murders. Suddenly Harry stops and asks if his sister told him about anything other than bullets. Park Young asks him what he means, surprised, trying to understand what he's getting at. Harry states that it looks like she didn't warn him about this, and Park Young quietly reaches for his weapon. However, Harry suddenly asks if he brought anything to eat just in case. There is a rather awkward pause between them, and Park Young asks why he decided to ask about it now. After a while, they go into the main room, where their sister is already waiting for them, and decide to have a snack of cookies. The cookies were brought by Park Young, and Harry asks if he can bake things like that. Having received a silent affirmative confirmation, he notes that his eye is quite well trained. Meanwhile, Park Young wonders if the couple even understands the basic principles of caution. The sister notices the protagonist's tension and shows him a message that says the tea is not poisoned. Park Young looks at her in surprise and wonders if she can't just put it into words. Harry's sister explains that some things cannot be expressed in words, and Harry remarks that his sister is a bit odd. While Park Young is enjoying some really delicious tea, Harry says that if they have replenished their supplies, then it's time to get going. Park Young explains that if they are taking hostages with them, it must be quite a lot, so they need a plan. Harry states that they will deal with the brats first, because once they are finished off, the others will come to see what is going on. After this, he suggests gradually reducing the number of opponents and simply finishing off the remaining ones. He explains that his sister will deal with the kids as she is an expert in drones and will simply drop bricks on their heads from above. Park Young calmly asks if they really intend to convince the children they are holding hostage. Harry pragmatically states that if they don't do this, everything will be more difficult. And anyway, they are not related, so they don't care. He also notes that if they don't fly in, they won't last long, and his sister says that it's very hard for children in their world. In a very quiet voice, she explains that time is not on their side, so they have no other choice. Park Young understands that when there are only 2 of them and many enemies, this is exactly how they need to act. This method is the best choice, but he still notes that there is another way to solve this problem. He adds that this method will be quite troublesome, but the chances of success are higher, and the risk will be much less. According to this plan, everything should go smoothly and without any human losses on the part of the children. Harry's sister was supposed to distract the patrol group with her drone and force them to move away. She succeeded in doing this, and the stupid thugs first opened fire on the cartridge and then ran after him. Park Young and Harry had already taken their positions to slip inside unnoticed. Thanks to their incredible skills, they managed to destroy one enemy after another without making any unnecessary noise. Having dealt with the guards in the rear, they managed to neutralize everyone without raising the alarm, since no one had time to make a single sound. Park Young carefully looks around the area, trying to find the place where the children are being kept. After some time, he comes across a door from behind which sounds similar to a child snoring can be heard. As soon as the door opens, one of the boys gets to his feet, as he still hasn't had time to fall into a deep sleep. Looking at the unfamiliar but gloomy silhouette, he wonders if it is his turn. Park Young just continues to follow the plan, which is to select one of the children as bait. He explains that those who went after the drone will return soon, so support is needed now. Harry asks with a smile if he would trust him with this, to which Park Young replies that he trusts Defender's skills. Meanwhile, the mercenaries shoot down the drone, and Harry's sister successfully transmits information to him that they are returning. She also adds that these mercenaries do not suspect anything, so the heroes will have an advantage and the element of surprise. The returning mercenaries came across something very strange while trying to figure out what was going on here. Noticing a child standing in the middle of the square, they say that the security has become completely lazy and cannot keep an eye on even one child. The angry bandits approach the child and ask what the hell he is doing out here on the street at such a time. After this, Park Young grabs him by the collar, explaining that he must quickly go inside. However, while one raider tries to talk to the child, his comrade is threatened with an extremely unenviable and cruel fate. In turn, after a few moments, there is not a single bandit left in this camp. Harry turns to the boy with a smile and says that he invites him to go on a roller coaster. If these scoundrels hadn't used children as human shields, this battle would have gone much faster and easier. 2 experienced killers could have done without the innocent bait, but with it, the situation goes even smoother. The experienced hunters tore through the gang of dumb thugs like it was butter, leaving them no chance. After a while, dawn comes and the sun pours its rays onto a huge pile of corpses. The Defender duo continue to do what they do best and take some photos. Harry asks his sister which photo she will upload, and she chooses the one that looks better without filters. Meanwhile, Pa Jung is trying to figure out what to do with the children who are still here. Harry looks at him carefully and says that it's all over now, and they can go wherever their eyes lead them. Harry reproaches the protagonist for trying to protect them, explaining that he thought he was here to take care of them in the future. Pak Young states that now it's everyone for themselves, and in general he is much more humane than those who wanted to kill them. Harry and his sister realize that the verbal attack is aimed directly at Park Young. Harry immediately takes out a knife and says that apparently Park Young is expressing a strong desire to continue their duel. Park Young looks at this prospect calmly, while Harry believes that this is where it would end. This tense situation is interrupted by a boy who stands before them and bows, expressing gratitude for saving him. After this, the boy turns around and leaves, and Harry says that this was still the best solution to this problem. Harry notes that this little boy has ruined all his grand plans. From his point of view, if the boy had not intervened, they would have had a glorious fight, which would later become legendary. Park Young continues to glare menacingly at his opponent, who explains that he didn't like the idea of killing children so much. Harry asks because it's a sore subject for him, and then claims that it's all just a show and blames his parents. Park Young is shocked to hear such accusations, but does not dare to object. Harry continues his monologue, saying that Park Young is so reluctant to be bad that he puts everyone around him in danger. He rudely rejects this idea, explaining that he has already seen enough of such stupidity, and it makes him sick when he sees something like this. Park Young carefully records this moment and hears Harry's extremely indignant voice. Looking at the scars on Harry and his sister, he realizes that this resentment is directed at someone else. It occurs to him that they are talking about the corpse that is still hanging on the tree. This could be a very workable clue, since even after his death he was left there for some reason. After some time, Park Young says that he is not a pretender, and even if he was, he has no reason to adapt to Harry. Harry and his sister look at him in surprise, trying to figure out what he will say next. Meanwhile, Park Young is lost in memories of when he was in a terrible situation and his squad tried to save him. They desperately called for a rescue team, explaining that the captain had fallen into a rift with monsters and needed to be pulled out. They tried to contact him by radio and said that if he survived, he should definitely respond. Park Young did survive, but he suffered serious injuries that made it extremely difficult for him to reach safety. However, the other two awakened ones explain that there is no place for the incompetent on the battlefield, so the rescue team must be recalled. They claim that this judgment now applies to him too, and they must follow his precepts by not evacuating useless garbage. Park Young still survived, and through incredible miracles was able to reach safety. However, it took him a month to get out, but there was no longer any place for him on the battlefield. After everything that happened, his goals in life became simple, and he never thinks about going back again. Now he decides that he must survive no matter what, even if he has to survive alone, without any support. He does not give up this path, even if he becomes powerless and cannot change anything. He accepts the reality that his time has passed, but sometimes something reminds him that he is not completely helpless. However, he understands that the tragic reality does not change this, and says that his life is the only chance. Looking at his interlocutor, he states that he is simply choosing the safest path of all possible ones. Hearing this, the defender duo starts laughing heartily as they watch the man who just poured out his soul to them. Park Young recommends that for the sake of decency, at least once take other people's words seriously. But Harry states that in some ways they are similar. Smiling, he says that for him and his sister, safety is the most important thing, and no one who interferes is allowed to act even for 10 seconds. Park Young begins to feel an extremely unpleasant sense of camaraderie between himself and these people. Defender takes out enemies without hesitation and enjoys the process, while Park Young is not much different. They have different methods, but the truth is that they are both killers who only care about their own safety. Suddenly, Harry starts rummaging through his pockets, explaining that he has prepared a small gift for the protagonist. Park Young tries to understand what he means, and Harry explains that when the Karakin-like enemy appeared, they were only saved thanks to Park Young. Looking at his comrade responsibly, Harry declares that Park Young is their rightful savior after everything that happened. Tearing a small piece of paper from his notebook, Harry says he wanted to thank him properly. Harry also explains that he wanted to get to know him better, but he didn't respond to his messages, and then asks him not to be afraid. He adds that after everything that happened, he is indebted to Park Young, so he decided to pay him back with this gift. Park Young accepts the gift in surprise and discovers that he has received an item related to Defender. Harry states that if any problems arise, Park Young can contact him and he will come running to help, but only once. After Harry turns around, his sister speaks to Park Young in a very quiet voice. All she asks is that he respond to her messages and not make her feel rejected. Park Young watches her go in surprise, then tries to understand what kind of people they are and how he managed to become friends with them. However, the fact that this duo is now no longer a threat to him and is a reliable ally seems like a great victory to him. After that day, in accordance with their agreement, Defender begins leaving comments under all of Park Young's posts. They clearly overdid it, as Harry's sister starts professing her love for him under every post. His online reputation is deteriorating, but so far that's the least of his problems. A few days later, he receives a message from Kim Duran that he thought would never come again. She thanks him for coming to the funeral, and Park Young calmly asks if she is okay. Kim Duran explains that she has an unexpected request and asks if they can meet right now. Park Young only asks her if she will come to meet him, hoping that he will not be begged for anything. After some time, she arrives right at his hideout, and Park Young slowly prepares for the worst. However, to his surprise, only Kim Duran gets out of the car, and it seems like there is no one else there. Park Young asks with some surprise if she really decided to come alone. Kim Duran exhales tensely and confirms that she really did come alone. She adds that she really wanted to see where he lives, causing Park Young to wonder what she was up to. Park Young decides to let her old friend into the bunker, saying that she can look around if she decides to come after all. Opening the heavy door, he welcomes her into the humble skeleton refuge he spent so long building. Kim Duran looks at the bunker with eyes wide open in genuine surprise and incomprehension. She wonders if someone could really live in this place, which puts Park Young in an awkward position. Looking around, she states that it looks like he just wallpapered an old closet. She notes that it is quite damp and has a strange smell, and wonders why they have a toilet in the middle of the room. Park Young does not support this sore subject and asks why she came, to which she replies that this is the last time. After this, she informs him that the National Committee has split into Legion and Congress factions. As it turns out, the frontline troops were not included in the plan to deploy to the island, and in response to this, they are moving towards the city. Kim Duran tells Park Young with complete confidence that a civil war will soon begin. He looks at her in surprise, after which she confidently declares that she is joining the rebels in this conflict. She calmly explains that she has retired and become an ordinary elderly woman, but she cannot stand aside and watch what is happening. She reminds him that she was a member of a legendary hunting team called the Professor's Team. Park Young turns out to be the very professor who once earned a legendary reputation. Kim Duran states that when she first saw him, she thought he was aging, but now he is aged. With difficulty hiding her sadness, she says that they may not see each other again and advises him to take care of himself. As she leaves, she wishes him all the best and a long life in this difficult situation. Meanwhile, a loud helicopter flies over the half-destroyed city, which has long been in ruins. It slowly lands on the makeshift landing pad, its blades kicking up dust. The helicopter pilot reports that they have finally arrived in Seoul when suddenly a bolt of energy flies into his cockpit. The girl looks at her cybernetic arm and explains that he is so bad at flying the helicopter that she almost felt sick. The woman meets the huntress and says that she must have suffered a lot on the way here. She asks her if she wants to go to the room, after which the girl explains that she wanted to see him. After this, she reports that Hank told her that there would be someone here that she would be very happy to see. After some time, a slightly grown-up Sue meets the main character, saying that she finally saw him. Park Young also greets her, noting that they really haven't seen each other for a long time and that quite a bit of time has passed. Sue tells him that she brought him a Javelin anti-tank system as a gift from her mother. Park Young asks her why she brought such a thing, and Sue explains that recently in the north, they were learning marking. Park Young thanks her and tells her that she can come to his house for a snack before returning. He notes that it has been 2 years and 2 months since the nuclear bomb fell on the city, and as a result, a civil war actually began. Park Young asks Sue how her mother is doing now and how they survive. Sue reports that they are doing well and that she taught her how to shoot a pistol, and now she is quite good at it. Park Young advises her to be careful not to provoke the rebels, then encourages her. To this day, the forces supported by the National Committee are made up of former officials. However, everything falls apart when it is revealed that the key figures of this faction have shamefully fled, taking only their assistants with them. The military faction, enraged by this betrayal, moves into the capital to take control of it. Initially, it seemed that the military had superiority in manpower and equipment, but this did not last long. National Committee combat units returned to regain control of the city. They also sent hunters who were on the island to regain power. Of course, with the support of powerful beings like the awakened hunters, this is not particularly difficult. Thus, the two forces divide the city, and a full-fledged civil war begins for the remaining resources. Park Young understands that any war ends with negotiations, but in this case it is unlikely to help. He asks Sue to let him know if anything happens to the military base, because then everyone will be in danger. Sue looks at him in surprise and asks what he means by that. After this, she makes a mysterious gesture with her hands, pointing to some small object. She then spreads her arms, explaining that she saw a huge pile of these white cylinders. Park Young asks her what it is, to which she explains that the cylinders are located far from the house in a vacant lot. The girl explains that they are going to build a new city there, and there are too many cylinders. Park Young understands that the issue is that the influence of the rift is getting closer, and therefore something needs to be done about it urgently. He immediately warns the little girl to never go near these cylinders, stating that they are incredibly dangerous. After this, he immediately goes to the city, realizing that he definitely cannot cope with such a task alone. Old hunters like him rely on nothing but tactical thinking and incredible skills, but that won't be enough. He can't fight so many enemies alone, because everything important depends on the strength of the squad. From his point of view, it doesn't matter how hard they fight, or if the monsters are present in large numbers, it will already be too late. If the National Committee's hunters realize how dangerous this is, they must help Park Jung. At the entrance, he is stopped by patrolmen, who inform him that he cannot go any further without permission. Park Young quickly shows his ID, explaining that he is a retired hunter and has the right to enter. As a motivation for his arrival, he says that he came to save the life of the colony. Realizing that the situation is truly serious, the patrolmen let him through without any problems. Park Young wouldn't want to ask for help if it could be avoided, but there is simply no other way out now. Approaching the duty officer, he explains that he has the location and photographs of the colony and the monsters. He recommends solving this problem as quickly as possible, otherwise huge losses may be incurred. After thinking for a long time, he asks to connect him with the person responsible for fighting monsters. After a few moments, he hears strange sounds, very similar to the operation of a bolt carrier. He turns around to see several patrolmen with guns clashing around him. The guns are pointed directly at him, and the armed men tell him that he must come with them. Park Young reports that he already said that he is a former hunter, and claims that they have orders from their superiors. According to this order, he was supposed to be sent to the interrogation room, but Park Young is not too worried about this. He is firmly convinced that as soon as they confirm his identity, they will immediately let him go and stop bothering him. After some time, the door opens and the girl says that she heard that he is still alive. Opening the door slightly, she explains that she never thought he would show up here in person. Smiling, the girl looks at the main character and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, after which she calls him Sergeant. Park Young looks at this girl named Veronica, who was Kim Doran's classmate, in surprise. Sitting down on a chair in front of him, she reports that he looks quite healthy and even whole. Without hiding her anger, she notes that some of them ended up in the same state as she was after everything that happened. In fact, there are no more than 20 people like her in the whole world, according to the most optimistic estimates. These are hunters of level 10 and above, who are called Savior Level Awakened. Park Young indifferently asks her why she was stationed here. Veronica explains that Chief Hank trusted her with this job, which is why she spends all her time here. Afterwards, she smiles and notes that they haven't discussed Hank's new assignment in front of him yet. Park Young realizes that her disgusting personality has not changed at all, and then shows her a photo of the capsule colony. Veronica studies the photograph carefully, and notes that if this is true, then this city does not have long to live. After that, she says that unfortunately, they are in a state of civil war right now. Smiling, she states that it will take some time to assemble a squad, and Park Young asks her why she doesn't figure it out herself. Veronica looks at him with some surprise and misunderstanding, after which she breaks into a smile again. She is genuinely interested in what will come of it if she decides to take a break from her daily routine. After some time, Park Jung leaves the National Committee and heads off by car to do his own thing. Veronica agrees to sort this out and tells him that he should do her a favor, because he might still be useful to her. Smiling, she adds that she will let him know when everything is ready. Park Young understands that this is not without reason, and concludes that she probably wants to make him a mercenary, like Kim Daran, and he has no choice. After some time, he reaches his destination, discovering a strange bluish glow nearby. Stopping the car a few dozen meters from the forest, he blends into the surrounding environment, realizing that a monster has appeared here. Coming closer, he tries to understand how bad everything is, judging by the surroundings. Looking at the changed plants and soil, it becomes clear that this is a consequence of the activity of the area. Everything points to a normal phenomenon, which is the summoning of monsters. But if small individuals appear, there is no problem. Park Young continues to move forward, realizing that there is only one enemy he does not want to face. After some time, he finds himself near a large cocoon, which somewhat resembles a curled-up caterpillar. However, in reality, this caterpillar is a much more formidable opponent than it seems at first glance. Park Young immediately realizes that he is looking at a newly hatched dancer and decides to slowly back away. He is aware of the danger because, of all the possible species, he came across a dancer. The dancer doesn't even engage in close combat, killing everything within his reach with incredible speed. Attacking him with 2 hunters at the same time is pure suicide, so Park Young needs help. The easiest way to get it was from the National Committee, but now the main one there is Veronica, who he doesn't really like. After that, he thinks what to do and where else to find possible help, when suddenly he receives a notification. The solution to the problem comes from where he certainly didn't expect it, as a user with the nickname 180 centimeters wrote to him. This user greets the main character and tells him that his boss really wants to see him. He also states that his boss is John Ninan, a name that leaves Park Young genuinely surprised. This person is a ghost of the past, who was gaining popularity when the forum was just being created. In part, his important posts helped Park Young, as he was new to such matters at the time. But after it turns out that all his posts are plagiarized, people's opinions change, and the fastest decline in history occurs. Now this John Ninan, who disappeared from view rather quickly, suddenly appears again. Park Young wonders why they decided to introduce him as John Ninan, despite the fact that he was a weak hunter. When they meet in real life, he realizes that this person is much more superficial than he seemed online. However, he has an amazing and impressive ability to gather people, as if he has some kind of aura. However, he gathers this number of people only to appear better than he really is. At the same time, it is a dangerously useful talent that can come in handy, especially in this situation where it is everyone for themselves. Park Young says that he cannot meet, but will make an exception only if they share the hunter's equipment with him. After some time, a whole arsenal of weapons comes to him with the question of what exactly interests him. Park Young realizes that this is a real El Dorado and thinks that it would be nice to get hold of at least part of this arsenal. The meeting is set, and after some time he is sent the location, which turns out to be in the slums. Park Young walks past calmly, looking around, hoping that no trouble will arise. It surprises him that a man like John Ninan would suddenly find himself in a place like this. But that's not the main problem. The main problem is that someone has been watching him for some time now, despite Park Young having discovered it. The man in the hood takes several confident steps towards the main character and addresses him by his nickname. He solemnly states that it was he who contacted him on behalf of John Ninan in order to convey an important message. After this, he asks Park Young to follow him, explaining that time is of the essence, and they head to a strange abandoned building. There are, however, a huge number of locks on this building, and the user reports that John Ninan is in the basement. Park Young continues to follow his mysterious and extremely taciturn guide, hoping that it is not a trap. It takes quite a long time to descend, and Park Young is already beginning to suspect that something is definitely wrong here. To lighten the mood, he decides to ask his interlocutor what kind of relationship he has with John Ninan. The young man replies that he can be called a follower who decided to bring John Ninan's ideas to life even at such a time. After this, he states that they are almost there and opens a small cabinet, explaining that they need to put on protective equipment. After this, he takes out a rather bulky protective suit, which is usually worn by scientists at nuclear power plants. Park Young looks at this in surprise, thinking that the radiation protective suit might come in handy. The young man explains that an incident occurred when they were testing nuclear batteries, and an accident occurred in the process. He clarifies that the amount of energy produced by this generator is comparable to a small power plant. Park Young realizes that in today's world, no one needs that much energy, and he becomes curious about what is going on here. Entering inside, he meets a wounded man who grins and looks closely at Park Young. He calls him by his nickname on the forum, explaining that at first he didn't even recognize him, but now he realizes that he is a professor. He says that he saw it only furtively a long time ago, and all this time he could not believe what he saw. His eyes go wild and he says he still finds it hard to believe that it is the same person in front of him. He remembers how cruel and formidable Park Young was when the days of ordinary hunters had not yet died out. However, soon after this, he turns into a very ordinary person, who can hardly be classified as a hunter. John Ninan notes that it was only after some time that he realized that Park Young was indeed a legendary professor and his idol. After this, he says that when the world turned away from him, people began throwing stones at him from all sides. In a half-mad voice, he reports that only Park Young did not do this. He also admits that he was looking forward to the very day when he could take revenge on the ignorant flock of rams. The mad scientist says that's why he wanted to show him something and turns on his computer screens. Park Young looks around, trying to figure out what all those bullets, screens, and surveillance system mean. John Ninan reports that he can now proudly display his finest creation. With incredible pathos and delight, he says that he has now created his own online community. Park Young looks at his interlocutor in surprise, trying to understand what he is even talking about. John Ninan announces with incredible triumph that he has created a new web community for survivors and can now do whatever he wants. As a separate incredible feature, it shows that it can change the fonts and colors of nicknames. Park Young tries to cope with the feeling of shame and bewilderment from what he just heard. Assistant John Nennen reports that the forum is bypassing the competitor and can be accessed even without a satellite connection. He also adds that, unfortunately, this method consumes a lot of energy, and the gentleman suffered while testing the battery. He sincerely notes that John Nennen is a real hero, while Park Young is still trying to find the words. John Nennen asks Park Young if he understands the power of the internet community in the post-apocalypse. With a sense of incredible importance, he announces that his domain has at least 10,000 registered users. He also claims that he recently found a way to break his competitor and launch an attack on these idiots. Park Young realizes that he's gotten himself into a strange mess, but suddenly an idea comes to him. He realizes that despite John Nennen's madness, he was able to build such a system in these times and gather people around him. Suddenly, the mad scientist starts coughing and blood starts splattering across the floor. The cough quickly subsides, and he tells his secretary not to worry as he will recover quickly. He shows complete indifference to a person whose life hangs by a thread, but goes to the end, no matter what. Looking at the situation, he understands that this is probably the only way to avoid greater danger. Looking closely at everything John Nennen has achieved, he says he is genuinely impressed with what he has been able to achieve. The time has come for the most important question in the history of this community, and Park Young decides not to delay and ask it right away. He asks if he will have the same colorful nickname if he joins their community. John Nennen explains, a little confused, that this is not possible, since such a function is only available to administrators. Returning to his thoughts, he realizes that it was an incredible disappointment that ruined everything. However, he was given the Mk7 harpoon he requested as payment for coming here. They explained to him that this weapon had a one-shot one-target mechanic, and asked him if he knew how to use something like that. Park Young has worked with this type of equipment in the service before, and knows he can handle the monster he needs. As if hearing his thoughts, the dancer emerges from hibernation and prepares to attack. Park Young doesn't even think about feeling the slightest bit of fear, as it's time to begin the hunt. The monster has a special power, the most famous of which is a reflective field that can nullify damage. The power and nature of abilities vary greatly depending on the type of monsters you are fighting. These monsters also constantly evolve in response to human resistance, adapting to any threat. Another ability of these monsters is the so-called detonation, which is no less dangerous than a force field. This ability allows one to trigger spontaneous explosions of any explosives in the affected area. Of course, this applies even to simple firearms, so a special binary charge was developed. It contains two components that are completely safe separately and connect instantly before firing. Only thanks to this, you can resist monsters that will easily blow up your assault rifle right in your hands. It's time to turn from thinking about the nature of monsters to the real battle that's about to begin. The dancer unleashes multiple blows on the protagonist with his tentacles, each of which can individually penetrate a tank. Park Young continues to rely on his outstanding speed and dodges such a swift attack. He jumps out of the enemy's line of sight, but the enemy quickly regains visual contact with him. After this, the dancer continues to randomly attack everything within reach of its giant tentacles. As expected, getting close to such a monster is not easy and even impossible for most people. Now, thanks to the new equipment, there is no need for this. Park Young gets to the perfect shooting spot and prepares to pull the trigger. The binary charge has incredible power, so you can safely hide behind a tree from an annoying monster. Having pierced several thick wooden trunks, the bullet rushes straight towards the dancer's head. Park Young rushes forward, ignoring the explosion that almost completely engulfed the giant monster's body. After this, he makes a jump and prepares to finish the job with his axes. After finishing his business, Park Young admits that he was extremely lucky that this creature was here alone. Looking at his weapon, he says that he is very pleased to do what he does best. Overcoming his feelings of melancholy, he returns home to find the forum in chaos following John Nennen's spam attacks. Users were trying to figure out what was going on here, when suddenly bots started writing about the existence of another domain. After some time, the so-called merger of the two internet forums occurs, and the digital world expands. Park Young is very skeptical about this prospect, realizing that now he will have to monitor two internet resources. A few moments later, Defender writes him an email in a rather typical manner of speech, which confuses Park Young. He wonders why he needs to talk to his sister again, and Harry asks her why everyone only wants to talk to her. Park Young understands that the duo has been doing well lately, although sometimes he wants to punch them. However, this time it's something extremely important, as the duo requires attention right now. They ask him if he remembers a man named Instructor Chuck, which immediately sends him into the past. He recalls a training day that at first glance seemed completely normal, as the cadets were practicing shooting accuracy. Park Young once again takes first place, and at that time this was still surprising, since he was only just gaining popularity. Park Young suddenly looks back at his team, who have fallen out of favor with their instructor. He says that now it only results in a loss of points in battle, although such a mistake could cost someone their life. He makes everyone do push-ups and explains that in the war with these creatures, even the slightest mistake cannot be allowed. Park Young returns from his memories with some tension, realizing that he has not forgotten this man. After this, he writes to his interlocutors that even if he wanted to forget this thug, he would not be able to. However, after some time they inform him that, according to the latest information, he simply disappeared as a result of kidnapping. Park Young realizes that Instructor Chuck is a first-generation hunter who witnessed the emergence of the old guard and served as their mentor. It was he who called him Professor, and his kidnapping was extremely difficult. But he was immediately sent a video. Before this, Defender advised the protagonist to be on guard, as this was a good sign. Park Young understands that the adventures of an instructor with a certain status in the army are not for everyone. It can be concluded that a new external force has emerged that surpasses the existing structures. After a while, his radio starts to jitter, as if someone is desperately trying to contact him. As soon as he receives the signal, he hears the familiar voice of Veronica, who greets him again. She asks if he is busy, noting that she would very much like to meet him briefly to discuss something. Park Young asks why she is calling him, adding that he has no business with her. Veronica smiles and asks if the capsules he kept talking about don't bother him anymore. Park Young understands that for the safety of the city and his comrades, he will have to take risks again. He agrees, and Veronica sends her men to escort him safely. The men in suits say they have arrived on orders from Veronica's leader and will not harm him. After this, they hand him a special eye mask, telling him that he must wear it for his own safety. He hands over his weapon and gets into the car, realizing that he is clearly being taken to some secret location. After an indefinite amount of time, he finds himself in a strange room with a smooth concrete floor and walks down the corridor. He hears the voices of children telling their mothers that they want to go home and can't be here anymore. Mothers calm their children, explaining that this is the last time, they need to be patient a little bit, and they will find themselves in a wonderful place. Park Young tries to figure out what this place is until he is taken into a room and the blindfold is removed. Park Young sees a smiling Veronica in front of him, who apologizes for the inconvenience, explaining that this place requires strict secrecy. Park Young indifferently asks why he was brought here, and what kind of place this is where there are also children. Veronica says there is no need to worry, as this place can give him new opportunities. Park Young doesn't quite understand what she's talking about and asks what other opportunities this place can give him. Veronica reminds him that he always dreamed of becoming awakened, even in the distant past, before he left the service. This topic is clearly not a good conversation starter, as Park Young becomes furious. He jumps up from the table and grabs her by the throat, even though Veronica won't hurt him. Veronica remains surprisingly calm and says that he can at least admit it to himself. She also states that it is inevitable anyway, when suddenly a large number of guards burst into the room. Veronica advises him not to be nervous, since he has already gone through this procedure 3 times. She adds that before they couldn't awaken those who didn't have the innate gift, and he knows it very well. After this, she states that they have now finally developed a method of awakening even for those who do not have natural talent. She asks if it ever made him angry to watch the gray mass, having gained power, start to pretend to be heroes. She offers him the prospect of awakening and returning to the battlefield, while reinforcing her arguments many times over. A smile spreads across her face, and she says that in that case, even they will be useless. From this point of view, if he wants to change his life, his consent will be enough. But Park Young, he says that he clearly didn't come here for this, since he has been worried about another issue all this time. He asks if she offered something similar to the instructor they recently kidnapped. Veronica looks at him with genuine surprise, since she clearly didn't expect him to know about this. However, after a while she pulls herself together and says that she is surprised at how quickly he figured it out. After this, she states that she already wanted to introduce them again so that a reunion could take place. Park Young becomes more and more furious with each passing second, while simultaneously immersing himself in memories of the fragments of the past. He finds himself in a small hospital when the instructor reports that he heard that Park Young tried to wake up 3 times. The instructor also states that other lives are being risked just for one experiment, warning that it is possible to actually die that way. Park Young turns away and looks out the window, trying to figure out what is happening to his own life now. He says he would like to ask just one question because it is very important. Some time ago, after another unsuccessful attempt to awaken, he stated that he would try to go through it again. They tried to stop him, saying that his body was already in danger, but he continued to take risks. Park Young asks the instructor what will happen if he fails to awaken this time. They answer him with silence, and he declares that now his soul has become a little calmer. He says that only after he realizes that nothing will work out can he finally calmly give up. The terrible sight he witnessed when he found himself in the rift comes back to his mind. However, he speaks to himself quite harshly and says that a hunter who does not possess this power has no right to go out to fight. Instructor Chuck interrupts his conversation, saying that there must be a way, and he will find a solution, no matter what it takes. Finally, he asks him to make one very important promise. Instructor Chuck states that Pak Jung must promise that no matter what happens, he will never give up again. However, now Instructor Chuck is in a very sorry state after everything that happened. Park Young realizes that something irreparable has happened to his dear mentor, and rage again clouds his eyes. He squeezes his hand harder, preparing to break Veronica's neck, and this begins to unnerve the guards. One of them tries to save their director by ordering the dirty bastard to let go by hitting him with the butt of his rifle. Needless to say, a simple security guard doesn't have a single chance to deal with a trained hunter. Pak Young begins to wreak havoc by delivering brutal blows to anyone who comes within dangerous distance of him. There is no shortage of people willing to fight him, but this does not affect the success of his attacks. No matter how many times his opponents try to fight him, the same outcome awaits them all. This guard was lucky that the main character was not armed, otherwise only pitiful scraps would have remained of them. Veronica realizes that endless fighting will only lead to injury or death, and orders everyone to stop. Together with her voice, she creates a powerful burst of energy, which then brings a large explosion. Pak Jung covers his face with his hand to avoid suffocation from the resulting smoke. He also realizes that the power of the awakened is too great for a direct confrontation, but Veronica asks him to calm down. Park Young asks her how she could do such a thing, a feeling of rage clouding his clear thinking. He reminds her that this instructor was like a father to him, and besides, he was her mentor too. Veronica says that this is exactly why she wants him to listen to everything, because the instructor himself wished for this fate. Park Young looks at her in surprise and tries to understand what this all means. After some time, he decides to listen to her, and he is shown a recording of what happened very recently. Veronica asks him if he is aware of all the security measures that are in place here. Instructor Chuck flips through a few pages, clearly not paying attention to what's written there. Immediately after this, he asks her what the chances are that these tests will end in success. Veronica states that there is no guarantee as they are still navigating murky waters. She adds that the mechanism of awakening is still a mystery, and they are only collecting data and testing theories. She also says that if the experiments fail, euthanasia will be carried out, and asks him if he agrees. At this point the video ends, and Veronica says that after this there can be no questions about why she did what she did. With a little sadness in her eyes, she says that they always did something like this. She recalls how Hank approached her to find more people with abilities to join the army. The girl asks if he really wants her to look for the gifted, to which she is told that they see them as saviors. Turning around, he says with a smile that this is why they owe it to everyone to give this great chance. In his view, the chance to meet this world face to face is the highest gift they can give to people. Only in this lies true salvation, according to this man, who is clearly already going crazy. Veronica assumes that the protagonist has already realized that this is the place where the awakened are selected and sent to the island. She also states that this is where a huge gathering of desperate souls is located. There are a lot of people like the instructor here. Even parents come here who are ready to sell their children for a trip to the island. After some time, a memory comes to her mind of how she first woke up on the operating table already with prosthetics. Without hiding her resentment towards the main character, she says that if he had not left then, everything could have been different. Pak Young understands that the past can no longer be returned, nor can he restore relations with old comrades. He wonders what condition the instructor is in now. He is told that he is practically a living dead man. He has signs of life, but he does not eat, does not sleep, and only repeats patterns embedded in the subconscious. Veronica also states that if there is no progress, he will soon be euthanized to prevent him from wandering around like a ghost. Coming closer, Pak Jung remembers how the instructor had already shown him the very same drawing that he was drawing right now. With a smile on his face, the instructor said that it was his idea in the form of a combat product with a jet booster. Park Young thinks the idea is silly, so the instructor tells him he's giving it to him as a graduation present. He also reports that recent reports indicate that Monster Reconnaissance has discovered a new ability. The instructor adds that now that he has received his rank, Pak Jung should be called a junior lieutenant, but that is not the end of it. He confidently says that if Park Young does not give up, a solution will be found sooner or later. That is why, according to the instructor, Pak Jung must become a hunter worthy of this era, because that is the role of a professor. Pak Jung returns to the present again, feeling that it is becoming more difficult for him to move around this earth every day. He goes inside to personally see the condition of his instructor, who has become like a father to him. Coming closer, He carefully takes the pen from his hands to draw something on the paper. He decides to leave a message that the instructor's student, nicknamed Professor, was here. Veronica states that the instructor remained a hero until the very end, unlike those who abandoned everything for their own gain. Smiling, she says that perhaps he should also undergo the experiment in order to continue the instructor's work. She also grins and states that success will be able to atone for all his past sins. Park Young makes an obscene gesture at her, telling her to go to hell with such proposals. Veronica shows irritation in her eyes and asks if this is some stupid game he is still playing. Park Young states that there are no games here. They are simply advised to leave in all 4 directions. He adds that he would indeed like to develop his abilities, but not in this way and not at this cost. Finally turning around, he declares that he refuses to do what they want. Veronica feels irritated and asks if it's all because of his inferiority complex. Park Young just smiles slightly as he looks at her and says that she can think as she pleases. After some time, the action moves to an amusement park, where a real thunderstorm has broken out that night. Harry runs quickly in an unknown direction, receiving information from his sister via radio. The sister, watching from above, reports that the enemy is around the corner, about 50 meters away. Suddenly, a strange young man in a monastic robe appears in front of him, armed with a small stick. Harry doesn't hesitate for a second, and immediately grabs his signature weapon, rushing forward. Moments later, he rises to the heavens with a powerful and swift, deadly blow. Harry's sister grabs the body and quickly heads towards the building to avoid attracting attention. Harry hides behind a small counter, making sure his opponent has left the area and is no longer making noise. Meanwhile, other sectarians enter the building where he was hiding and carefully inspect the premises for strangers. Harry cautiously looks out to check out the situation and discovers something surprising and frightening. It seemed that among these cultists, there were also awakened people who posed a great danger. The community is thrown into disarray by rumors of strange people wearing suspicious clothing. Park Young watches as suspicion grows into a full-blown wave of panic. Unfortunately, he knows very well who they are, as a sect called the Cult of the Converging Rivers was quite famous before. These people consider monsters to be messengers of God, and worship them with the fanaticism characteristic of religious sects. This cult is very cruel, as it involves human sacrifices. At first, the military tried to fight them with conventional means, but everything quickly got out of control. The cultists are expendable, so blowing themselves up to take more people with them is nothing to them. Their terrorist acts killed many hunters, and left an irreparable wound in the souls of many soldiers. Park Young thinks that they were sincerely destroyed back then, but apparently they only lay low for a while. Suddenly Harry's sister writes to him, informing him that she is contacting him at a personal request and on a very important matter. She also states that the problem is so serious that she and her brother cannot cope alone. Park Young asks her what happened, and the sister doesn't even know where to begin when trying to describe what they went through. To begin with, she says that a large crowd of people appeared at an amusement park near them. From the sister's point of view, there is something wrong with these people, and she thinks that they might be the tea cultists that have been mentioned recently on the forums. Harry's sister is almost certain that these are the same people who belong to the cult of the Converging Rivers. Initially, Harry did not attach much importance to the combat training of these people, and decided to figure it out on his own. Ordinary opponents really did not pose a threat to a well-trained hunter, so he cut them down like lambs. At first, everything went well, and he was able to eliminate one target after another without any problems. However, after some time it turned out that these cultists had much more serious fighting power than simple neophytes. Besides everything else, they have at least grown significantly, and gained a large number of followers of their religion. That night, when Harry goes out to clean up, the cultists follow him to flush him out of the building. Harry hides in a secluded place during the operation and is not detected, allowing him to escape unnoticed. After this, Harry goes to the computer and notices that among these people there is an awakened one. Park Young asks him if he was a third-level awakened one, to which he states that if that were the case, he wouldn't even be writing. From his point of view, it was an awakened minimum of the 5th level of the combat type, which meant it was extremely dangerous. Harry also states that they can't handle this on their own, and may have to leave the area for a while. Even during his service, it was known that there were many awakened ones among the cultists. However, they did not cause any particular problems back then, since they were all fighters from the 1st to the 3rd level. Now, since there are fighters of level 5 and above appearing among them, this means a much more serious threat. If a high-level awakened one were to gather a large group of cultists and take over a territory, it would be difficult to knock them out. Park Young tries to figure out who to ask for support, but one of his friends is dead, another has left the area, and the third is more dangerous than the enemy. Thus, his social connections are a complete mess for which there is no excuse. However, after some time he realizes that there is another person who will be quite reliable. Deciding not to waste time, he immediately tries to contact the most reliable person he knows. After this, he writes to his comrades to collect everything they need, since he and his group are already on their way. That same evening, he drives up to his friend's house in a jeep, and a well-known survivalist appears with him. Harry, along with his sister, goes out to meet his saviors, a little surprised by the new lineup of the group. Rebecca, not refusing to help her dear comrade, takes her trusty rifle with her. Park Young and Rebecca team up with the duo Defendera, and together they form the temporary group Skeleton. After some time, the planning phase begins, and Park Young recommends that Harry take care of the smaller goals while he takes care of the awakened one. Harry says he's heard enough about self-sacrifice plans and thinks they're complete nonsense. In response, the main character says that they have known each other for a long time, so they know perfectly well that he will choose the safest way. After a while, the heated phase of the battle begins, and Park Young naturally rushes forward to fight the awakened one. Harry is also present, wondering if they can actually fight him. Park Young casually takes out his gun to destroy the powerful magician. Awakened can use the same abilities as monsters, and their power and type depend on their level. Park Young fires several quick shots towards the enemy to force him to use his shield. Of course, the sectarian manages to react to the bullets flying at him without any particular problems. Using his amazing abilities, he creates a small portal to shield himself. The bullets enter the portal and then instantly fly back towards Park Young. Everyone watching the action is surprised, trying to figure out if Park Young will be able to dodge it. Park Young once again relies on his reaction, making several quick movements, managing to dodge the deadly projectiles. Without thinking twice, he makes a quick dash and ends up behind his opponent, grabbing his axe. After this, he makes a swift swing to not give the enemy a single chance to escape. The cultist, however, has good reaction rates, so he quickly puts up a protective barrier forward, thereby protecting himself from the blow. However, it turns out that this is not enough, and Park Young still manages to inflict a serious injury. The cultist is puzzled as to how he managed to break through the protective barrier, but Park Young claims that it was simple intimidation. Smiling, he explains to the enemy that all this time these were simple feints in order to outwit him. The reflective barrier will redirect any attack back, but if the target is not precisely aimed, nothing will work. Park Young states that the monster may seem all-powerful, but if you fight to exhaustion, you can easily defeat it. The awakened one continues to furiously attack the protagonist in an attempt to crush the annoying opponent. Park Young, in turn, continues to dodge all the energy projectiles flying at him with incredible ease. At a certain point, he gets into the perfect firing range to stun his opponent. Without thinking twice, he opens fire from his pistol, which still has a lot of bullets left in it. The cultist tries to defend himself by creating another portal, which gives him a false sense of security. He tries again to reflect the bullet back, but all is unsuccessful due to Park Young's dexterity. Park Young decides to take advantage of the moment and immediately launches a quick attack with his free hand using an axe. The attack hits its target again, and although it causes minor injuries to the cultist, it reduces his combat power. The awakened one realizes that the other followers have looked away, so he cannot count on their help. Meanwhile, Harry and Rebecca, due to special problems, deal with cannon fodder that does not pose much of a threat. Park Young lunges forward again, delivering a quick punch straight into his opponent's arm. The cultist realizes that this is another trick, so he decides to keep his barrier up just in case. However, after a split second, he realizes that he needs to act immediately, because the bullets will still hit him. Park Young gets into dangerous range because it will be much harder to dodge right now. A little more, and the bullet will hit you right in the face. And everyone knows what remains of your face if such a bullet hits you point blank. This setup gives the cultist a false sense of confidence, as it seems like he has already won. However, in reality, his hope is in vain, as the bullet hits near Park Young's head and cuts off a couple of hairs. Park Young adds another level of intimidation by intentionally missing by just a few millimeters. This is done solely to deceive the opponent, who, it would seem, has already figured out his tricks. The cultist thinks that he is being forced to put up a barrier with constant attacks, and is not allowed to use his full power. Before the cultist can react, Park Young closes the distance and attacks, not giving him a second to breathe. At a certain point, Park Young flies into the air to appear directly behind his opponent. The cultist turns around in fear to defend himself, feeling that this is a real monster in front of him, not a man. The attack is successful, and the awakened cultist is seriously wounded, reducing his combat power. If this continues, he will die, simply losing consciousness from loss of blood. Summoning his inner strength, Park Young realizes that he still has the energy to use the barrier one more time. The cultist suggests that even if Park Young fires again, there will be a high risk of ricochet. In response to these bold assumptions, Park Young merely fires a few shells directly at the enemy. The cultist does not have time to react to these attacks and receives serious injuries, which, however, are not fatal. Pak Young immediately rushes forward, and the cultist realizes that this is his only chance to protect himself with the barrier. However, just when he decides that the time has come for the final victory, it turns out that he has been deceived once again. Pak Young doesn't hold the weapon because he threw it into the air a second before. This was another maneuver to force the enemy to use the barrier one last time. The cultist looks at the approaching melee weapon and realizes that he has been deceived again. As a gesture of desperation and last hope, he raises his hands to create barriers to protect himself from the bullets. Pak Young jumps up and realizes that the barrier against gravity and bladed weapons does not work. Swinging properly, he delivers a powerful attack on the enemy, this time putting an end to the fight. He suddenly remembers the words of the instructor, who said that it would be great if there were hundreds more people like him in the world. From the instructor's point of view, in such a case, the old-school hunters would never have been driven off the battlefield, and they would have continued to save the world. The defeated cultist slowly falls to the ground, and life instantly leaves his body, going to another world forever. The other cultists watch in horror as their comrade falls, unable to stand up to this axe-wielding savage. Feeling that their chances are close to absolute zero, they turn around and run away, screaming loudly. Harry asks if they need to track down the fugitives, but Pak Young states that they lost their leader in battle, so there is no need. He then asks what Harry learned from watching him fight the Awakened One. Harry clarifies what he means, after which Pak Young gestures to the body of the defeated Awakened. He recommends that his comrade observe carefully and absorb everything in order to use it later in battle. After some thought, Pak Young notes that the cultist was not actually a Lord Protector, which surprises Harry. In response to Harry's surprised expression, he explains that the cultist didn't actually understand how his powers worked. The thing is that, as a rule, power is distributed between the leaders of the sect, the Lord's Protectors, the emissaries, and the ordinary believers. Pak Young suggests that this man was sent solely because the cult leaders have no interest in this area. From Pak Young's point of view, there is no need to wait for reinforcements, so they need to gather everything and leave here. Harry wonders what kind of fool the cultist was to ever dare fight someone like that. Pak Young understands that if he had made the slightest mistake that day, he would have been killed, losing his only chance. As he continues to move, he wonders if true old-school hunters are really that brutal. Life seems strange for a while, and he decides to go deeper into the room next to him. A few minutes pass, and he calls his comrade to show him something that requires immediate intervention. Pak Young watches in horror at what is in the room and realizes that there is no time to waste, after which he takes out his walkie-talkie. 15 minutes later, an expensive car, which apparently belongs to a high-ranking person, drives up to this place. After a while, the door opens, and Veronica, who was called by Pak Young, comes out. She is surprised that he decided to call her, despite the fact that the last time he looked like he didn't want to see her. She asks what could have made him approach her in such a manner, despite everything. She also asks who is standing next to him, and Pak Young explains that it is the best cadet who helped him. After this, he opens the door and shows her the capsule collected by the cultists, explaining that she should take a look at it. She notes that there are several more similar places, as he has received evidence from the remnants of the cult. Putting two and two together, Pak Young says the reason for the capsules appearing around the capital is the cult of converging rivers. He adds that the rift will only get worse if the cult is left unchecked, so that's a big enough reason for the military to intervene. Veronica hesitates a bit before stating that she cannot trust unreliable information from a civilian. Pak Young looks at his interlocutor, realizing that she has a complex character that has not changed over time. She is not very consistent and does not have a great sense of responsibility, so she likes to offend others. He pauses, then asks if she can really change anything about the current situation. Pak Young realizes that he needs her if he wants to protect his daily life, which may end sooner or later. However, he wants this day to come as late as possible, because he likes to enjoy his life. Veronica is surprised that Pak Young would suddenly ask her for help in such a tone. Pak Young asks what this is supposed to mean, and explains that he has never asked anyone for help before. She notes that he is self-centered and rarely listens to others, but Pak Young counters that it wasn't that bad. After this, he wonders why she, of all people, judges him for his individuality. Veronica, with interest on her face, states that they need to find out who is behind all this mess, but they don't have the people to do it. She adds that the cult has taken hold in Seoul too quickly, so she cannot fully understand who is helping them. After this, she hands him a business card, explaining that there is no reason for them not to work together. She says it's a personal line of communication where he can reach her directly if needed. She also notes that if they deal with the cult now, it will only be a temporary measure, since the rift will not go away. Sooner or later they will need each other, despite the fact that the cooperation is pragmatic and not entirely sincere. Pak Young looks at the business card carefully, after which Veronica emphasizes that he cannot afford to change his mind, After this, she declares that she will take care of the capsules and asks him to consider it in advance, when suddenly something clicks in her head. For a moment she feels completely alone in this strange room, as if everyone else has faded into the background. She feels the details of the plan, which she had not fully understood, begin to come together. Her hand begins to shake, which instantly attracts the attention of Park Young, who has never seen such a thing before. He asks if she is okay, but she replies that it is nonsense, adding that she will call him back later. After some time, Harry and his team move all the things into a pickup truck to leave here. Rebecca sleeps peacefully in the passenger seat, waiting to finally be allowed to go home. Meanwhile, Harry reports that they have already found a good location, as well as several backup options. Park Young tactfully points to the hanging corpses and wonders if they're just going to leave them there. Harry points out that it is none of his business, but he does not want to appear ungrateful. Park Young decides to find out more about this situation and asks who this guy is. Harry pauses for quite a long time before explaining that the corpse belongs to their father. After this, he justifies himself by saying that his father deserved to die, so he simply killed him. Park Young stares at his interlocutor for a long time, after which he accuses him of lying, quite brazenly and openly. He explains that killing someone is not his style, and there are no serious wounds on the body that would indicate murder. Harry asks why Park Young decided to interfere in this matter, but his sister tugs at his sleeve. After that, she quietly says that she just needs to tell the whole truth, since enough time has passed. Harry, with uncontrollable sadness in his voice, states that their father committed suicide, but he was a wimp and did not deserve to live. Their father was considered by many to be a good man, as he was trusting even towards those who had betrayed him repeatedly. He was such a kind man that it was actually safe to say that he was just a big weakling. Harry claims his hobby was working late and overtime, specializing in giving tasks to deputies. An angry hunter asks Harry if he knows what the first thing his father did after the war started. Of course, as befits a trusting and naive person, he made the biggest mistake in this situation. Their father let strangers into the house, unaware of the terrible consequences this would lead to. Harry immediately called his father to talk to him and asked him if he had gone mad. He wonders what his father was thinking when he decided to invite people into his home whose behavior was unknown. The father reassures him, explaining that he understands his son's concerns, but that this is his friend who can be trusted. He adds that it will be safer this way, since Harry is a hunter who has been watching the border, and therefore it is safer to trust him. So the father places his hand on Harry's shoulder, explaining that he can't just trust the safety of the family to just anyone. Serving abroad was a difficult test, as one had to do very dirty work. Not all hunters could stand the procedures that had to be carried out, because they were killing innocent people. Of course, this had a serious impact on Harry's psyche, leaving deep scars that will never heal. Knowing this, the father said that if his son had to suffer, he could not allow it to happen. From Harry's point of view, it was all his own fault, as he was a terrible son and deserved to die. Harry states that things went well at first, as they worked together on repairs, gathering supplies, and even fought off raiders once. However, he again asks Park Young what he thinks about the length of time this collaboration lasted. Park Young looks at the large scar on Harry's sister's face and notes that heaven didn't last long. At certain points, people went crazy, and an accident occurred that killed Harry's mother and sister. They also beat the father because one of the girls refused to respond to the advances of one of the men. However, the survivors, having lost their moral compass, decided to have some last fun with Harry's sister. However, they did not take into account that Harry remained alive and heard perfectly well what was happening here, having just returned from a sortie. Harry claims that he is dealing with these people the same way they did to others, including children. After this, he wonders what his father, who was watching what was happening, was thinking. Without hiding his contempt, he says that his father simply burst into tears like a rag in response to all this. However, Harry does not talk to him and just leaves him where he is, as he does not care what his father thinks. Immediately after this, he treats the wounds of his sister named Talia, and does everything possible for his mother's body. Only after this does he allow himself to rest a little and remember that he left his father downstairs. He can't find him anywhere and goes outside to look for him, and that's where he finds him hanging from a noose. Harry declares that this is the end of this boring story, and that they must now move on. Park Young stops him, saying that Harry will regret leaving his father's body to decompose in an unknown location. Harry gets annoyed and asks if Park Young wants them to cremate the body or something. Looking at the dangling corpse, he notes that this man took his own life, preferring death to not taking responsibility for his actions. Park Young asks why he doesn't take the body with him then, since he can forgive him when he calms down and some time passes. Harry sighs tensely and says that he really appreciates Park Young's help, but it's not enough to endure this. He also notes that it has nothing to do with him, and admiring the personal lives of others is not good. He also wonders how Park Young himself would feel about this, to which Park Young states that he cannot understand since he has no parents. This is quite a serious revelation, which puts Park Young in a more pitiful position. Harry starts to get upset, saying that it's not fair, and he's playing dirty by pulling out that card in conversation. Park Young notes that even despite this, he still believes the decision is wrong. Rebecca, meanwhile, looks at a small painting that depicts herself, her beloved, and her husband. Coincidentally, the duo's new home is located approximately 4 kilometers from his territory. Stopping at their destination, he wonders if this is really the place they decided to choose. Harry states that the house may look modest, but it has a nice basement that could be developed. He says he will call him so they can settle in, then takes out a bandaged bag containing his father's body. After saying goodbye, Talia stands still for a while, watching Park Young leave. Harry asks why she is still there and not going to arrange the basement. Talia blushes deeply and says that it doesn't matter, clearly feeling a sense of love towards the hero. Meanwhile, he returns to the bunker, where he is greeted by a joyful Sue. She immediately rushes to hug Park Young, leaving her mother perplexed by the chosen priorities. After that, she happily announces that she looked after the house as he asked, so they can have something tasty to eat. Then everything goes smoothly, as the agreements reached immediately come into force. Veronica fulfills her part of the deal and is quite quickly busy with the capsules, as she promised in advance. Park Young is glad to finally be free of these headaches, but soon faces a more serious challenge. After some time, the Defender duo contacts him, and for some unknown reason, invites him to a housewarming party. A few hours before, he had been enjoying the solitude of listening to radio broadcasts. He brewed some tea that he had gotten earlier, and listened to a piano concerto. Park Young realizes that the relaxing program he is listening to is a propaganda broadcast from the Legion. This group has become restless in recent times, and there are disagreements about the proper course of action for them. Park Young is lost in thought, wondering how Kim Duran is doing. After a while, his radio starts beeping, and he realizes that the familiar duo is calling. He exchanges contact information with them during their last meeting, and asks how they are doing. Talia says that it was hard for the two of them, so they had to ask him for help. After this, she adds that her brother really wants to talk to him, and Park Young assumes that someone decided to thank him. Park Young mentally praises himself, noting that he is not doing this for the sake of gratitude, but he will not refuse praise. Suddenly, Harry takes a deep breath and suggests that they all throw a housewarming party together, calling Park Young his brother-in-law in the process. One can only imagine the surprise on Park Young's face after such a strange request. Despite their killer fame, they still remain somewhat of a celebrity in society. Park Young comes to their home and asks why they treat him with such respect. Talia is embarrassed, saying that they haven't met yet, and her brother is a bit hasty. Park Young asks what they are talking about since they don't have parents, but Harry invites him to stay for tea. Park Young notes that there is no need as he has his own tea at home. He understands that comparing the bunker's lemon iced tea to their premium tea is pointless. After this, he agrees to drink 1 cup, which is enough to declare victory. The infamous duo's new home turns out to be well appointed, with a casino in the basement. Harry smiles and remarks that the basement is indeed nice and would be a good place to survive. He adds that at least the basement is in a good location, while Thalia writes a new post on the forum. Park Young stops her in time, telling her that she shouldn't write about Skelton being a 2-meter-tall handsome guy in a tuxedo. Talia replies that he needs a twist if he wants people to read his post, and she tries to help him. Park Young says he's not interested in black PR, but the girl replies that if he doesn't post content, people will forget about him. Park Young pauses for a moment, and then says that he wanted to ask them about Anonymous 337. He recalls that this person posted a video with instructions on how to make felt dolls. Harry says he remembers the man and asks if Park Young wants to know why he was killed. Park Young notes that there is little point in this now, since he is more interested in what happened to that man's children. He recalls that in his videos, this user often said that he made toys for his children. However, in the bunker he found only a body and no traces of children being there. Afterwards, he asks if there were any children in the bunker, and Harry calmly replies that he didn't see any. He decides to tell the story in more detail, claiming that it was Kirill and that there were never any children. Some time ago they were taking a walk to ensure safety from possible criminals. After a while, they come across men who look lost, even to a man who is lost in his life. Harry didn't stand on ceremony with this man, assuming that he was another psychopath who was better neutralized. Immediately after this, they search the area and discover the bunker from which this madman recently emerged. Once inside, Harry admits that he didn't expect to find the bunker in such a place, and suggests taking a photo and leaving. Talia looks around carefully to find something useful, when suddenly she froze in genuine surprise. Her attention is drawn to a small felt doll, and she realizes that the forum participants have just been killed here. Harry sympathizes with the boy, who is very unlucky to have run into them out of all the people in the country. Talia states that there is something wrong with this bunker, as she sees no signs of anyone playing with these toys. She also notes that the bunker is too small to accommodate even one child. With alarm in their eyes, looking at the body of the murdered man, they try to understand what really happened here. Harry says they simply left everything as is, and left without even opening a single supply crate. After thinking for a while, he says that he can't understand his parents, and Park Young remarks that they really have no luck with family dramas. Talia suddenly notes that she received several positive reactions after she wrote a post about meeting Park Young. She also draws the attention of her comrades to the fact that the reporter has published a new post, stating that the negotiations have failed. The main point of the post was that the term of office of the National Committee members was coming to an end. That is why they decided to work with the forces from the island that support the committee. According to this post, an evacuation fleet has been sent out to allow the remaining people to get to the island. As he continues reading, he realizes that 2,000 people will be sent to the island as a test run. Park Young realizes that the offer is too good to be true. But the island is where all the most important things are now concentrated. He wonders if this is legal, but Harry reminds him that the government cannot be trusted these days. After that, they remember the M9 user who trusted the words about Nadezhda too much and suffered. Park Young believes that blind faith is stupid, and it is better not to give in to one idea entirely. However, from Park Young's point of view, it is unwise to not care about anything at all, so one must stick to the golden mean. This thought gives him a good idea. He returns to his bunker and immediately contacts John Lennon. Having invited his comrades along, he reports that he has been given a secure account to search for information. Harry notes that he respects his plan, but the nickname he chose is questionable. Park Young decides to call herself Your Mother, assuring the others that they need to hide their identity. He states that this is enough to protect himself, and that he is 30 years old and cannot afford a mistake. Harry believes that people may think differently for another reason. Park Young ignores this and says that now they need to throw out an irresistible bait. After thinking for a while, he tries to figure out what needs to be done to make the government believe that he is not lying. He turns to his memory to recall what his comrades who were once his junior subordinates looked like. After some thought, he realizes that faking a level 10 awakening is his only option. A huge abyss opens up before them, as every second person tries to give advice. Suddenly, a man nicknamed Red Mask writes to him, and Park Young realizes that it sounds all too familiar. Some more time passes, and he realizes that he is right now talking to Veronica, who took the bait. Harry asks if they are talking about level 10 awakened, and tries to figure out what will happen if they are caught. Park Young notes that this will never happen because his talent is impeccable, and this is how he gets information. Many people during Park Young's graduation believed that the hunter named Professor was able to become like that due to his adaptability. At the ceremony, it was said that he was one of the hunters who first discovered the mechanism of mutation. At the award ceremony, he was given a special title for defeating the first serious types of monsters. It was our main character who, thanks to his achievements, became the first top-ranking hunter in the history of the country. Now this is clearly evident outside the battlefield right here and in this place. Right now the professor doesn't exist, and in his place there is an 11-year-old child with the funny name Ningim. Park Young gives his all to his work, portraying an extremely naughty and nasty child with all his might. We are transported back some time when Veronica suddenly heard an unfamiliar female voice calling out to her. An employee immediately tried to take her away, saying that she couldn't be there, but the woman still insisted. The woman asked if her child would be able to pass the second test to get to the island. She also stated that she is constantly told that he is too young, but he is smart and developing quickly for his age. Veronica ignores the assurances, and calmly says that she must talk to those responsible for this process. She adds that these people probably know better what to do in this situation, because they are scientists. Immediately after this, her assistant asks why she is not working properly, after which she apologizes for the lack of manpower. The girl also notes that because of the cold weather, more and more people are coming here, and they can no longer cope with the flow. She adds that the island has once again called for reinforcements, as signs of an ejecta have been detected in the rift. Veronica states that she will deal with the rift personally, and that she herself would better take care of her duties properly. After that, she goes into the office and wonders how much longer she will have to deal with this kind of nonsense. Sitting down at the computer, she decides to take a short break, when suddenly she notices a rather interesting post. She notes that some user reported that for some reason, a high-level awakening had begun. After studying the post in detail, she realizes that this person could not have known about this in advance unless he had experienced it himself. From her point of view, if the same signs of awakening appeared, it meant that he had awakened at a fairly high level. Such high-level awakened beings are truly superweapons even on their own. Veronica understands that they don't know how the situation may develop in the future, and such talents must be recruited. After a while, she enters the chat, and Park Young, introducing the child, says that he has incredibly great virtues. After a couple of questions, he reveals that he lied about everything except his size, and Veronica realizes that school children never change. Meanwhile, Park Jung learns through correspondence that all awakened ones must go to that very island. He grins and tells her that he is going to go there by ship, and they already have a schedule. Veronica looks at him in surprise, trying to understand if he is talking about the evacuation fleet. She decides to take pity on the promising candidate and tells him the truth. Things simply won't get any better in this fleet. Talia, meanwhile, wonders why the toilet is in the middle of the room, but Harry decides not to think about it. Park Young continues to wage effective internet warfare and learns that the evacuation fleet is just a front. According to the information Veronica shares, everyone will be so busy that they will simply forget about the existence of this fleet. He quickly decides to tell his comrades that he found me in mandatory control mode. Moving away from his laptop, he reports that incubation and official candidates are transported only by plane. He is about to take a screenshot and asks them for a fully edited version to post on the forum. However, suddenly turning around, he finds Veronica asking him why his location is not being tracked. Park Young realizes that she is starting to suspect him, while Veronica loses her patience and asks a question. Park Young prepares to give his final message to Veronica, using a variety of pet names. Immediately after this, he quickly turns off the laptop so that its location cannot be traced. In a voice full of tension, he says that the deed is done, and this should convince her that some student was playing a trick on her. Harry reports that he understood perfectly well that Park Young was playing his role, but he does not understand why it was necessary to write such nonsense. He specifically emphasizes that the meaning of sending such a large number of diminutive nicknames is still unclear. Park Young says he's gotten too into character, while Thalia can barely contain her laughter. Talia sent him an edited version of the screenshots he had sent her, and a few days later, they decided to call each other. Park Young says with incredible delight and admiration that his post has received a huge number of comments. She asks how many comments he has received specifically, and Park Young states that he has over 10,000 comments on just one post. He begins to feel a strange sensation in his chest, as he has never been this popular before. After some time, John Lennon even wrote to him, and Park Young understands that this man played a big role in this situation. This man had always behaved rather strangely, but his pathetic attempts to be noticed led to this important moment. Smiling, Park Young understands the feeling that John Lennon had when he was very famous. He also discovers that a female journalist has appeared on this forum and is searching for Ningguim with amazing diligence. Park Young suspects something is wrong when Veronica contacts him and asks if he goes online. The girl, angry at the destruction of her previous laptop, asks Park Young about Nungguim, hoping for a clue. Park Young nonchalantly asks her what the internet is, hinting that he never goes online. After thinking for a bit, he realizes that he had overdone it. And fortunately, Veronica called him about something completely different. She sent a driver for him and he went to Seoul, which does not look busy at all despite the truce. He finds that the people still there are openly hostile towards the official car he has pulled up to. Park Young asks Veronica why she is looking at him so strangely since she called him for a personal meeting. Veronica looks closely at the main character and asks if he really doesn't know what the internet is. Park Young claims that he knows very well about the internet, because it is what strange people do on the computer. Veronica calls him an old man and asks how old he is, but he quickly changes the subject, asking what she wants. Veronica smiles and says that at the moment we will talk about election campaigning. According to her, one of the candidates wants to remove a capsule, and Park Young hints that removing one capsule is unlikely to change anything. Veronica narrows her eyes slyly again and says that the place is actually special, so this could change everything significantly. Immediately after this, they proceed to the building of the National Assembly, which is the highest legislative body. Park Young waits for his client, thinking that he now understands the situation when a man approaches him. The man smiles sincerely and says that he is a member of the National Assembly. One can only imagine the level of surprise when Park Young suddenly saw Sang Ming in front of him as a client. One can also imagine Sang Ming's surprise when his worst opponent suddenly came to help him. This man participated as a military advisor in the Papung Group's operation, which ended in a real failure. In fact, the man was a newly licensed hunter, and he pointed out the impracticality of the plan. Sang Ming ignored his words and insisted on carrying out the plan, which ended in disaster. The conglomerate that supported the operation never recovered, and after the death of its chairman, it completely collapsed. Park Young says that if he doesn't like working with him, they can go their separate ways, but he is stopped. After this, he states that there is nothing to fear, since reinforcements have already arrived. Immediately after this, they head to a small group of people who say that he looks very good today. Park Young realizes that Sang Ming has about a dozen supporters, but he continues to curry favor with a certain woman. Park Young assumes that this might be his big sponsor when Sam Han appears behind him. He calls out to the main character and says that he hasn't seen him for a long time and is glad to meet him. Afterwards, they shake hands and Park Young asks how he feels, to which he replies that he continues to work. Looking at the people behind him, he wonders if they are his subordinates who came here on a mission. Sam Khan claims that these are the guys with whom he complains about life, or rather, freelance hunters. He immediately says with responsibility that these people have first-class skills, but now they are just getting by with part-time jobs. Sun Ming says he wants to start the briefing and asks all team members to gather at a certain place. After this, he states that the operation is very simple. He and the hunter will go to the old capsule and carry it. After that, he says that the others should just film it, but Park Young immediately stops him. He states that they seem to be underestimating the capsules, which are a simplified portal that summons monsters. Sang Ming says that in that case, Park Young will simply destroy the monsters, because he can handle even more serious enemies on his own. Park Young says it depends on the type, because if it's a dancer, it will be difficult, but Sang Ming is adamant. He abruptly declares that he is doing everything for the sake of the people, which even makes Park Young remain silent for a while. He asks him what words he just said, and he declares that it is not nonsense, because he is doing it for the people. Park Young says that this has nothing to do with the people, because he just wants to be elected as a deputy. San Ming hints that this is the point, but the action itself takes place in the name of the people, who expect feats from them. Sam Khan is surprisingly vocal in his announcement that he is not going to do this kind of thing without gear. Park Young notes that his comrades used a loud voice to make sure everyone heard. Looking around, he realizes that this was probably done to impress the supporters. The other hunters ask what will happen if they are heard, but Sam Khan states that the man will do nothing. After this, he says that the conglomerate has fallen apart. San Ming has lost all connections and can now only agitate. After this, one of the hunters stands up and says that they cannot do this job just like that. He asks if they will be paid additional support, hoping that their demands will be met. San Ming is discouraged by such demands, realizing that he does not have such resources. He looks down and pauses briefly before saying that in that case they can just leave. Sam Khan quickly tells his guys that the job is done, and there is nothing more for them to do here. Park Young reflects that this man's working methods are overly efficient, and sometimes it's even unpleasant. Sam Han suddenly stops and decides to turn to Park Young, asking if he has a walkie-talkie. They offer to exchange radios in case there is an opportunity to meet at a bar for a drink. Park Young thinks that this man works in a very specific way, but it is possible to exchange contacts with him. After a while, he hears Sam Khan's call sign and realizes that this radio does not actually belong to him. He looks up at them sharply, and the name Kim Duran, whose call sign is tied to this particular radio, pops into his head again. He sternly asks them why Kim Duran's thing is suddenly in their possession and not hers. Sam Han looks at the protagonist with interest, remembering that Kim Duran was supposedly his close friend. After this, he states that in that case, the conversation here would be rather awkward, given everything that happened. Park Young insists and asks them if they know anything about Kim Duran's fate, but receives no answer. They tell him that rumor has it that she defected to the Legion faction and bet on the wrong side. Park Young watches them go, when suddenly Sang Ming approaches him again to discuss the terms of the deal. He whispers an apology for the situation with the chairman, saying that he was wrong and did not recognize the outstanding hunter. Park Young says he's not that great and asks her to tell Veronica he quit. San Ming abruptly stops him and asks if he can't help at least for the sake of the people who are thirsty for help. He adds that he would simply like to go inside the meeting building, when suddenly a stern woman sharply addresses him by name. She orders him to stop messing around and come closer as if she were his mother. San Ming starts to get nervous and says that the capsule can't be left, and the main thing is to go inside for 10 minutes so that the mother can calm down. He also promises to do everything for his part, to ensure that Veronica will count the mission completed 100%. Park Young looks at his interlocutor with some regret, while the mother continues to scold her son. Walking inside, Sun Ming says that he knows very well what the National Committee members love, but there is nothing he can do. He adds that, according to the Constitution, the role of the National Assembly is legislation and control over the executive power. However, the executive branch, including the president, fled, leaving them alone with a new reality to which they must adapt. He also says they don't have much power in the days that remain, and even these elections don't decide much. Park Young reflects that 10 minutes have never seemed so long to him, when suddenly he discovers strange tracks. Coming closer, he realizes that they clearly belong to some kind of monster that has already hatched from an egg and lives here. Dropping to his knees, he quickly analyzes them and realizes that there is a small creature living here, like a spider. Sang Ming comes closer to him and asks if he found anything unusual, but Park Young remains silent. After some time, he exhales tensely and tiredly, and says that today is just a terrible day. Immediately after this, he gives his interlocutor 3 seconds to change his mind and throw the weapon on the floor before it is too late. Sang-Ming nervously apologizes to Park Young, saying that he will have to do as he is told after all. Taking advantage of his opponent's agility, Park Young quickly intercepts his weapon and performs a swift throw. Having intercepted the weapon, he immediately presses it to Sang-Ming's temple, hinting that he is not to be trifled with. He asks fearfully if they will kill him now, and Park Young states that they will find another way. Sang-Ming admits that he was indeed kicked out of the hunting committee, but if he was found shot, there would be a scandal. Park Young realizes that this young man seems to be unable to cope with the situation, because he assesses what is happening much better than he thought. He says that if a person kills him, then of course this will become a reason for conflict. After this, he orders him to get up immediately, saying that they have important business. Sang-Ming looks around in fear, but Park Young immediately pokes him in the back with a gun, demanding that he move. Meanwhile, the creepy monster that had been living in the assembly hall all this time begins to move, hearing a strange noise. Park Young and Sang-Ming move on, trying to figure out where the monster is and what to do with it when they meet it. Park Young lights the way with the flashlight built into his phone and realizes that it is a small creature. Although this type is called a spider, it only has 6 legs and builds webs, creating mazes and minions. Once he completes the labyrinth and creates minions, he becomes as dangerous as a medium-sized beast. Up until this point, if you get close to him, the battle will be quite easy, because he is the weakest of all the creatures. However, she should not be underestimated. But Park Young's thoughts are interrupted by Sang-Ming's question about his mother. He says that this woman looks stern, but in reality she is even worse, and his whole life was subordinated to her will. He sadly admits that throughout his life he has never decided anything, and simply went with the flow. He adds that this is the first time he has gone against her will, and decided to go for the operation. Park Young looks sternly at his interlocutor, saying that he should have listened to his mother as before. They continue their explorations, looking around at every rustle, and hoping that they can slip through unnoticed. After some time, they finally reach the place they were looking for, and discover a large meeting hall. In the center of the hall there is a small cylinder, which is a small portal for summoning creatures. Sang-Ming begins to tell that at least once in his life he wanted to do something himself and achieve success by showing it to his mother. It was very important to him to show that the son she raised alone was not just some fool. He suggests that the desire to be a son one can be proud of is something that almost every man, including Park Young, shares. After this, he falls to his knees and begs Park Young to help just once. Park Young states that he understands the circumstances, but he still does not understand why he should risk his life. Sang-Ming seems like a stranger and looks at him, asking if he can't just pretend to listen for once. Park Young continues to hold his interlocutor at gunpoint, while looking around for possible danger. He discovers a particularly large amount of webbing near one place, and realizes that the monster is located there. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a loud scream from Sang-Ming, who was jumped upon by a strange creature that looked like a small spider. Park Young quickly shoots straight into the creature's head, and instantly decides its fate. He realizes that this is not the monster he was talking about, but merely his servant. A minion is a very bad sign, as spiders usually create such minions only after completing the maze. His weapon suddenly begins to glow hot, as if someone had dropped hot metal into it. Park Young realizes that this is not good and quickly throws away the gun, which explodes within a split second. Sang-Ming wonders what happened, and Park Young speculates that it was the detonation ability. This is also a very bad sign, since everything it says indicates that the monster is already here. Looking at the wall, he discovers a gigantic number of minions slowly sliding down. Soon, in the bright light from behind a hole in the roof, the creature itself appears, looking impressive. The creature has a gigantic mouth from which its minions burst forth in numbers that are difficult to describe in words. Sang-Ming wonders where all the spiders are coming from, and Park Young guesses that this guy doesn't build nests, but rather carries them inside himself. He gives a disappointing verdict. In front of them is a mutant that no one has seen before. The generally accepted theory is that monsters have no intelligence and simply act according to predetermined patterns. However, there is a reason why humanity has difficulty dealing with such creatures, and it is because of the adaptability of the rifts. When the Rift Army intervened, they created necromancer-type monsters to easily deal with the soldiers. When defensive lines are created in front of the rifts, a Kraken type appears in response, destroying all life. Finally, when hunters using bladed weapons emerged, the rifts created dancers to kill them. That's why hunters' schools always taught rules to avoid fighting an unknown monster. Park Young realizes that he didn't come here to fight monsters, but to deal with one person. The most logical idea would be to leave this man here and simply run away. But he cannot afford it. A little later, he turns to his interlocutor, saying that recently they discussed the desire to be a son that one can be proud of. Lost in thought, he says that in fact he has not had parents since childhood. He remembers that very traumatic day that made him who he is, when all his loved ones were killed by monsters. Pak Jung holds the axes and moves on, saying that Sang Ming can either run away or stay here and die. It was not the strange plea that touched his heart, for he was interested in another question. The idea that he must constantly fight this creature is mixed with the question of why humanity needs such trials. San Ming is very surprised, because he has never seen anyone rush at a monster so desperately. He looks at the main character and loudly asks what he is doing at all. Park Jung ignores him and continues to do what he does best, hoping for the success of his plan. The first thing he encounters is numerous spider minions, which instantly turn into a dangerous obstacle. Park Jung constantly looks around, realizing that the monsters are trying to attack from different directions at the same time. Their attempts are doomed to failure, as Park Jung's agility and strength are beyond compare. He understands that there is no need to kill all the spiders due to their huge number, but this is not required for victory. The main task is to break through and engage in close combat with the creature until your strength and concentration run out. The spider begins to use its sharp limbs, which are just as dangerous as the dancer's limbs. Park Jung easily dodges the attacks, but the monster deserves credit, as he is quite dangerous. He continues to fearlessly approach the enemy, hoping that everything will be decided soon. At a certain point, he turns to his axes again to deal with his minions. He also jumps into the air to dodge the large spider's multiple attacks. The spider decides to take advantage of this and tries to knock the enemy aside, but the attack is blocked by strong axes. Park Jung performs a very acrobatic move and lands on his feet, still keeping his balance despite everything. The giant spider decides to change tactics and releases a huge number of tentacles from its mouth. Park Jung manages to react to the deadly attack and jumps back a few meters. He then takes up his axes again to unleash a rapid flurry of strikes, disrupting his opponent's attempts to deal damage. He understands that dodging here will not be difficult, because the spider's movement is slow, but the attacks of the minions can create problems. However, the most dangerous thing is the phenomenon of erosion, which can play to the monster's advantage, giving it a decisive advantage. Erosion is a change in the landscape, and while it's small here, the web that covers the battlefield is dangerous enough. He understands that the longer time drags on, the worse it will be for him, because he will find himself in a trap from which it will be difficult to escape. The best solution would be to make a decisive move and finish everything before the critical moment. But now the situation has changed. A huge number of spiders gathered together and attempted to attack the main character. Park Jung is forced to stop to fight off the attack, once again cutting the spiders into tiny pieces. After this, he decides to only fight off attacks that can reach him, so as not to waste his strength in vain. However, the spider's minions continue to use the tactics, practically not decreasing in number. Each attack becomes stronger and stronger, and over time it will become simply impossible to repel. Park Jung decides to jump and makes a quick maneuver to the side to get to the main enemy. The spider delivers a series of powerful attacks, but fails to hit a moving target. Park Jung flies into the air and prepares to deliver a powerful attack straight at the monster's head, which shouldn't be protected. Concentrating all his strength, he performs a quick strike, and at first glance it seems that the attack hits the target. However, it turns out that he hit a strange horn sticking out of the mutant's head. Park Jung is confused about what kind of horn this is, continuing to try to land more blows to the head. However, this is not to be as the monster counterattacks, and Park Jung is forced into a defensive stance. Taking advantage of its greater number of limbs, the creature attempts to knock Park Jung off his back. He quickly rolls to the floor, realizing that any delay in this situation could result in death. After a quick inspection of himself, he realizes that his bones and muscles seem to be undamaged, meaning he can continue fighting. However, the decision must be made as quickly as possible, as the minions are not asleep and are preparing to attack again. Park Jung decides that fighting here will be unprofitable and that the creature needs to be lured into a narrow place. Having reached the door recently opened by an ally, he instantly grabs it to close it with lightning speed. The spider, along with his minions, delivers a powerful blow to the door, collapsing it and closing the entrance for themselves. Park Jung looks at the small collapse and realizes that they have gained a few minutes to escape. Turning around, he suddenly sees San Ming, who for some reason stayed here after seeing the spider. He asks him why he hasn't escaped yet, and the boy states that trying to escape was impossible, as the path was already occupied by spiders. He explains that in such a situation, staying close to the hunter is the safest option. Smiling, Park Jung declares that the monster won't get here anymore, and all that remains is to find another way to get out. After a while, several spider legs fly over their heads, breaking through the walls in search of prey. Park Jung manages to block the blows and tells Sang Ming that he must look for the door to escape from here. The spider, meanwhile, once again tears apart a huge number of his minions, so that they go where he himself cannot penetrate. Sun Ming says the spiders are pouring in when suddenly a smartphone flies into his face. Of course, the young man doesn't have time to dodge the attack and gets hit right in the nose. Pak Yung loudly orders his comrade to turn on the flashlight and get out of here as quickly as possible. Sun Ming complies with his demands, and they both run further into the darkness to escape the spider invasion. At a certain point, he turns around in fear and sees that a giant spider is trying to follow them, squeezing into the corridor. Several spiders also jump on San Ming, causing him to wave his arms in fear, losing control of the phone. Pak Yung quickly turns around to destroy the spiders and buy himself some more time. After that, he dives down with lightning speed to intercept the falling phone. Park Yung, angry, returns the phone to his friend, warning that if he does it again, he will stay here. After a few minutes of chasing, everything calms down, and Sang Ming assumes that they have lost the chase, while Park Jung is not so optimistic. He explains that monsters see the world not with light, but with strange senses and clairvoyant skills. The corridor for these creatures is quite narrow, but slowing down will inevitably lead to them being overtaken. Pak Yung says that these creatures are very territorial, so if you go too far, they will simply come back. Sang Ming asks if they are safe, but Park Yung replies that the entire building is considered their territory. He also notes that he would like to lure the creatures outside and fight there, when suddenly San Ming gets scared by something. He looks at the giant spider that has sneaked up on Park Yung and warns him to be on guard. Park Yung manages to react to the powerful attack, which again raises clouds of dust. He also jumps into the air and delivers another powerful blow to the enemy's protected horn, hitting exactly the same spot. Turning away from another mouth attack, the spider is annoyed that Park Jung is hitting him again. Park Yung realizes that close-range attacks are tiring in themselves and decides to change tactics. The monster continues to move forward, preparing to swallow its victims one by one. Park Yung realizes that fighting here will be even more inconvenient, so he decides to move away again. As they watch the creature destroy a huge number of minions from its mouth, they realize that this is madness. Sang Ming is surprised that Pa Jung still hasn't lost hope of taking down the creature with his bare hands, realizing that all hunters are crazy. Pak Yung destroys the minions that get too close and turns to an ally for advice. He asks if there is a narrow and strong passage nearby where the creatures can be trapped. San Ming says that you can use the fire escape from the emergency exit to escape from here. After some time, they reach their destination, and San Ming realizes that now is not the time to think about other merits. The henchmen suddenly launch an attack, and Park Yung is distracted to ensure a safe escape. San Ming understands that if they return empty-handed, it will leave a lasting mark. For a moment he remembers that his mother has bossed him around all his life, which means this won't change anything. Park Yung nudges him and they move on and get a few minutes to rest. Park Yung honestly admits that he did not expect courage from Sang Ming, and assumed that he would run away at the first opportunity. San Ming says with sadness in his voice that he originally planned to do this, but changed his mind. After some time of their wanderings, they come across a place that is clearly terraformed. Park Yung explains that this is a landscape-changing phenomenon caused by spiders using their maze. San Ming looks at her phone and notices that the battery is about to run out. Spiders appear behind them, and San Ming decides to finally complain about how he has been pushed around his whole life. He explains with annoyance that he cannot choose the place of death himself, while Park Yung is tired of his complaints. He turns to his friend and asks if he is tired of complaining anymore, to which the young man states that he can't do anything. Pak Yung grabs the axe and advises him to take care of his neck so that it doesn't get hurt. After that, he says that in this mess he will hardly be able to cover the spiders, since they are constantly around. The main spider appears and Pak Jung charges forward, simultaneously destroying any minions in his path. Over time, the number of minions becomes smaller, which means that the hero destroys them one by one with even greater ease. Meanwhile, the spider, which managed to crawl into the narrow passage, cannot get back out, finding itself trapped. Pak Yung approaches the creature, noting that even the vaunted spiders are on their last legs after such a chase. Coming even closer to the spider, he deals several powerful blows with his axes to further weaken it. The spider begins to rapidly lose strength, and Pak Jung maliciously remarks that he can try to get out of here if he dares. After some time, the spider accepts the challenge and makes several attacks towards the main character, but all in vain. Pak Yung cuts off the spider's extra limbs and rushes forward to finish the job. A fierce battle breaks out between them, in which the spider completely loses control of its mutated horn. Having cut off the enemy's horn, Pak Jung prepares to deliver the finishing blow straight to the creature's heart. The creature's fate is decided the moment Pak Jung's razor-sharp axes plunge into its now unprotected flesh. San Ming watches in amazement as the monster splits into two parts at the head and leaves this world forever. Immediately after this, the monster begins to slowly disintegrate into pieces, forming a bright glow. Meanwhile, Park Young doesn't show any emotion after finishing off a rather dangerous opponent. He just thinks that he spent a hell of a lot of energy, so he needs to get back as quickly as possible. San Ming looks at him in surprise and notes that in front of them is indeed a real hunter, the kind of thing that legends are made about. Park Young explains that normal monsters lack intelligence, so killing small creatures is child's play. He adds that monsters do not kill people for some common purpose, since they do not cooperate with each other. Park Young also points out that they are exploiting gaps in their objective abilities, while Sun Ming states that this is just a theory. After this, he remarks that Park Young is better than any active hunter he has heard or read about. Still not believing his eyes, Sang Ming asks why Park Young suddenly retired. Park Young suddenly asks him if there could be a monster that has incredible strength but is also intelligent. Sang Ming is very scared by this concept and wonders if Park Young has ever seen such a thing. Park Young pauses for a moment and says that he has never heard of such a thing, but the idea really scares him. After a while, they return to the side of the hall, and Park Young notices that there is no one left there after the spider died. He explains that the minions die as soon as the main monster dies, so there shouldn't be any problems. With these words, they discover the capsule, which is still lying on the column. Looking at the capsule, Park Young is reminded of the phenomenon of erosion that is destroying the environment. The more monsters or capsules there are nearby, the faster this phenomenon progresses along the way. Guaranteed zones become similar to the world on the other side of the rifts, so monsters can live in them as long as they want. Park Young watches the capsule for a while, after which he realizes that there is nothing to do here and recommends leaving. Sang Ming continues to look at the capsule, then stops Park Young, saying that they need to wait a little bit. Park Young asks him what he's doing as Sang Ming throws the capsule over his shoulder. Park Young explains that he is still unclear about the motives for such an act and would like to know more about them. San Ming states that there is no additional meaning here, he just took the capsule to take it out of here. Park Young says that he saved him, so someone has to hold the capsule and return from here. Park Young asks the guy in surprise if he really decided to die here. He just smiles and says that after seeing how Park Young fights, he felt he had to fight back. Looking around, he notes that he is beginning to like it here and would like to stay. Smiling, he states that even though it all started on his mother's orders, it doesn't matter anymore. He notes that this is why he will drive out evil and troublemakers with his own hands and feet. Finally, he asks to film the mission on his phone, but the battery is almost dead. San Ming throws his cell phone to the protagonist, explaining that it is also almost out of battery, but should be enough for the video. Smiling, he announces that his election campaign begins right now, and he will not lose under any circumstances. Park Young wonders what's really scary about this apocalypse after everything he's been through. Sometimes it seems to him that the most terrible thing is not self-destruction, but how the human soul suffers in this chaos. Gradually they return to the exit, and San Ming does not let go of the capsule for a second, despite its weight. After quite a long time, they finally reach their destination, and there are only a few dozen meters left before the exit. San Ming says that his lower back is about to fall off, but he still does not give up and continues to move forward, no matter what. He proudly declares that he will walk on his own feet, not by inertia imposed by his mother, but as a real person. When there are only a couple of steps left to the exit, he notes that a large river is already visible from here, into which he will throw the monster. Smiling, he asks to film what is about to happen in close-up, when suddenly the capsule begins to behave very strangely. Park Young shows Sang Ming's mother the video sometime later, explaining that she will never see her son again. The stern woman suddenly tells him that he should not engage in such ventures, but everything is visible on her face. She states that she simply does not believe it, after which she attacks the protagonist, claiming that he killed her. It is clear to anyone that this woman is experiencing a fit of extreme despair after her beloved son died. Park Young throws her aside with a sharp blow to at least somehow calm her down, while warning her to watch her language. He also explains that if she doesn't believe him, she can go and check everything herself. The woman begins to cry, noting that her son could not die as a hero because he was too frail. Finally, she states that everyone hated her son, but she tried to ensure his safety until the very end. Park Young leaves, reflecting on how he has seen the end of the world several times, and how the form of his vision looks different for everyone. He reflects that several misfortunes and accidents merged into one, and this man found himself in the place of the fatal monster. However, now this man with 8 legs has received what he has long desired. Together with his loyal advisors in the Parliament Hall, he constantly repeats votes and failures, simulating the chaos before the war. We flash forward to Christmas, where Park Young is counting his incredible achievements. The Christmas season is back, which means it's time to decorate the tree with balls for other users again. Park Young has had success, but Defender can boast that he has several completely filled collections. His typical glee is interrupted by the loud rustling of a radio, signaling that someone is calling him. Sue, who still lives in the mansion with her mother, reports that she has received supplies. She sincerely thanks him, after which she throws down the box, which was not supposed to be opened. Park Young says that now that it's Christmas, they can open the box and accept the gift. Looking inside, they discover the satellite equipment he had recently obtained. He explains that this will allow them to find their family if they follow the North American coordinates. Smiling, he wishes them a Merry Christmas and wishes them a good holiday. Rebecca and Sue sincerely thank Park Young and then wish him a good Christmas as well. Winter returned, and along with the snowstorm came an unprecedented cold that was not easy to bear. Most users had enough supplies to last 3 years, and even with a clear spending plan, supplies began to run low. The situation with the faults also leaves much to be desired, since the Legionnaires have withdrawn their troops, and erosion is accelerating. However, it seems that this time winter will be a test not only for people, but also for the monsters roaming the earth. Park Young discovers a wild dog on the cameras, which, judging by its size, is a mutant. From the very beginning of the war, a pack of mutants led by Gold, who was very cunning, lived in the vicinity of his shelter. Park Young realizes that this place is on their territory, which means they most likely came here in search of food. Park Young realizes that they will pose a serious threat, so they need to be eliminated as soon as possible. Sometime later, he goes out into the street, well armed, since a clash with these dogs does not pose any good. To his surprise, he finds traces of blood that go deep into the ground. He decides to follow them, trying to understand what awaits him on the other side, preparing for the worst-case scenario. After some time, he discovers a wounded individual, which he decides to deal with as quickly as possible before returning home. However, after a few moments it turns out that the wounded individual is the same Gold who used to be the leader. Park Young still has the beast in his sights, and wonders why the leader is suddenly in such a place. After discovering the serious wounds and realizing their nature, he realizes that he was simply cast out of the pack and left to die. Gold turned away from him and, passing the shelter, simply went down the slope, trying to get to some unknown place. Park Young quickly realizes that the dog is heading to the village where Old Man Kim once lived before the war. Gold falls to the ground, and before his eyes, events begin to appear when he was still an ordinary dog, and everything was easy and simple. His eyes once again see the ordinary people who wandered around him. Once upon a time, he was an ordinary dog, cared for by a woman who, unfortunately, did not survive the explosion. Now, all that remains of all these warm memories are the ghosts of the past and a howling winter evening. Gold gathers the strength to rise again and sets out to try to find the place where he once lived. Park Young follows him closely, trying to figure out where this creature is heading. Footprints mixed with blood led to a small estate, which was surprisingly well preserved despite the war. When Park Young stepped through the gate, he saw Gold, who had found his old home and was simply getting carried away in the snow. Coming closer, he suddenly heard how this creature was humming some kind of song, despite the fact that dogs do not have human vocal cords. It was a clumsy imitation of the melody, but nevertheless it was a familiar melody that he had heard before. Scientists say the mutants are too cunning to be tamed, so trying is pointless. He also understands that if it were not for the excessive cold-bloodedness of people, perhaps this statement could be refuted. Approaching the dying dog, he quickly distracts it to get its attention. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks the giant mutant if he wants to live, or if he would rather stay here and die. After some time, he brings Gold to one of his spare bunkers to provide him with a normal place to live. Gold only growled once in pain during the treatment, but otherwise showed no hostility. Of course, a dog of this size needs to be fed accordingly, so the best meat had to be obtained. Park Young looks with a little pity at the huge pieces of meat he takes out of his freezers. However, in order to get such a creature back on its feet, he spares nothing and decides to defrost the best pieces. He puts them in a pot and places it in front of the dog, explaining that it must eat the meat before it spoils. Gold growled at first, looking at him, and Park Young asks what kind of pickiness he has, ordering him to eat what he is given. As befits a wild beast, Gold recovers amazingly quickly thanks to its enhanced regeneration. On the third day, he takes him out into the mountains above the main bunker, after making sure that he is already able to walk slowly. After that, he shows him a small kennel that he managed to build during this time, so that Gold could now live. Gold starts growling again, and Park Young advises him to relax, noting that questions can be asked later if he has been lied to his whole life. After thinking for a bit, the animal began to sniff the place where he found himself and realized that he could settle down well here. Park Young observes the dog's behavior, trying to understand to what extent the animal understands human speech. Turning around, he announces that he is heading to his bunker to get some food. Suddenly, the thought flashed through his mind that the dog could jump on him right now and kill him instantly. However, all this turns out to be just a paranoid introduction, since the animal simply decided to scratch itself, yawning at the same time. Park Young realizes that the faster the creature's wounds heal, the more worried he becomes that it might attack him. Still, highly intelligent mutant dogs sometimes behave much more dangerously than monsters, since they have intelligence. Park Young reflects that if he can pet this creature even once, it will definitely become safer in the future. Gold makes it clear that he doesn't trust the protagonist enough, and the protagonist calls him a petty bastard. However, Park Young does not condemn this dog, since trust cannot be gained in a few days. Only patience and time are the only way to make friends with such a giant, scared beast. Park Young continues to suppress his instinct to protect himself and takes care of the creature, despite it being dangerous. One day he comes across a group of survivors who announce their approach via radio channels. The people in this group say that if there are survivors here, they should respond to them. They also say that in exchange for information they are ready to give away gasoline, which is quite valuable now. Park Young understands that he needs to be quiet and orders the dog to keep his head down so as not to scare the others. After this, he goes on business and meets with this group to talk about the information received. They give him a photograph of a walking dead man, who is the chairman, and add that he needs to be put out of his misery. The same Hank Song, whom Park Young had previously saved from a suicide mission, arrives here. It is then that his daughter, Charlie, asks to get him out of that operation, as it turned out to be suicidal. Park Young is surprised that this man is still chasing after the call to his chairman, to whom he owes his life. The thing is that a pack of zombies lives in this place, and the road to it is blocked by a pack of gold. Charlie says that she had given up hope of meeting him here alive, but their meeting seems to her a sign that heaven is on their side. Park Young says that just in case, he would like to clarify that he is not going to help them destroy the monsters. Charlie adds that she is not the same as before, and the circumstances are not the same as before. Charlie suddenly comes up behind him and says that her father hasn't changed at all, despite all this time. Smiling, she states that there is nothing wrong with it, because she understands that this is madness, so she does not want to involve anyone. Park Young quickly looks her over and notices that there is a wedding ring on her ring finger. Charlie notices his gaze and says that after that incident she married a girl from a neighboring town. With a sad smile, she adds that, unfortunately, this girl did not live long and died tragically. She also notes that her health was too fragile, despite the fact that she was an amazing person. Charlie states that he will give him a can of gasoline in return for showing them the way. The whole point is that Gold appears behind the main character, who came here to the sounds of people, not suspecting that they would be afraid of him. Park Young immediately informs that this dog is not hostile and will leave fairly quickly if not provoked. He raises his hand, letting the dog know he's okay, and showing the others he won't do anything to them. Suddenly, Gold turns around, but heads in a completely different direction than where he came from. Park Young realizes that something is wrong when suddenly the other survivors run up to Charlie, wondering what happened. Park Young comes closer to them, asking them to lower their weapons, and says that there is no point in wasting bullets on this dog. Charlie, with concern in his voice, reports that somehow this hunter was able to tame such a monster. Gold, meanwhile, walks onto the Air Force Base's runway and begins making loud noises, calling for allies. After some time, a large number of other dogs come to him, who behave very unfriendly. A few moments later, a new leader of this pack appears, who looks even more massive than Gold. Park Young watches this from afar and realizes that this creature kicked Gold out of the pack for the position of leader. Park Young hopes that Gold won't try to fight, as he won't be able to handle such a creature even at his best. The former leader, meanwhile, falls on his back, demonstrating submission and lack of hostility. Charlie also observes this and says that even a dog can change its behavior depending on the situation. Looking at her father, she notes that he must be worse than a dog if he still persists. After some time, Park Young agrees to help in their endeavors, and Hank Song states that this is a real blessing. Park Young realizes that if Gold had returned to the pack, it was only a matter of time before he joined this group. An untamable beast with intelligence equal to or greater than that of a human will not serve anyway. After some time, he receives a briefing that they are leaving right now. Charlie also reveals that they have heavy weapons against mutants, pointing to a .50 caliber machine gun. Park Young looks at this serious weapon and says that it is more than enough to deal with any target. The path that must be passed through turns out to be blocked by a small pack of mutated dogs that wander from side to side. Park Young takes a vantage point, reflecting on how mutants are actually the most honest enemy. If firepower is lacking, they become a real nightmare with a good arsenal. A regular safari. He takes aim at one of the dogs, then aims the sights and fires a quick shot. After one of the dogs falls, the others immediately rush in rage towards the shooter to tear him to pieces. Pak Yung quickly jumps down from the mountain and tells his comrade to prepare for a large number of dogs to appear. These creatures don't die from one shot, so you need to aim for the head to blow out their brains. The dogs quickly catch up with the place from which the shot was fired and try to attack their victims. Luckily, they have an easier way, which is to use a huge machine gun that can pierce through bodies. The machine gunner immediately opens fire, turning his opponents into mincemeat. Pak Yung even pauses shooting so as not to waste ammunition, giving the machine gunner time to aim. The shooter was rumored to be an army veteran, and his skills were not lacking as he pulled them out of danger. Pak Yung understands that if this gang does even half the job, they will instantly destroy any target. However, suddenly Gold appears behind the machine gunner, making a powerful leap towards the unsuspecting soldier. Fortunately, he manages to take cover in time and hides in the hatch of the car, from which he can no longer be removed. Gold lunges at the machine gun and tears it to shreds with his powerful jaws, rendering the weapon completely ineffective. Immediately after this, she howls, calling a huge number of mutated dogs to her side. Pak Yung stops his comrades for a while, saying that it is too early to panic, and that they need to act according to his instructions. Ordinary people, not prepared for such a development of events, immediately flee in panic, deciding to save themselves. Pak Yung looks back at them in surprise, realizing that he was abandoned at the most crucial moment. The opponents attack him almost immediately, and he has no choice but to accept this unequal fight. Thanks to his outstanding skills, he manages to dodge mutated dogs and shoot back with weapons. In a seemingly impossible situation, he manages to juggle several types of weapons at once. In a fight, all means are good, so he manages to fire a quick shot at point-blank range from a medium-caliber rifle. Immediately after this, he switches the machine guns to his other hand and jumps to the side, continuing to shoot back. Knowing that reloading won't be easy, he grabs his axes and charges forward, cutting through everything in his path. He has no equal in close combat, and soon enough he takes up a shotgun to finish off the surviving mutants. Hearing the roar, he turns around and sees in front of him a giant dog, which is the leader of the pack. As if that weren't enough, his old friend Gold appears next to this dog, watching him with curiosity. Pak Yung realizes that he underestimated his opponent, as there is now a Gold in the pack that is not so easy to defeat. Meanwhile, the allies who started to run away are still unable to help him as they fight the mutants. Pak Yung realizes that he always knew he would die from such cruelty, but until that moment comes, he will fight. Much to his surprise, Gold decides to join his comrade and sneakily attacks the new leader of the pack. Immediately after this, they become each other's partners, so to speak, in relation to the mutated dog. It is said that dogs and wolves are genetically almost identical, and the difference between them is created solely by the presence of humans. Pak Yung and Gold rush to attack the remaining mutated dogs, trying to destroy as many as possible. Of man, the dog is only another form of wolf, and this strange duo serves as further proof of this assertion. Hank Song and his gang's adventures for the sake of their old master end in the expected failure. No one died, but people themselves were broken by what they had been through. However, that is not the most important thing now. Charlie approaches the protagonist and asks if he can spare her some time to talk alone. She genuinely asks if he is a bachelor, which leaves him completely baffled. Pak Yung asks what she means, to which the girl states that her intention is quite serious. Smiling, she says that a fleeting meeting can be fate, and they meet for the second time. Smiling, she states that in that case she will not become a widow a second time, and Pak Yung asks her what that means. Smiling, she takes off her ring and announces that this is a serious proposal of marriage on her part. Looking away, she says that he must understand her, because these are not the easiest times. She also adds that he is the right age for her, and that he is just over 35. While he claims that even if he is a little older, he is still young. Taking a step forward, she asks him in surprise if he doesn't like her, trying to get an answer right now. Pak Yung looks at her with some confusion, trying to figure out how to answer this very difficult question. He states that Charlie is more than attractive, but he is still forced to refuse such a tempting offer. The thing is that times may be hard, and such a union is not suitable for him, and the intention is too obvious. However, the most important factor in this situation is that he is not ready to live side by side with someone because of his character. Charlie looks down and smiles, saying that she understands perfectly and apologizes for bringing it up. Pak Yung says that it's no big deal, then asks if she's going to leave. Charlie states that he will stay for a couple more days, as they have one very important task left. Pak Yung asks her what she means, and she remembers that she still hasn't explained the main point of their being here. She argues that the attempt to free the chairman is just a side issue, since the real issue lies elsewhere. She shows him an older man surrounded by guards, and tells him that she works for Chairman Patrick. One of the guards suddenly turns his gaze to Pak Yung and immediately recognizes him, not hiding his sincere surprise. Patrick is the chairman of one of the two largest corporations in Korea, who built the bunker, a photo of which has leaked online. This photo caused a storm of discussions among other users, and even became a hot topic for a long time. The presence of hunters in the security of such a magnate is not at all surprising, since such people can afford anything. In this case, Park Young meets a classmate named Kieran, who also belongs to the old-school hunters. Park Young didn't have much contact with him at the academy, but he remembered his face very clearly because of one incident. Once upon a time, a training duel was held between them to test the strength of each hunter. In sparring with cold weapons, this man held his own against him for quite a long time, despite Park Young's efforts. Kieran was able to hold out for almost 8 seconds, which was an absolute record for all other participants. Kieran was a rather stubborn man, and the fact that he lost even to the best student did not break him in any way. He almost immediately demanded a rematch, and although the second round did not take place, it remained in his memory forever. Kieran says he never thought he would meet Park Young in such a place, stating that the area seemed strange to him at first. Smiling, he asks him how many traps he has set here, to which Park Young states that he will not give up this place. Kieran looks around and says that if he settled here, then this really is a good place. Analyzing the terrain, he claims that there are many heights here, which means that a large territory can be controlled. Park Young realizes that the location of his main bunker has been pinpointed, and this is a bad sign. Kieran states that it is nice to meet him after so many years, but now he wants to rest after a long shift. Smiling, he says that if there is anything interesting, he can ask Charlie about it. Charlie, meanwhile, invites him to dinner, but Park Young says that he is forced to refuse such a tempting offer. Charlie asks him if he is sure about his refusal, and then lists the menu that is planned for today. Park Young decides to stay for the barbecue party, and watches the proceedings afterwards, stating that he didn't stay for the meat. He keeps a close eye on Chairman Patrick, who has been famous for his ideal hideout since the beginning of the war. After this, he wonders why a man who had such a secure home would drag himself to this wilderness. Park Young quickly comes to the conclusion that Patrick's goal is to obtain information, not food. Charlie offers him another piece, and Park Young agrees, after which he quickly pulls himself together, saying that he is already full. After this, he states that he has a question that he would like to discuss with her right now. Charlie tells him that the shells came from the Legionnaires after a recent shelling, and that's why he left the shelter. According to the information she has, the shelter was completely destroyed and the group lost almost all of its people. She adds that after something like this, you want to run away anywhere, just to avoid seeing this horror. Park Young asks her where exactly they are going to escape to, and she shows him her smartphone. She also states that they are heading to Ogasawara Island, which is quite far away from any danger. She adds that, according to the chairman, we need to break out of this hell and finally go to heaven. Park Young asks her if she is going to go there with them, and she falls silent for a moment. She manages to say that in fact she has another purpose here, when suddenly she is interrupted by the sounds of approaching footsteps. The chairman approaches and asks what they are chatting so enthusiastically about. Charlie introduces Park Young to Patrick, telling him that he is the hunter she mentioned. Patrick suddenly asks if Park Young is an INFP by chance, not hiding his interest. Park Young asks him what that even means, and Patrick explains that it's the MBTI classification. He smiles, points to himself, and says that he is an INFP, adding that this is his nature. He also offers Park Young to take a similar test, which he persistently refuses, saying that he does not want it. Patrick grins and points at him, claiming that it's a clear sign that they're similar. After this, he begins to interact kindly with the other guards, and Charlie says that he has always been like this after the shooting. She also states that according to other people's reports, he was quite cheerful before. Park Young asks her at what point they plan to leave here, to which she replies in 2 days. The next day, things get even noisier near the shelter as a real plane lands. Park Young is still pondering over the chairman's words about getting out of this hell and heading to heaven. He looks at the silver body of the plane with hope, ready to fly away anywhere. The plane lands for maintenance, and several vehicles immediately pull up to it. Park Young returns for the job he is offered and the generous reward. It all started with Charlie describing the hero's exploits, embellishing them wherever possible. Park Young is reluctantly left in the spotlight as an untouchable legend when Kieran suddenly intervenes. To everyone's surprise, he states that Park Young is the best in his field and was the only one who defeated him. These words become the icing on the cake, so he is asked to oversee a deal for aircraft parts. Park Young could refuse, but he is offered food, synthetic fuel, and a doctor's fee as payment. He also learns that the deal will be between the Koreans and the Chinese, which means there is some information to be learned. Kieran briefs him, telling him that only a couple of battalions landed nearby, and the ship they arrived on was sunk. He adds that China was in ruins, so the Chinese just settled here. After some time, they arrive at the meeting place, which looks quite ominous. The Chinese fighters look at their business partners rather warily, ready to open fire at any moment. Kieran nevertheless calmly approaches their leader and enters into negotiations. Pak Yung, along with other soldiers, watches the scene closely, trying to figure out what will happen. Kieran smiles and makes a special gesture, indicating that they have agreed on a deal. After this, he turns to his comrades and says that all the goods can be loaded into the car. A small forklift pulls up to lift the giant boxes and load them into a dump truck. Park Young muses that this thing looks a bit big for an airplane part. After a few moments, one of the boxes moves aside briefly, and he sees something that will remain etched in his memory for a long time. He immediately turns away to pretend he didn't notice, but it still leaves an impression. The thing is, the parts in this box are eerily reminiscent of a nuclear bomb ready for use. After some time, he goes to see a doctor, who carefully checks the functioning of his body. Right now, he is in an underground airbase complex that the group is using as a temporary hideout. The doctor tells him that his muscles and bones are fine, and that he is absolutely healthy. He also says that the blood test results will be ready in a day, and he will inform you of everything you need to know right before your flight. Pak Young looks closely at the doctor and asks if he and the chairman have decided to go to another island. The doctor hesitates for a moment, then asks him if Charlie had told him about the original plan. Park Young remembers that according to Charlie, they were heading to Japan, but that is not what he was just told. The doctor says that he is not flying there, while Park Young realizes that he has managed to catch him in a provocation. The doctor adds that the plane is impressive, and they have a separate pilot, although the chairman also knows how to fly planes. Park Young asks the doctor if his wife will fly and where she will go in that case. The doctor falls silent for a moment, then says that his wife will not be going anywhere, since she died during the shelling. Suddenly a nurse comes in and addresses the doctor, saying that Kieran is calling him. The doctor says he will have the test results tomorrow, and then states that if he needs work, he can contact Kieran. He also adds that his younger comrade is one of the main ones in this organization, so he can put in a good word for him. Park Young asks who the person is, and is told that she is a short woman with short hair, about his age. Park Young walks away, realizing that these words confirm almost all of his fears. It's worth starting with the main thing. It turns out that the people guarding the chairman are actually legionnaires. Park Young is surprised that even Veronica didn't know anything about this, and he wouldn't have guessed if it weren't for Kieran's words. He also realizes that the younger colleague that has been talked about all this time is none other than Kim Duran. Kim Duran is his longtime partner who approached him despite his bad reputation and became a true friend. However, her disadvantage is that she is too fixated on debts and grievances and never knows how to forgive. He also recalls that Kim Duran complained that there was no place for old people like them on this island, so no one wanted them. Park Young once again begins to reproach himself for refusing to shelter Kim Duran and her son, after which he decides to think soberly. He clearly understands that in fact Kieran and all his charges are legionnaires, and Patrick has gone half crazy. This man thinks he's flying to Japan, but his destination is actually an island where the entire government has fled. There's a part on board this plane that looks suspiciously like a nuclear bomb, and Kieran is behind it all. This woman's motivation is that she was kicked out, and she is clearly not the type to forgive such a betrayal. Suddenly, his evil thoughts are interrupted by the now familiar voice of Chairman Patrick. Coming closer, he smiles widely and asks if Park Young can sell him a gun with bullets. Park Young asks him why he needs a gun, and he replies that he needs it for fun. Immediately after this, he hands him a small ingot to pay for any functioning weapon. Smiling, he reveals that he is actually an ESTP. Park Young understands the man's intentions and asks if he knows how to use a weapon. Afterwards, they go out onto the runway, and Patrick declares that the place he is flying to is a real paradise. Patrick turns to the staff, saying that he never found his paradise because he had deluded himself into believing that it could be achieved. With some malice, he adds that these bastards have destroyed everything he ever aspired to. Summing up, he sadly notes that even without these people, the end would have been the same. He also decides to share his thoughts, according to which a paradise that will sooner or later collapse is no longer a paradise. Park Young asks him what the point is then, to which he states that the very pursuit of paradise is already exciting. Park Young is surprised by such revelation and awareness on the part of this rich man, who is only pretending to be crazy. Finally, he wishes Park Young to find his own paradise, in which he will be happy to stay throughout his life. Park Young heads to his bunker to learn something new about himself after talking to the chairman. He opens the description of the MBTI scale and carefully studies each parameter that tells about the psychotype. Looking back, he wonders what kind of paradise could be a place with a toilet in the center. He remembers Kim Duran's words during their last meeting, wishing him a good life. Only now does he realize that saying goodbye was much harder than he initially thought, but now it's time to act. He decides to contact Veronica and tell her absolutely everything he knows, since it was better from his point of view. Veronica listens to him carefully and notes that this is very much in Kim Duran's style, thanking him for telling her. She specifically emphasizes that if he hadn't called, she would never have found out about anything. But Park Young decides to continue the conversation. He asks her if the very island where the government fled is really more than just a refuge. Veronica pauses for a moment, then says that she doesn't quite understand what he means. Park Young is not far behind, and says that Lee Han gave his name to this relocation plan just so he could act responsibly. He confidently states that there must be a good reason why he did this, because this man has always been rational. Park Young understands perfectly well that such a person will not risk his life just for the sake of risk. Park Young corners Veronica with his questions, trying to figure out what they are up to on this island. Veronica pauses again for a long time, after which, with a heavy voice, she says that they are closing the rifts there. Park Young is silent for a moment, not believing what he heard with his own ears. He asks her if this is even possible, and she replies that they managed to close a low-intensity fault in India. After this, she reports that her awakened comrades on the island are now working to close the rift once and for all. As Park Young continues to try to process what he just learned, a familiar face briefly appears before his eyes. It was Lee Han's smiling face, as if he had finally defeated him in his endless competition for supremacy. Park Young realizes that he has been blind all this time, and his stubbornness has continued to lead him into the darkness of ignorance. Veronica, meanwhile, informs him that a massacre is about to break out in the area where he lives, so he better stay away. From her point of view, if he behaves carelessly, he could die from a stray bullet. All night long, he prepares weapons and sets traps at the entrance to the bunker in case of a sudden invasion. As Veronica advised, he decides to wait out this massacre. But this was only a backup option. After some time, the 21st Detachment of the First Passage, which consists of only a small number of soldiers, appears at the Air Force Base. Their boss informs them that the territory they are illegally occupying belongs to the state. Park Young goes outside to carefully observe what will happen here. To say that he was surprised by such an underestimation of the situation would be an understatement, because these soldiers were absolutely useless. Park Young wonders why Veronica sent such little information about the base being captured by Legionnaires. Meanwhile, the commander tediously rereads the radio and reports that if they do not obey, they will face the wrath of the state. Moments later, a sniper shoots one of the soldiers in the knee, causing him to scream loudly for help. Kieran contacts the local soldiers, telling them that they should get out of here since they are not doing anything bad. He informs them that their chairman is about to fly to Japan, and they will not tolerate interference. He also assures that they just want to get the plane up, so they need to wait a little. The commander of the First Pass Squad reports that they asked nicely, but apparently it was pointless. After this, they raise a small helicopter, saying that now they will show what they are capable of. Park Young understands that the situation will now begin to develop rapidly, but the Legionnaires remain calm. Moments later, the helicopter is blown to pieces as a powerful anti-aircraft missile hits it. Kieran mockingly asks the First Pass Squad if they have shown enough of what they are capable of. After this, the First Pass Squad decides to retreat, while high-explosive shells are flying in their direction. There are multiple explosions as Kieran reports that these enemies have gone completely wild and are climbing everywhere. Park Young manages to run into the bunker, but Kieran contacts him and offers to join. He says there is a way out, but the awakened fanatics don't want to hunt monsters. Smiling, he adds that there is plenty of work for ordinary hunters, and the world has changed. He also says that the betrayal can be forgiven if Park Young immediately comes out of his bunker. Although incredibly angry, Kieran is still willing to beat him half to death as payment for his betrayal. Park Young realizes that no one really plans to keep him alive, if only because of the spirit of rivalry between him and Kieran. Kieran's henchmen report that they launched drones but found nothing, and it appears that the man has already escaped. Kieran orders to connect him with Kim Duran, but he quickly replies that according to the latest information, she is seriously busy. Kieran gets angry and says that he should tell her that Park Young gave away their entire plan and betrayed their idea. Park Young continues to wait for further developments when suddenly Kieran contacts him again. Kieran reports that he contacted Kim Duran and she told them that Park Young built a bunker and lives nearby. He invites Park Young to play hide and seek, and Park Young realizes that his worst fears have been confirmed. After the helicopter crash, Park Young realizes that he will no longer be able to contact Veronica, since someone is jamming the signal. He also understands that this could very well be a radio interception, or she herself cut off the connection due to her strange nature. The thing is that this girl always had a strange character, because of which she got pleasure from the misfortune of others. It is difficult to say whether this was an innate personality disorder, or acquired after numerous traumas in the war. In any case, it doesn't matter now, since he has to protect this place at any cost. Park Young knows he's in the worst-case scenario, but he feels a strange sense of calm. He contacts Kieran, informing him that he is not hiding anywhere and is not far from here. He also states that there is hope on the island that his comrade left behind, so Kieran can find and kill him if he wants. The former hunter orders his comrades to split into 4 groups, warning that Pak Jung may be well armed. He also states that one of his trump cards is an ambush, so one must act with the utmost caution. Pak Jung monitors the area with the help of numerous cameras and bugs that he has placed throughout the area. After some time, the soldiers find a ventilation hole and say that it may be used to pump out exhaust gases. Park Jung goes to the electrical panel and uses the control panel to scare off the soldiers. Moments later, a small explosive device detonates near the ventilation hatch, emitting a lot of smoke. The soldiers try to throw a grenade there, but they fail, while Pak Jung continues to act. It opens a spare hatch, which in turn opens access to a secret exit. At the very beginning of the story, this passage came in handy during an attack by former builders. He grabs the necessary weapons, and then climbs inside, glad that the passage has not been damaged at all during all this time. Meanwhile, the soldiers are trying to figure out what to do with the exhaust pipe, realizing that they can't throw a grenade there after all. One of them turns to his boss, saying that this place is full of holes, just like a shower head. They come to the conclusion that they will not be able to break through this hole, so they need to look for something else. Kieran looks around in irritation and discovers something very strange. Looking closely at the rocks, he sees Pak Jung slowly peering out from there, holding a rocket launcher in his hands. This missile launcher is typically used to combat vehicles, but it can also be equipped with anti-personnel missiles. Kieran only has time to shout to his team to get on the ground, but it is too late. The missile hits right where there was a large concentration of soldiers, and Pak Jung rushes forward, grabbing his rifle. He fires several quick shots, hoping to kill at least one enemy. His wish comes true quite quickly, and he hopes to kill as many legionnaires as possible. He also understands that if he manages to catch Kieran himself, he will be happy even to die that day. Pak Jung and Kieran exchange shots before both quickly run for cover to heal their wounds. Kieran contacts Park Jung, telling him that there is no turning back for him and he must understand this. He immediately turns to the remaining soldiers, saying that the enemy is somehow tracking their actions. Within a few minutes, they discover a large number of tripwires, bugs, and cameras, after which they neutralize them. Pak Jung realizes that the eyes and ears of his hideout are slowly disappearing, leaving him at a grave disadvantage. The biggest problem is that they finally find the main entrance to the bunker, which was previously hidden. Kieran turns to his subordinates, telling them that they must take the welding machine and open this door as quickly as possible. They succeed quite quickly, after which an assault squad armed with ballistic weapons goes inside. However, in this situation they miscalculated, since no one had time to disarm the camera inside the bunker, which means they are in full view. Pak Jung immediately decides to take advantage of this situation and detonates the mined part of the bunker using a detonator. Kieran tries to understand what happened, while Park Jung thanks God for building the backup bunkers. To be more precise, it is not God we should thank, but John Nennan, since it was thanks to his posts that he decided to implement this idea. It was because of these bunkers that the construction budget skyrocketed and became simply enormous. One of the soldiers approaches Kieran, saying that they have found another entrance to the bunker, which, however, is no different from this one. Kieran asks him how many entrances to the bunker they found in total, to which he replies that there were about 9. Pak Jung listens intently to their conversations, realizing that they have yet to find at least 4 entrances to the bunker. Of course, they don't see any of the entrances that can be found on the surface in the place where it is now. At first it may seem like a victory, but suddenly Kieran contacts Kim Darin, informing him that he has lost many people. He asks her how long she is going to hide where the entrance to the bunker is, and the girl finally tells which entrance is the real one. Park Jung realizes that his plan has failed, and after a while, Kieran's voice is heard from behind the metal doors. He says they were never close, and he seems to have no friends at all, since his friend gave him away completely. After this, Park Jung wonders whether he will be able to open the door himself, or whether he will have to break it down using welding. Once upon a time, there was a girl who was always shy and was always constrained by fear of her superiors. She had natural talent, but she was very afraid of being judged by others and could not express herself. This girl was the same Kim Darin, who later turns out to be Park Jung's only friend. At the academy, she was like a gray mouse, whom no one took seriously, except for a few people, including the instructor. It is then that Park Jung turns to the main character and states that such talent should not be wasted, and he must intervene. During another mission, Park Jung decides to speak up, explaining that others' opinions won't change if she fawns. He also says that if she were worthless, then groveling would be wise. After analyzing her, he claims that she is allowed to walk on equal terms with him. As a friendly parting word, he advises her not to allow others to look down on her under any circumstances. He also says that you shouldn't pay attention to other people's assessments, because a good result will always justify the effort. These words have an incredible impact on the girl, and she realizes that at least one person is on her side. After this, she overcomes all her mental weaknesses and achieves impressive growth in a short time. On graduation day, she is given the call sign Flores, meaning flawless, and she lives up to that call sign every time. She goes through countless battles, earns an incredible amount of merits, and completes many missions. Park Young recalls that a huge number of people came and went from his life due to various circumstances. However, he always knew that there was one person who would stay by his side until the end, no matter what. For him, that person turns out to be Kim Daran, who always said that Park Young was her best friend. However, now he finds himself at a point where even Kim Daran has turned her back on him and revealed the location of his bunker. There are a huge number of people behind that door ready to shoot him, and there is no one who would come to his aid. Park Young decides not to think about it, and asks Kieran what he thinks of her, and gets the answer that she is indeed very strong. Kieran doesn't answer, and wonders whether he should break down the door himself, or if he should open it anyway. Park Young prepares for battle, knowing that there is no point in bothering himself, since this door has been open all this time. Kieran addresses his subordinates, informing them that it is time to throw in a tear gas grenade. Park Young is prepared for this in advance, as he has already managed to grab several gas masks to protect himself from attacks. Kieran orders the rest of the fighters, also wearing gas masks, to move forward. Several soldiers feel regret when their opponents twist their legs as they descend. Park Young opens fire, knowing that if he hadn't said those words that day, everything might have been different. He realizes that if he hadn't given up his hunting career so abruptly, it might have changed everything. He shoots his opponents mercilessly and without missing, although his thoughts are occupied with something completely different. He wonders what would have happened if he hadn't designed his bunker, since the damn toilet had to be placed in the center. For a moment, he remembers Kim Daran saying that it was very difficult to live in such a place, especially with children. Park Young understands that perhaps in that case she would not have gone to the Legionnaires and would have stayed with him. But now, there is no point in regretting. Kieran's men suffered heavy losses and were forced to retreat, dragging away the wounded and throwing back grenades. Kieran wonders if he could throw the grenade further away to finish off Park Young for sure. They tell him that this is impossible, since there is a steep slope in front of the stairs, and dynamite is needed to break through it. Kieran becomes enraged and contacts Park Young, stating that his resistance is completely pointless. He claims that they have a huge numerical advantage, and will still be the winners no matter what. He wonders about the status of the warhead, and the soldiers report that all that remains is to load it onto the plane. However, the sudden plan is disrupted by loud gunshots from an unexpected direction. Park Young goes to the periscope connected to his bunker, and discovers something he never expected. Patrick manages to shoot all of his guards, who obey the Legionnaires in time, leaving only the doctor alive. However, the fate of this doctor is also sealed, as he betrays the chairman, hoping that he is crazy. After shooting the last witness, Patrick slowly boards the plane and goes into the cockpit. Kieran curses this crazy old man, after which he orders his subordinates to immediately stop this flying transport. However, it is too late, and Patrick announces that he welcomes everyone on the flight from Korea to Japan. Smiling sincerely, he says that the next destination they are heading to is paradise. Park Young watches this spectacle for the first time in a long time, feeling the incredible beauty with all his heart. Although perhaps this is a feeling of envy, given the situation in which the main character finds himself. After this, he comes to the conclusion that he envies the freedom to leave this cursed land of death and fly away somewhere far away. Suddenly, a menacing roar of fighter jets appears, which does not bode well for the main character's opponents. Kieran looks at the fighters, trying to figure out what's going on and where they came from. Park Young himself is quite surprised when his radio starts to jangle loudly, as Veronica desperately tries to contact him. She asks him in a worried voice how he feels, hoping that he survived. Park Young is surprised to realize that she responded to his call and notices that she is again asking if he is okay. Park Young confidently states that he is alive and fine, adding that he is now in the bunker. Veronica reports that a full-scale bombing is expected here, but Park Young notes that the bomb is still on the runway. Veronica asks if he is okay, expressing hope that no one is attacking him. Park Young says that she needs to wait a little while Kieran gets closer and closer to him. Kieran talks about how he used to think that you always had to charge in with shields, but everyone's shields were destroyed. Once inside, he slams his hand on the emergency door lock to remain alone with his opponent. After this, they look at each other, realizing that they need to end the rivalry that began back then. Looking around the bunker, they note that all this is befitting of the best graduate. After a while, she is surprised to see a toilet in the middle, but Park Young states that this is a design decision. After this, he takes out an axe, saying that he wanted to fight the enemy from the very beginning. Kieran confirms the rage that runs through his body that he only lasted 8 seconds. He also forever remembers the humiliation of the arrogant look he saw from Park Young back then. Kieran states that the instructor separated them then and prevented something irreparable, but now there will be a second round. Park Young looks at his opponent, realizing that he finally sees the desire he has been suppressing all this time. Taking out his second axe, he ignores Veronica for a moment, who asks him why he doesn't answer. Quickly turning on the stopwatch, he rushes into battle, causing Veronica to become seriously nervous. They face each other in a brutal duel, and Park Young tries to seize the initiative from the very first moments. He attacks with a sweeping, fast movement, performing acrobatic dodges combined with blocks. At one point, he corners his opponent, but the opponent makes a quick attack to block the blow. As a result of a powerful counterattack, Park Young loses one of his axes and is thrown off balance. This situation may be similar to death, but one should not bury Park Young prematurely. The thing is that even while retreating, he manages to deliver a quick attack right at the knee of his opponent. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary hesitation, he quickly snatches the axe out of the air. Immediately after this, he decisively rushes into the attack, hoping to destroy the enemy with a powerful blow, and continues the onslaught. Having another moment, he this time completely cuts off his opponent's arm, depriving him of the ability to fight. Kieran falls to the ground, and Park Young notes that this time the enemy lasted a full 30 seconds. Looking sternly at his opponent, he says that this is a good result since their last meeting. Kieran quickly grabs the detonator strapped to him and moves to take it with him. Park Young quickly reacts with a blow that instantly decapitates Kieran before he can press the detonator. Park Young also contacts Veronica, informing her that he survived again and she should be upset. Veronica smiles and says that she is very upset to hear this, because she is only rooting for him. Park Young understands that in this situation, he needs to put aside his pride and asks Veronica for help in saving him. She smiles and advises him to be careful, telling him that it would be better not to go outside for the foreseeable future. There are loud explosions and she reports that the rescue operation has already begun. Immediately after this, she gives her fighters the order to destroy everything that moves in the area. Dozens, if not hundreds, of attack aircraft crash into the area, leveling every concrete structure they can. Once the bombing ends, Pa Jung goes outside to find a huge number of charred cars and bodies. He searches some of them, and finally finds the most valuable thing that can be found after a good bombing. Sitting down on a stone that somehow miraculously remained after the bombing, he carefully lights a cigarette. Looking at the mess left behind by the raid, he wonders how long it will take to clean up. After some time, he and Harry finish loading the last bodies of the destroyed Legionnaires, transferring them from truck to truck. Harry asks him why he didn't turn to them in his time of need, and Talia excitedly repeats these questions. Park Young explains that this was a war-scale matter, so the arrival of 2 people would not have changed anything. Harry, while saying that Park Young is too handsome, expresses the opinion that he had few friends. Park Young doesn't answer this question, because Harry understands everything perfectly well without words. Walking to the car, Harry thanks them for the treat and the trophy, stating that they will make good use of the equipment they received. Park Young stops him for a moment, then sincerely expresses gratitude for his help. He stresses that he will never forget the support they gave him today. Park Young smiles and says that if he understood everything, then next time he should definitely call them if there are problems. Harry leaves and Park Young is left alone in the city, watching the beautiful sky that is starting to turn pink. Finally, he remembers Patrick's words, who advised him to try his best to find his paradise. He reflects that despite everything that happened, he does not regret showing Kim Darin the bunker. Only thanks to this did he learn that they were now trying to close the rifts on the island, which meant that he had a new purpose. From his point of view, simply surviving as long as possible is not comparable to the hope that the future will be better. Park Young says out loud that he at least wants to see his comrades close the rifts before he dies. After that, he turns around and goes home, thinking that if this thin thread of hope is a search for an edge, then he has finally found it. A few months later, Park Young continues to sit on his favorite forum, when suddenly he comes across something very interesting. Suddenly, a Japanese user appears on the forum and decides to post some photos. These photographs showed an airplane that seemed more familiar to him, but at first he couldn't remember where he had seen it. However, upon closer inspection, he sees Patrick, who has successfully completed his mission and reached where he wanted to go. Park Young smiles as he reflects on how another tycoon has finally managed to sort out this chaos and discover his own paradise. In deference to his will, he completely broke the rules and took the very test Patrick had spoken of. As Patrick predicted, the result was INFP, which meant a dreamy and introverted person. Park Young studies the keywords that characterize his psychotype and realizes that they do not inspire optimism in him at all. For further advice, he decides to turn to Talia, who, it seems to him, is fascinated by this test. After learning his results, She reports that this is the result of the most typical loser who will never achieve anything. After some time, he contacts Veronica, who gives him extremely interesting information about one event. It turns out that the authorities are indeed building that very special place, as a hope that has been talked about for so long. Sometime later, Park Young got hold of a tripod for a small camera and attached his phone to it. To explain further behavior, we need to go back a little in time, to the beginning of the current winter. Not much time has passed since the legendary incident involving Park Young's personality. For some reason that is still completely unknown, Park Young decides to record his beatbox incredibly powerfully and harshly. One can only envy the incredible passion and dedication that Park Young uses when recording this lyrical track. This time he decides to go all out and even inserts his real name at the end of the musical composition. He spends his very peculiar and boring days, but this time he decides to post this video online. It's hard to say that the community's reaction to such creativity was positive. In fact, it was rather lukewarm. Park Young suggests that all this is due to the emergence of a new social network created by John Lennon at the cost of great sacrifice. Even though this social network is slow and the servers often crash, it surpasses its counterparts in functionality. However, Park Young is too loyal to the old forum he is on, so he is in no hurry to move there. After some time, Veronica contacts him and says that she was just about to write to him, but decided to call. After this, she says that she wanted to ask him a very important question, the answer to which could be very significant. Suddenly she asks him if he does any weird things on the internet, to which he replies that he doesn't use the internet at all. After this, he notes that he learned some important detail, and therefore would like to ask her some questions. It turns out that the fully autonomous elite complex, tickets to which were raffled off through a lottery, has apparently been completed. Once upon a time, when the lottery first started, the community was buzzing. But then, when the administration fled, everything went downhill. According to Kim Duran, the construction was completely cancelled, and everything returned to normal, falling into oblivion along the way. Park Young assumes that the topic will not be raised again, but it turns out that construction is still ongoing. Veronica confirms his suspicion as the M9 user finally reaches the place he has been told so much about. Park Young tries to recreate in his head everything that Veronica told him about the essence of this case. All this was done solely within the framework of the National Committee's election campaign in order to be re-elected. The parliamentary faction announces the restoration of the city, but no one takes these words seriously. In an effort to somehow restore trust, ordinary citizens are faced with a project of hope that was previously considered cancelled. The problem of attracting awakened people also played a role, and the government simply could not sit idly by. Veronica again begins to curse the same schoolboy who deceived her, but Park Young says that he has heard enough. He also understands that this is not nonsense at all, because, despite all the talk about it, this is definitely a serious matter. The government's plan to establish a government in the heart of a city engulfed in civil war sends a very important message. Time drags on slowly, but at a certain point a post from user M9 appears in the community. M9 finally gets a reason to rejoice and constantly writes that there are no looters here, and that there are military personnel all around. He grins and tells all the haters to get their eyes angry, declaring that they will be the first to rot for the rest of their lives. He pays special attention to Skelton, saying that he has now finally wiped the old mug's nose. He announces that it is time to stop choking on the mold in the bunker, and introduces everyone to his cozy new home. All forum users are surprised to see real photos of the apartment in this car. It was very unexpected. Inside, the mansion looked quite decent, and even a little reminiscent of a real apartment. However, what really shocked users was not this at all, but a more creepy detail that spoiled everything. The fact is that even from the outside, it was clear that this house was tilted at an incredibly terrible angle, dangerous to life. It soon becomes known that the apartments here were distributed based on requests, and except for one user, all refused after seeing this house. After some time, Park Young decides to go outside to take a photo of the booth where Gold lived. Gold, to put it mildly, did not appreciate such a maneuver, and is trying with all his might to understand the essence of Park Young's actions. As soon as he posts his photo, he gets the usual 2 dislikes and 1 comment questioning the meaning of the post. However, after some time, he receives a message from a well-known duo asking what happened to his bunker. As time goes by, the situation in the city becomes worse and worse as the truce does not last and the civil war resumes. Once again, a huge number of explosions thundered throughout the city due to shootings and artillery shelling. Only one M9 user remains in that very mansion of hope, holding on with all his might. Park Young decides to write to the man anyway, warning him about how dangerous it is to stay there. To his own surprise, he receives the answer that the man is well aware of the danger, but he has nowhere else to go. 3 years have passed since the apocalypse began, and 2 armies speaking the same language are pointing weapons at each other. A protracted civil war burns down much of the city, creating millions of refugees in the process. In this incredible chaos, a photograph of the very mansion that was a symbol of hope appears. It is also a symbol of one man's faith in this ultra-modern residential complex, where only one family lives. M9 does not leave the complex, despite the fact that at any moment it could be buried under tons of concrete. To this day, this building stands somewhere in the corner of the city, leaning and serving as a beacon of hope. Park Young sleeps peacefully another night, but he can't shake the feeling of danger, as if someone is watching him closely. After some time, a dense shadow slides into the bunker and stops right next to the bed, revealing a sharp knife. Park Young quickly gets out of bed, grabbing a gun to shoot back at the intruder, but it's too late. It turns out that the attack was coming from several sides at once, and he didn't have a single chance to escape. Luckily, it turns out to be just a bad dream, causing him to jump up, looking around tensely. Ever since the day Karen or the pioneers attacked his bunker, he has been plagued by the same nightmares. He tries to calm himself down with the thought that he has already dealt with everyone who knows the location of the bunker, with the help of Veronica. However, the main problem is that Kim Daran is still among the Legionnaires and knows about him. Exhaling tensely, he realizes that the time has come to make the decision he has been putting off all this time. Contacting his old friend, he asks if she has any work for the guy. Following a tip from Parliament, he ends up in a neighboring town, which is located not far from his bunker. With the resumption of civil war in the capital, most of the refugees head here, forming several camps. Park Young looks around, realizing that formally this area is under the control of Parliament. In reality, these camps are almost abandoned, and the survivors have created their own ecosystem in them to survive. Moving further, he looks around the area, discovering a street where freelancers and hunters are located. He heads to Veronica's laboratory, but is unable to meet her because she is away. He is given a boat, which takes him there, and he notices children playing nearby. Park Young assumes that there might be other hunters here, but so far there are only old women and children here. After a while, he sees Sam Khan playing with some child, and stares at his friend in surprise. There is an awkward pause, after which Sam Khan decides to introduce him to his family, which he talked about earlier. Smiling, Sam Khan says that this is his wife, and points to the embarrassed woman with the child. Park Young nods respectfully, realizing that this is a young girl, no more than 20 years old, but she already has many scars. Sam Khan says that he saved her from bandits during another raid, preventing her death. Smiling, he adds that this is how their rather interesting and happy relationship began. Sam Han values his family very much, explaining that he is actually a lucky guy, as it is very rare to meet someone in the apocalypse. Park Young smiles, mentally admitting that he didn't expect this man to be capable of such emotions. He then asks if Sam Han can take him to his assigned accommodation, noting that it is numbered B23. Sam Khan says that he knows this number somewhere before, and then shows him his new amazing robots. He believes that such a palace is worthy of the greatness of the main character, but a little refinement would not hurt. Sam Khan notes that the building is in much better condition than he expected, and just needs a few tweaks. Park Young asks where the toilet is in the building, which leaves Sam Han genuinely surprised. Sam Han informs him that there is only a public toilet here, causing Park Young's face to twist even more than usual. Sam Khan grins and notes that benefits and social support have become much better here. Park Young asks how long these places have been around, and Sam Han says they've been here for over a year. This information makes him freeze in surprise, since it seemed that these places appeared only recently. Park Young asks his comrade if Veronica really organized this place. Sam Khan grins and says that everything here is thanks to Kim Daran, who now works for the Legionnaires. He also reports that there is now a system in place for freelance hunters to earn their pennies. He adds that this idea also belongs to Kim Daran, although much has changed over time. Sam Han explains that this is logical, since a man like Kim Daran has no choice but to burn everything he has. He adds that usually people in desperate situations get rid of old connections and acquaintances. After that, he says that Kim Daran turned her senpais, comrades, and junior freelancers and shoved them into this hole. Park Young reflects that he never once thought that all of Kim Daran's achievements were nothing without him. That is why, when he abruptly left, she remained in Parliament, where the Awakened rule the ballots. Park Young wonders what she had to change about herself to achieve this, and what principles she had to compromise. Sam Khan, meanwhile, reassures the protagonist, explaining that he did not steal her radio, but simply found it because she left it behind. Park Young asks why he didn't tell him about it earlier so as not to arouse suspicion. Sam Khan replies that if he had told him about it then, he would hardly have believed such a story. Smiling, he says that Park Jung must have had a long drive, so it would be better to rest and then start repairing the house. This conversation is overheard by a strange young man who says that he heard about the professor and expected something cool. Looking at him from the outside, he admits that Park Young looks much weaker than he initially imagined. After some time, Sam Han finishes the repairs and brings light to Pak Jung's rather cheap bunker. He also reports that thanks to this, there is no need to crowd at a public charging station, because there is a convenient generator. Pak Jung looks at his comrade in surprise, assuming that there is definitely some kind of catch here. Sam Khan explains that nowadays, having your own home is an incredible luxury that only a few can afford. Afterwards, Park Jung asks if he is ready for a proper fight, hinting that they are not going on a mission tomorrow. Park Jung asks what the mission is, and Sam Han explains that they must land a mutant. Park Jung suggests that they need to destroy a dozen mutants at once, but Sam Han clarifies that their target is a single monster. Park Jung notes that this is a very strange task, since anyone can handle one individual, but he is immediately shown the target. The phone clearly shows a photo of a large ape, and Sam Han reveals that it is a mutant chimpanzee named Red. Sam Khan also states that this is not just a huge ape that has grown to incredible sizes, but also an awakened monster. In his view, this combination makes this creature one of the most dangerous opponents he has ever encountered. The next morning he reunites with his comrades' team, and they set out in a large infantry truck. Park Jung thinks back to last night and realizes that he originally wanted to refuse this mission. Sam Khan explains that the chimpanzee has already destroyed 3 teams of hunters who came after his head. He adds that the monster likes to grab people by the ankles, climb higher, and throw them down head first. According to preliminary data, this creature uses detection abilities and maneuvers between concrete jungles. That's why taking aim at this creature will be quite a difficult task, and more than 100 people are already hunting for it. Park Jung asks how Sam Han got involved in such a dangerous mission that doesn't bode well. Sam Han reports that the reward for the monster's carcass was a ticket to an island where the rifts are being sealed. Park Jung notes that the sea route is still very dangerous, and it is better to go there by plane. Sam Khan asks to look around, saying that this place won't last for much longer anyway. Park Jung looks around sadly and realizes that it is truly impossible to live here, especially with a family. Sam Han says there's no guarantee it will be better there, but that's exactly where Kim Daran went. Smiling, he says that he would like to live even better than the Kim Daran family and asks for help. Park Jung tries to calm himself down, choosing to think positively, because he needs to check this mutant and finish him off. Looking back, he realizes that it's best to think about the hastily assembled team of hunters who are riding with him. One of them reports that the protein bars they are given are, according to some rumors, made from human flesh. His interlocutor explains that these are just rumors spread on some forums. Park Jung understands that these two are responsible for protecting the vehicles and providing cover during the retreat, so they will not engage in battle. From his point of view, the only one who requires close attention is the young man who recognized Park Jung as the professor. Smiling, the boy from episode 18 notes that Park Jung is not at all like she described. Due to the emergence of awakened lives of these hunters, whose psyches were cursed, they went downhill even before graduation. In other words, this is Harry's classmate, whose psyche has also long since gone down the drain. This crazy guy's name is Rico, and he keeps picking on Park Jung until he finally asks him what he wants. Rico smiles and explains that he didn't mean to offend him, noting that he really likes Park Jung's style. Sam Khan interrupts the idle chatter, announcing that they have arrived at the location and need to move forward quickly. He also gives orders, explaining that they have 2 goals: to bring down the giant creature and to take its carcass. Park Jung looks around and notices that another condition has appeared, involving a large number of zombies. The support team prepares to do their job, stating that they will cover the car outside the monster's radar. Park Jung asks Sam Han why he didn't say anything before, but is told that if he had, he would have refused. Park Jung says he is ready to break through if he is supported by the appropriate fighters on the other side. Rico stops him, saying that if the monster is the center, he can handle it easily. Jumping out of the car, he announces that he will act as bait and go to the front lines to deal with the threat as quickly as possible. Attracting as many zombies to himself as possible, he encourages his elders to watch from a safe distance and learn. Park Jung asks his comrade if he will be okay, and he reassures him. He explains that winter has dragged on, so there are more sleeping zombies, and they try to shoot less. He also adds that this guy's manners are certainly not the best, but he shows himself well on the battlefield. Park Jung realizes that he is a trained hunter, and his reflexes are incredibly impressive, especially compared to zombies. His skill is at a good level, so he can maneuver between monsters quite quickly. If he is cornered, he simply resorts to the use of a bladed weapon and continues on his way. Looking at his opponents with his half-mad gaze, he breaks through them like a red-hot multitude. Sam Han reports that this hunter's technique leaves much to be desired, adding that the instructor would not allow such a thing. But that is not important now. Park Jung carefully analyzes his comrade, realizing that he really has good skills. Almost immediately, he managed to notice that this man's movements were damn efficient, and he minimized the waste of energy. This man's basic instinct is definitely at a high level, and it has helped him achieve a lot. The easy opponents are running out, and Park Young allows himself the bold assumption that all this will be easier than it seems. However, such assumptions are deadly dangerous. And in this situation, one can never hope for an easy way out. A loud howl is heard in the air, and Riko discovers a giant monkey jumping between the high-rises. Immediately after, she lands with a bang nearby, and Riko, Park Young, and Sam Han are very surprised. Somehow, this monkey learned to create armor from scrap materials, and provided itself with good protection. Sam Han previously explained that due to the size of this monkey, simple blade and close combat will be difficult here. This is why they need bait to make the monkey stay in place, giving them an opportunity for a sniper shot. The plan is to have a simple ambush that will allow Sam Khan to penetrate the armor with one shot. Initially, this plan seems like an absolutely elementary combat situation from a textbook, but as we know, life makes its own adjustments. Riko muses that because of the noise throughout the city, sleeping zombies are starting to wake up and come closer here. Looking back, he realizes that the two comrades outside the monster's sense zone are unable to come to his aid. Meanwhile, the monkey becomes angrier and angrier, preparing to smear the violators of its territory against the wall. Riko quickly realizes that headshots are a must here, as this monkey is too tough. After this, he rushes into battle, intending to get closer and create suitable conditions for an attack. However, a split second later, it turns out that the monkey is much faster than it might seem, despite the armor. Park Young somehow manages to dodge a swift palm strike that would have broken his neck in this case. However, the monkey doesn't even think about stopping, wielding his hands as if they weren't covered with a thick layer of metal. Riko doesn't give up and continues to turn, but the monkey's onslaught doesn't weaken, but only intensifies with every second. It crushes everything in its path, raising huge clouds of dust from the destroyed asphalt. Riko manages to quickly turn the other way to avoid the fatal blow, and analyzes the enemy along the way. He discovers a gap that has appeared in the monkey's armor and rushes forward, but it is too late. The monkey resorts to its natural skills and turns to the side with incredible speed. Riko wonders what these strange reflexes are and why the monkey is acting so fast. At the last second, he manages to block at least part of the blow, which allows him to escape a cruel and terrible fate. Nevertheless, he rolls head over heels across the asphalt, and the monkey follows him to deliver a few more blows. Riko tries to catch her with a feint, but the monkey still demonstrates incredible agility and dexterity. Park Young appreciates the creature's high intelligence and reaction, realizing that the fight will not be easy. Riko gets hit again, which he luckily manages to block, although he still takes some damage. Park Young understands that the young man is holding on only because of his fighting instinct, but this will not last long. Park Young suddenly turns to his comrade and asks why he is acting so slowly. Choosing the right moment, he orders to shoot, but Sam Khan is in no hurry to pull the trigger. Sam Khan continues to hesitate and angrily explains that he cannot find the right angle to shoot. Park Young urges him, saying that if he doesn't shoot, the guy will simply die. Sam Khan claims that the monkey is smart and calculated everything in advance, specially positioning itself at such an angle that it could not be shot at. The thing is, the smart monkey keeps Riko in this position, covering himself with a shield. Park Young realizes that the time has come for a decisive maneuver, and orders his comrade to step aside. Riko tries to figure out how to do a feint without it looking suspicious. The first thing he decides to do is to make a deceptive feint. The giant ape charges forward to deliver a swift blow with its armored fist. Riko slips out of the way and rushes forward to counter. However, as soon as the monkey is about to intercept him, he immediately jumps to the side, thereby exposing her to attack. He mocks the monkey and notes that it looks like it never learned what a feint is. Sam Khan, meanwhile, realizes that it's time to end this and gently pulls the trigger of his rifle. A powerful shot is fired, but it is accompanied by a hit on a metal element of the armor. It turns out that this monkey's armor is so powerful that even shots from a large caliber rifle cannot penetrate it. Riko finds himself in a very dangerous situation, because if the monkey cannot be shot, he will have to fight in close combat. By this time, Riko had already managed to expend a considerable amount of energy, and assumed that he simply needed to reduce the distance. However, a few moments later the monkey jumps into the air to intercept him right on the move. Riko still manages to react to this, but the blow could have ended very tragically. Riko shouts loudly to his comrade, telling him to shoot as quickly and accurately as possible. Riko tries to escape from the enemy, but he pursues him with the help of fast and confident jumps. He even grabs a metal chair to swing himself on it like a vine and strike. Riko flies back a few meters, like a small pebble thrown onto the surface of the water at the right angle. However, he manages to stabilize his fall, and the rage only flares up in his soul. Riko wonders why his allies aren't shooting, ordering them to finish off the monkey as quickly as possible. Sam Khan continues to hold the rifle, having serious difficulty aiming even at this moment. Pak Young quickly notices that the man's hands are shaking, and he cannot afford to shoot at the enemy. In fact, the reason for the delay is simple and clear to Pak Young. The thing is that the distance to the target is not that small, but this is far from the most important problem. At a distance of 150 meters, a person already looks like an ant, and it becomes quite difficult to hit him. What can we say about a target that freely uses the terrain and moves at incredible speed? Besides everything else, you need to aim not at the center of the body mass, but try to penetrate the armor at the joints. The giant ape once again slams his armored fists into the ground where Rico had just been. Pak Young understands that such a shot will be difficult even for him, and only Kim Daran could handle it. Pak Young looks at his partner and realizes that he is hesitating because his shot is critical to the family's move to the island. The finger on the trigger trembles not just like that, but because of the incredible burden of responsibility that lies on it. Rico desperately reports that their location has already been exposed, so he lures the enemy closer for a more lethal shot. It turns shorter, since the distance to the target is now exactly 120 meters. Moving further, he says that there are already 100 meters left to the goal, hinting that it is time to act. The distance is reduced to 85 meters, but no shots are fired, no matter what. Rico continues to try to close the gap, relying on all the skills he has acquired during his training. Rico urges his comrade on, saying that if he doesn't get his act together and shoot, they'll all die here. Sam Khan drops his rifle in horror, reporting that for some reason he can't get the shot off. Park Young reflects that running away at the most crucial moment is a habit of those who have failed before. Sam Khan decides to change tactics and puts away his rifle, after which he begins to dig through his pockets. Quite quickly he finds there an American cavalcade drone called Switchblade. Park Young suggests that this is being kept as a last resort, and it's not the worst solution. The thing is that zombies, awakened from sleep, are drawn here, so it's better to solve everything with one blow. However, this toy is unlikely to be a serious tool against such an armored monster. Also, using this ammunition almost guarantees Rico's death, since he is in the kill zone. Rico, meanwhile, gains new scars as the battle against the armored ape becomes increasingly difficult. Park Young recalls how Rico approved of using the lives of his comrades in his previous career. He also recalls that the man admired his style, which had given him a bad reputation. Park Young did not deny this, as he was well aware of how cruel he looked from the outside. When he was appointed commander, he spoke to the soldiers, saying that they had to throw everything away in order to fight the monsters. He doesn't care whether his words might hurt other people's feelings, and says that humanity must be cast aside. From his point of view, they are hunters, individuals, and just part of a team. He also adds that they are not pawns on the battlefield, and anyone can become a victim in the name of a common goal. He specifically emphasizes that he is not an exception, even though he is a leader. He always explained to people that each of them was a simple detail, and that is why he left his dying comrades. That is why he is too harsh in reprimanding those who do not measure up to his characteristics, breaking their hearts and breaking their psyche. Park Young doesn't care that people can't take it anymore and refuse to work with him because he is too cruel. Park Young always thinks that if killing monsters can remove his incredible hatred, he will do anything. This is precisely what he lives for, no matter what, acting according to his own cruel code and set of rules. However, at a certain point, the day comes when he himself finds himself in a difficult situation, and no one comes to save him. Comrades report that the situation is too dangerous, and the search must be stopped immediately. Turning to the professor's team, they remind him that he always said that there is no place for the helpless on the battlefield. The awakened girl declares that this harsh judgment has now been applied to him as well, so they must leave. According to his own judgment, he himself turns out to be useless, and therefore there is no point in saving him. Park Young understands his comrades very well, and does not blame them for leaving him in mortal danger. But the process that led to his abandonment negates everything he lived and fought for. It breaks his heart, and he finds it very hard to bear something like this because he was a real coward back then. Because of what happened, he betrays the expectations of a huge number of people and locks himself away for his own salvation. Moreover, he turns a blind eye to the misfortune of the man who was closest to him and always remained on his side. He again recalls the words of Kim Daran, who said that she initially thought that he was not aging at all. She also added that, having looked at him in the sun, she realized that he had indeed aged. Park Young is not stupid and understands perfectly well what exactly she meant, because he really has aged and changed a lot. Yet some things must remain constant, and so he turns again to his comrade. He asks him for a rifle, since according to his set of rules, senseless deaths are not allowed in the team. Confidently, despite his comrade, he reports that this time the shot will come from him. Park Young suddenly remembers the day he left the service again as if it were yesterday. The comrade tried to stop him for a long time, but finally gave in and asked him not to forget to take an umbrella. Park Young actually takes an umbrella and goes out onto the veranda, waiting for the pouring rain to stop. He reflects on how now, after so much time, he is finally a normal person. Now he won't have to go out on patrol and put his life at incredible risk countless times. However, such freedom confronts him with the strangest and most unexpected question, which nevertheless excites him. Now that he is no longer a mere mechanism in the war machine, he wonders what else he can do but simply exist. However, life begins to fill with meaning again when he gradually decides to return to what he left behind long ago. Intercepting the rifle, he says that he will do all the work for him, but wants to get something important in return. Having taken proper aim, he asks his comrade not to interfere, despite what he is about to do. Rico continues to run from the giant mutant, while Park Young prepares to fire. The monkey is rapidly approaching the target, completely losing his head from the fighting spirit and not expecting a possible defeat. Rico tries to dodge the powerful attacks, but he is unable to move in time. With 60 meters left to the target, Park Young calmly catches his breath and then places the rifle on a large bipod. The hunter's situation is rapidly deteriorating, but no one is in a hurry to come to his aid, despite the criticality of the situation. The monkey catches up with him and grabs his ankle without any problems, completely neutralizing his fighting ability. Immediately after this, the giant chimpanzee makes several leaps to deliver him to the place of execution. Park Young watches what is happening with his usual cold-bloodedness and only adjusts his sights. Sam Han asks what's going on, but Park Young orders him to be a little quieter. After that, he finishes adjusting the sight and makes a quick and confident shot, cutting the air with a powerful click. The bullets are aimed at the giant ape at incredible speeds, bringing with them enormous kinetic energy. After a while, it hits the back of the hand, which was unprotected, and pierces it right through. The monkey lets out a loud roar and falls down with a crash, receiving serious damage from the impact. Park Young explains that the place was always in plain sight, but because of the speed of movement, no one could notice it. Sam Han asks how this was done and reports that according to the data, the creature likes to grab people by the ankles. He also adds that the monkey throws people down head first, but it doesn't have many chances to reach its target. From his point of view, the trajectory of this creature's movement can be easily calculated if everything is weighed and thought out carefully. Afterwards, he hands over the rifle, and Sam Khan wonders if this was all an elaborate plan. However, after some time he realizes that this is the same legendary professor about whom there are only legends. Meanwhile, Park Jung enters the battlefield, holding his axe and realizing that it is time to finish off the monkey. He quickly closes the distance while the monkey has not yet recovered from serious injury. The monkey turns towards her offender, but he is already behind her. Only by some miracle does she manage to turn around and receive serious damage to her armor. Park Young doesn't stop there and continues to press his opponent with quick strikes, not giving him time to recover. At one point, he even throws an axe in the hopes of hitting his opponent right in the head. If the monkey had not been so genetically enhanced by mutation, this would certainly have been its final death sentence. However, the giant ape, with a slight movement of its armored palm, throws the thrown axe far back. Immediately after this, she launches a powerful counterattack, hoping to break his head with brute force. However, this turns out to be a feint, as Sam Khan was able to quickly close the distance and prepare for a point-blank shot. The monkey turns around at the last moment, trying to understand what is happening, but it is too late. Park Young states that the hunter is part of the team, and he himself is no exception. A moment later, Sam Khan fires a shot, hitting an enemy point-blank who is not expecting it. Park Young watches his opponent, noticing that the bullet has passed through, causing profuse bleeding. The monkey tries to grab his throat, from which blood is gushing, but his days are numbered, since no one can survive such a wound. After a few seconds, Sam Khan decides to take a control shot to make sure the creature is dead. At such a distance, a miss from a sniper rifle would mean complete defeat and exclusion from the ranks of hunters. Park Young notes that his comrade did a great job, then turns to Rico. He wonders and decides that he will explain everything later, but Rico is clearly unhappy and tells them to go to hell, showing that he hates them. Park Young asks if Rico didn't even appreciate the methods he admired before, and he changed his mind. Park Young chuckles, realizing that Rico's character is indeed bright, after which Sam Han reports the elimination of the target. Rico ponders what to do with the carcass, assuming it will be impossible to throw it into the car. Park Young looks closely at the giant creature and notices the condition of its armor. After thinking for a bit, he tells the squad that he has a good idea. After a while, they are already in the car and driving quite fast, enjoying the ride with the breeze. His comrades sit at the end of the truck to ward off approaching zombies. The monkey's body is tied to a car with a rope and drags along the ground, making a huge amount of noise. This noise attracts a large number of zombies, but it doesn't matter because they are too slow. Rico, who received the bandage, says he still feels like he's inside a cartoon. He wonders if anyone can hum the theme song to the cartoon without it seeming absurd to him. Park Young asks if Rico respects beatboxing, to which he states that it is nonsense. After returning to the city, civilians began taking pictures next to the animal's carcass, as if they had something to do with it. Park Young reflects that as soon as he returned to the city, he felt as if he had woken up from a dream. Looking back, he realizes that their reality is one of contempt, poverty, anxiety, and fear, mixed with despair. After some time, an official representative of the authorities approaches them and thanks them for the enormous work they have done. She also gives a small gift, explaining that it is a bonus for completing a difficult task. As a bonus, they are given a large amount of fresh meat and a whole case of booze. The hunters react happily, realizing that chilled meat is incredibly rare in these parts. They immediately rejoiced, realizing the value of a fresh product. One of the hunters hastened to spoil the fun by reporting that it was mutant meat. He goes into long, detailed thoughts about how Deep State creates these products and feeds them to people. However, they decide to ignore the words and get ready to barbecue. Suddenly, a government official turns to Park Young, saying that he wants to talk to him separately. Coming closer, she informs that the director asked to convey a personal message, so they need to step aside. Meanwhile, the hunters begin to gather and organize a successful meeting to eat shashlik. Of course, it was partly a charity event, as they decided to share the meat with the entire village. Sam Khan loudly announces that those who have not yet eaten meat should stand in line, promising that everyone will get some. They also say that there is no need to worry about rice, since they have much more of it than just meat. Park Young notes that despite the abundance of meat, each person only gets 3 pieces. He also sees a little girl who got 3 whole pieces, and for her this is already a real holiday. Park Young has not experienced a shortage of food for a long time, so he happily shares his portion with a small child. The child's mother demands that the girl thank Park Young, and she immediately bows. Park Young watches her, but his thoughts are in a completely different place after the conversation. Quite quickly, he steps aside to think about his own things, carefully avoiding participation in the celebration. Sam Khan comes closer and asks why he is so careful not to fit into any group. He suggests that Park Young has lived alone all this time and now he feels unaccustomed to it, to which he responds with a short, yes. He also notices that there are many children and old people here. But Sam Khan notes that it is not only these people who remain. He then points to his comrade, stating that he is one of the best shooters and could live anywhere. However, this young man remains here to look after his mother, although you can't tell that he is her son. Park Young turns away sullenly and asks if he is going to go to the island. Sam Khan says that without further ado, you need to go there, because such an opportunity cannot be missed, and the place is already booked. He exhales tensely and says that this damned life will finally end once they get there. Park Young begins to wonder what family is and how he can explain it. The first thing he remembers is the words of Harry, who still cannot forgive her father, even after his death. Then I remember the words of Kim Doran, who considered him her friend and was sure that she was safe with him. He understands that family is something that must be protected at any cost, since a person cannot have anything more important. According to the words heard, family is something for which it is not a pity to put everything on the line. Sam Khan says it's not easy to get used to this, but it will soon become much easier. Park Young reflects that family is not some detail that can be used and thrown away. After thinking for a moment, he admits that he feels completely out of place here. He becomes immersed in thoughts about how he lived before, and realizes that all this time he was just a detail. Park Young says that when he returned here after the battlefield, he suddenly realized that this place was also finished. He remembers looking into the eyes of the dead monkey they were dealing with and clearly seeing his future. Park Young notes that he doesn't care whether it's the Legionnaires or the Parliament, because wherever he goes, he will hunt such creatures. However, the more he thinks about it, the more a completely different thought arises in his head. Park Young suddenly declares that, although not very much, he still envies the monkey they killed. From his point of view, this monkey was smart and probably knew that one day it would be finished off. But until the last moment, it was happy. Park Young stresses that this does not mean that people in this situation are wrong, but he is tormented by another question. He suddenly wonders how long a fish would survive if it were taken out of water and placed in an alien atmosphere. He does not understand whether this fish can be called a fish, and even if it adapts to the air, whether it will be able to live on land. Park Young understands that he needs other people to survive, and he has already become accustomed to this idea. He also realizes that if he wants to find something resembling a family, he will have to overcome himself, and it will not be easy. He asks his friend what he should do, making him nervous. He turns to him with difficulty and says that he is not the best advisor in this situation. As a solution, Park Young suggests finding someone who knows how to listen. He thinks for a while, and then realizes that he's just gotten used to living alone and thinking about the worst-case scenarios. Sam Khan asks what it's like to be out of place, and he replies that it was harder than he thought. With these thoughts, the night passes, and the main character decides to return to his home after all. Rico asks if he is serious about leaving this place, and Park Young states that he is leaving, but not forever. As he leaves, he says that he will be in touch through director Veronica, and if something happens, he will return here as a matter of priority. Park Young reflects that the solution should not be sought here, because solving problems alone is his style. Rico stops the protagonist to address him by his nickname, Senpai. Smiling, he says that he rarely gives such a nickname to anyone, but Park Young deserves it. Rico also promises to visit him once his leg heals when Sam Khan approaches him. He is glad that his comrade has not left yet, and says that he wanted to thank him for everything he has done. After this, he asks if he has any extra fuel, which greatly surprises him. However, after going further, he discovers that he has been given a real motorcycle in fully working condition as a gift. Sam Khan notes that it is thanks to him that he is going to the island, and he did not want to let him go empty-handed. Smiling, he declares that he has already prepared everything, and the motorcycle consumes synthetic fuel normally. Park Young feels grateful for the service rendered, and sincerely thanks his comrade. Sam Khan states that he should be the one thanking them, as he is the true savior of their family. Park Young realizes that this is a very unexpected bonus, and decides that he needs to repay the favor with something in return. As a return gift, he offers high-quality satellite equipment that was recently given to him. Sam Han asks what the hell that is, and then notes that it's an apocalyptic satellite device. Some time ago, Veronica simply handed him this thing, and he still didn't know what to do with it. Park Young suspects that she just wanted to set him up, but he is not going to just fall for her tricks. Besides, Sam Khan will need a lot of information in the future, and with such a signal he can connect anywhere. Park Young smiles and expresses hope that this person will be able to fit into their online community. Sam Khan smiles and notes that for some reason, when he's on the internet, people hate him a lot. Park Young asks what he means, to which he smiles and says that people are just saying that they want to kill him. Park Young is surprised by this description, trying to figure out where the catch is, but decides not to ask questions. After a while, he gets on his motorcycle and returns home, reflecting on the fact that his debut as a freelancer is over. As he rides forward and feels the wind blowing through his thick hair, old thoughts return to his mind. He remembers that the monkey they killed was at least happy until the last moment. Park Young wonders if it will be happy to die the way you want if you lived where you wanted. As he continues to race along the road, he realizes that in such an era there is nothing more difficult than to speak about happiness with confidence. However, the certainty comes to mind that if he wanted to die somewhere, it would only be in his bunker. He wonders if it is even possible to leave the word happiness before the word death, but his home will forever remain only here. Talia and Harry ask if that's the only reason he came back here. Park Young confirms their assumption, and notes that he really doesn't need any more reasons. After that, he asks if there was anything interesting while he was absent from the forum for a while. The creative duo Defender exchange glances and tell their friend that he'd better see it for himself. Park Young goes to the forums, and is faced with a disturbing situation, realizing that he has committed a grave sin. The thing is that the device he received is linked to the account, so now you can log into the user's account. Looking at the forum, he realizes that the user who threatened to blow himself up at the very beginning of the story has returned there. Park Young realizes that he has created a monster, because now this user has returned with even more terrifying content and concept.